I object. I think these phone calls need to come in through a witness, and I know they've.
Good boy, thank you.
I mean, this phone call is between two particular people, and they haven't admitted it through any witness. I think there will be witnesses coming.
I ordered myself some new glasses from this company called Kits.
Oh my god, I'm so excited. This is adorable. These make me so happy.
I ordered these like 3 days ago, and they're already here, which was amazing.
There are hundreds of styles you could.
Okay, good morning. Hi. Sorry. I just got here. Looks like they've already had one witness. I don't know what that was about. I think I might have to change. I got the law and crime feed, but it looks like it's serving me up videos or commercials, and I don't want to hear ads. So how's everybody this morning? Good morning, people. Good morning, Tracy, Little Whiskers. I am going to try. Oh, no, it's doing the same thing it was doing to me the other day. Okay. That's frustrating. I'll try here. So I was looking at that on Mums for Justice. They had that interview with the boyfriend's brother. And I was hoping to share it with people today, but it's gone private. She has made it private. I watched it last night, but it's gone private now. So I can give you a little lowdown on what all was on there, but are people aware of who the first witness was? Because I just got here. I just went home from driving my bus, and I actually need to take the little dog out for his morning constitutional. So I will say good morning to everybody. Yeah, so the brother of the boyfriend, the video that is on Mums for Justice, I watched it yesterday. She has since made it private. A divorce lawyer in Kouri wrote her a $4,000 check in January. Okay. Thank you. Good to know. I should write that down. Yeah, so the brother does not have good things to say. He doesn't offer any evidence except, his statement is evidence. I guess it would be in a court. But he just talks about him as being kind of a get-rich-quick schemer and a bit of a like a deadbeat dad, bit of a womanizer, love bomber, good with the words. Apparently he's very bright. I did actually pick up on that in some of his texts and also some of his comments. He seems like his vocabulary was pretty strong. And according to his brother, he is quite the genius. Like he's got like a genius IQ or something. So, but that did not translate into him behaving like a genius, but rather behaving like a kind of a scam artist, really into the get-rich-quick schemes. And he talked about the relationship between Kouri and Josh Grossman going back a number of years. And then in his mind, he thinks that his brother's involved and that he has been involved for a long time and that they had been planning it for a long time. So I can't say. I can't speak to that. He's an older brother by a number of years, from what I understand. And they have, he talked about him like, I love my brother, but I just want to say, yeah, he did not have good things to say. But one of the things he also kept saying, good morning, boss lady. One of the things he also kept saying was, I don't want to be on your podcast, because he was wearing his work gear and his work shades, and he was looking all dusty and dirty. But he said that multiple times. I don't want to be. That's why I don't want to be on your podcast. That's why I don't want to be on your podcast. So I don't know if that's why she's made it private. I got about 2/3 of the way through it, and he was beginning to repeat himself. So I'm not sure if I missed anything substantial, but according to the brother, Boss Lady, I'm not sure if you just joined us, but according to the brother of the boyfriend, he is a get-rich-quick schemer type.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a couple of legal issues I need to sort out. If I sort them out now, it will make the rest of the day more efficient. I appreciate your patience. Please rise for the jury. Okay, folks, have a seat. We're still on the record. Ms. Lewis, I apologize for interrupting you. I think this would just be an easier way to have the conversation that we were having. Go ahead and complete your thought for me. Regarding jail calls.
Well, there's hearsay in this call also from the other party, which
That will be true with every call. And so we'll need to come up with an instruction for the jury about how they are to treat the other side of each of these calls.
All right. Well, I guess our objection is that these calls could and should be introduced through an actual witness. Playing them randomly, I think, is confusing for the jury.
May we stay focused on this particular call for a moment to tease out your position on that? So this is 2-95.
I'd like to look at that again, but I also think that we.
Hold on, I wasn't finished with my
Oh, I'm
question.
sorry.
My apologies. This
You
is
take like
2-95.
Yes, sir.
What was the number again?
295D.
Okay, so 2-95D, as I understand it, the state is seeking to play now because it relates to Ms. Richins having contacted Ms. Bramwell. Is that fairly stated?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And so I think as I understand the state's position, playing it at any other time than directly following Ms. Bramwell's testimony would be confusing. That's what I'm gathering from the state's position.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So take it from there, Ms. Lewis.
I'd like to. I haven't looked at this call in a couple of days, so I'd like to look at it. But I also think by introducing these things without a witness on the stand is a violation of our Sixth Amendment right to cross-examine. When we introduce these randomly, we can't cross-examine anyone about these calls.
Well, are you talking about foundation or content?
I'm sorry. What was that?
Are you talking about cross-examining regarding foundation or content?
Content.
Well, the content, the part that's being admitted for the truth, is your own client's statements. So the confrontation problem doesn't exist there. And if we instruct the jury not to consider the other half of the conversation for the truth, there's no confrontation issue there either.
Well, if they were to call the witness, who is the other half of the conversation, and introduce the call through the witness, then we would have an opportunity to cross-examine regarding the phone call.
But not if the other half of the call isn't being admitted as substantive evidence. They're not admitting the other half of the conversation as substantive evidence of anything. And moreover, I'm going to be instructing the jury that they can't consider the other half of the call as substantive evidence. I think I have to under the hearsay rule.
Your Honor, I still believe that we need to have the call through a witness. If they were to call the person who testified, the person who's on the other half of the call, then we would have the right to cross-examine them about the content of the call. And we don't know what that evidence would be. There may be more to this call or more context to this call that the other that the individual can explain. By just randomly playing calls, we don't have any opportunity to cross-examine anyone or do anything with these calls. And then the jury just takes these calls as without an opportunity for us to put in any explanation about these
Yeah,
calls.
I feel like you're intentionally ignoring the fact that I'll be instructing the jury to not consider the other half of the call. But I understand your position, and you have to acknowledge that you have the power to subpoena the people on the other side of the call if you want to. But let's stay focused on the half that the jury would be allowed to consider from each of these calls. And that's your client's own statement.
I need a moment to look at this call again. I haven't looked at it in a couple of days. Is that all right?
Of course.
It might take me a minute.
Can I see it at the same time? There was something that was on the screen just now.
Yeah, so
I've got it.
send this to Scott.
Oh, I got it. Never mind. This is just the transcript.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. It's from court.
They sent it to us the other day.
We're getting it to you.
No problem. And then somebody else on your team is going to provide me and opposing counsel with the transcript of Ms. Gibson's testimony.
Okay, I'm
regarding-
confused.
Yeah.
I was getting you that you want to see the exhibit itself first.
Forgive me, somebody flashed it. I think Katie flashed the content of the call on the screen. And so if Ms. Lewis is looking at it, I'm going to be in the dark if I don't see
Okay,
it at the
Scott,
same
can you
time.
publish the content of the call? And then we'll,
We'll go to the next piece.
gotcha.
Thank you.
Let me just play this portion, Your Honor, without the audio.
Do you have a written representation of what's being said?
It's at the bottom.
Oh, I see.
It has the scrolling text at the bottom, Your Honor.
Let's do it. Give me 1 second. We'll all be on the same page here.
This is just the call.
Oh, hi.
Did we lose audio, Scott? It would appear that way.
I turned it off. I wasn't
Oh,
sure if
okay.
you wanted
No,
the
that's
audio.
okay. I misunderstood.
We can't see it.
That's true. I can fix that.
Thank you.
All right, Scott, if you would play it without the audio for a moment, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. Whew. Right, bath. Oh, cleaning. That's a good idea. I can do some cleaning around here. I live right on the laneway, so dusty, you know. Got lots it's a dust. My phone was on, and there was suddenly my voice coming out of my phone. So, do we know who this phone call is from? Was anybody paying attention, or did they say? Good morning, Sigma. Good morning, Beth. Good morning, boss lady. Who are you saying? Carolyn is good people. Are we talking about Carolyn Mercado? Carolyn Breeding? Yeah, okay, I'm going to check out her post. Let's see. Sorry, oops. Oh, man, it's cold here today. It's nice and sunny, but windy and very cold. Comes for justice. Post. Okay, I'll just read it out real quick. She says, I want to take a moment to address a change I've made to one of my recent videos covering the Kouri Richins case prior to Josh Groban's testimony. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Yes. Okay, let me finish this then. Prior to Josh Grossman's testimony in court, his brother Shane Grossman provided me with a video statement sharing his personal beliefs and opinions about Josh. As journalists often do, I aired that statement as part of ongoing coverage of the case and the various perspectives connected to it. However, after Josh Grossman testified in court and additional information became part of the official record, I felt it was important to remove the video. My goal with this channel has always been to report responsibly. When new testimony or facts emerge, it's important to reassess prior content and make adjustments when necessary. Out of fairness to everyone involved, I've decided to remove it because it's the right thing to do. Thank you for understanding, and as always, thank you for your support. So, good for her, I guess. What happened? Sorry, I am spacing out here. Okay, sorry. Ooh, I've got 2 channels open. Sorry, so yeah, Uma shared the law and crime link with me, but when I put it on, it kept putting up ads, and I don't want to deal with that, so I'm sticking with this for now. Good morning,
I
everybody.
appreciate seeing the content of the call. Thank you. Forgive me, for the record, and so that defense counsel can respond. The probative value of this is...
Your Honor, it goes to Ms. Richins' state of mind. It goes to her intent about the marriage and what her thought process was in seeking counsel from a divorce lawyer.
Okay. All right. Ms. Lewis, I understand defendant's position regarding hearsay. Anything further regarding foundation or 4010203?
Yes, I think that the call needs to be further redacted. I mean, I stand on our objection, but if the court's going to let it in, it needs to be further redacted. The first part of the call is not relevant. I'd have to pull it up again, and I can work with them about the parts, and I think the last part. So I think there's some at the beginning that needs to be taken out and some at the end that needs to be taken out. If it's going to come in.
Specific?
On what basis?
Well, if I have it up in front of me again, I can be.
Well, let's have a larger discussion. This was on my to-do list, not necessarily for today, but I've been waiting for defense counsel's final word on the jail calls pursuant to the pending motion regarding the jail calls, and I don't have it yet. At some point, I'll need defense to say what their position is regarding each of the proffered jail calls.
Okay.
So this is the one that's coming up now, but at some point we have to come to closure on that issue, so we're not
Understood.
doing it in real time. How do you want to proceed from this point on this call?
If I could just maybe look at it with the state and point out first part and the last part and see if we can agree that that needs to be
That's
out of
fine.
the call.
Okay. Do you want to do that now, Mr. Bloodworth, and then address the other issues? Do you want to do that now and address the other issues during the lunch break?
Well, Your Honor, I think the other issues are going to come up way before lunch.
Understood. Okay.
So that may, if agreeable, let me propose maybe Ms. Lewis and Ms. Shervinack could address that in parallel. Me and other defense counsel can address.
We're fine with that.
Okay. Among the defense team, who is taking lead on Mr. Wright and Mr. Kings?
That would be Ms. Nestor.
I have Mr. Wright, Mr. Ramos has Mr. Case.
Perfect. Sounds like this will work. Okay. Ms. Lewis, would you work with Ms. Shervinack to see if you can reach agreement regarding some further redactions to that particular call, 2-95D?
Yes.
Okay.
And just for the record, that we're not withdrawing our objection, but this, if it's coming in, that's what we're going to talk about is this redaction.
You're not withdrawing any of your objections.
No,
Right.
we're not.
I understood.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. So, Mr. Bloodworth, the state will be calling Kouri Wright and Josh Case today, correct?
Correct.
Pursuant to the court's ruling in order denying state's motion to reconsider and admit excited utterance, there are portions of their proper testimony that have been excluded by the court. There are other portions, though, that I imagine the state's view is should come in under other exceptions to the hearsay rule. Have you, can we just talk about practicalities for a second, had a conversation with Mr. Wright and Mr. Case so they are aware of the limitations imposed by the court?
Yes, Your Honor, I've had that conversation with each of them, and to reinforce it during the examination, I will ask questions kind of in the form of, without saying what Mr. Richins said, what was your impression?
Okay. Will the state be eliciting any testimony about statements made by Eric to either of them?
No, Your Honor. The state will scope its questions to elicit responses about what was their impression of Mr. Richins' demeanor and what, if any, advice did they give Mr. Richins?
Okay. Ms. Nestor, that creates a pretty good safety margin between where the proffer started, and it sounds like where it's coming in terms of making sure that the witnesses don't unintentionally say anything that's excluded by the court. Anything further on that issue?
No, sir.
Mr. Ramos?
No, Judge.
Okay. All right. Okay. That handles that. When's the next time a jail call is going to be offered by the state to your current expectation, Mr. Bloodworth, understanding that this is dynamic?
Your Honor, the next time I anticipate
Sitting here today right now,
yeah, is during Detective O'Driscoll's testimony.
That was my expectation as well. When's he taking the stand?
Your Honor, he will be most likely the state's last witness, probably late Monday, early Tuesday.
Okay. All right. And so the reason we're doing this call now is for proximity to Ms. Bramwell's testimony?
It is, Your Honor. And the state appreciates that the broader set of jail calls is unresolved, and kind of anticipating this, we emailed this 2 days ago to defense to kind of
Okay.
start the process of resolving it.
All right. I'm going to give Ms. Shervanek and Ms. Lewis an opportunity to work for a few more minutes. I'm going to use the restroom. So we'll come back at 10:15.
Yes,
Any objection, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. We're in recess until 10:15. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm still confused. I think somebody said that this phone call is from a divorce lawyer, but I spaced out and forgot. So if somebody can tell me who this phone call is, is it a jail call? Is it? Oh, here it is. I wonder if today is the day for the infamous walk the dog letter through the jail calls. Yeah, I don't know. I'm interested to hear about this orange journal too that apparently kind of talks about the night of his death. So yeah, people were saying that the brother hasn't seen him for 10 years and that they have issues and that's it seems like he might have been talking out of the wrong side of his mouth. And that was kind of what I was feeling like. It's like, this is a lot of like, you're saying all this and he's not here to say anything otherwise. And there's no evidence of it other than that you're saying that that's the case. And then somebody commented just back here, I think it was somebody was watching Carl Steinbeck, who I was also watching, that here it is. This is one, I think I put it up. Someone made a comment on Carl Steinbeck's channel stating they knew both Robert and his brother. Apparently Robert had a good reputation as a handyman builder in SC. Yeah, so I was feeling really weird when I watched that the video of the brother after the court yesterday, because I had felt very strongly I had felt really a lot of empathy for the guy. And then I was like, man, did I just get completely snowed by that guy? Which is certainly not, it's not like it's not like I am, it's not like I can spot them all, maybe, I don't know. But if it made me feel really weird, I was like, like we all seem to come around to the same thing, that like that poor guy was just suffering, and had been used by Kouri. And I don't, nothing he did or said disabused me of that notion, and none of the testimony has disabused me of that notion. Like there is a lot of evidence of what Kouri was up to. There's not any evidence that Josh was involved, in my opinion. I don't see evidence of him being involved. I mean, certainly they could have faked some text to pretend like they were both surprised and everything, but the fact that she was so insanely careless about everything else kind of makes me question whether that was really the case. So why don't I just put up that little post from Mums for Justice just so you can all read it yourselves. Maybe, I don't know if you can, if you make your screen big enough. On my screen, it's really small. But yeah, well, good for her. I admire her for taking it down. Right. Boss Lady's just saying the same thing. I admire her for taking it down, because she was probably getting a lot of clicks on it, because it's the hot topic at the moment. But yeah, I agree. I didn't feel like there was any real evidence to support what he was saying. It was really literally just his word. So I mean, I know that in court, people's statements are considered considered evidence and circumstantial evidence or whatever. And so I haven't written it off out of hand, but I do kind of think that I think she was smart to take it down. I don't know about smart, but I think she was responsible to take it down. I mean, it's in the wild streets of YouTube, we know what people can get away with, and we've seen Lauren and John getting away with all kinds of unconscionable behavior. So it's nice to see people behaving with integrity. I think it's great. I do agree with you, Sigma, that he seemed authentic, but he also didn't have any real evidence, which is what I thought. I didn't feel that from Josh either, though. And I did get the feeling that it had been a long time since they'd seen each other. So he may well have been speaking the truth as he saw it 10 years ago. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know. Obviously, I wasn't there for any of it. We're all speculating here together. But yeah, I think she was smart. I think she was responsible to take it down. And just, just getting the interview isn't always the goal, right? The goal is justice. So good for her. And then what else? I had, we've only got a few minutes, so there's not much reason to start something else. I did have looked up. So I have some videos prepared for lunch break, so we can watch a little bit more from JD. He's got a video about the electronics. I like his videos because they're little chunks of like about 15 or 20 minutes, and he usually covers a single topic, and it's often a topic that I need a little bit of explanation in. Like he did one on what the rules of evidence for the 401 and 402 and 404B that was at issue the other day. So I understood that a little better. I think he does a good job. And then I wanted to look at the wise words, word wise, and guilty words, their takes on Kouri Richins. So we can look forward to that at lunch. To me, yeah, okay, here we go. Let me put these up here. Yeah, I didn't feel that at all either. I didn't feel like he was manipulating us. Yeah, he came across as genuine. I had a similar feeling that I had with Carmen, right? That this was a person who, unknown to them, was used by this person to, facilitate the murder of her husband. And he just seemed like he was beside himself with upset. And I mean, who can blame him, Yeah. So, Jules, yes, I warmed to Josh too. I was prepared to be like, this doofus. And partly because of the situation in which they found him afterwards, right? That he was like sleeping in his truck and he was struggling with meth and all of that. But you can imagine how kicked in the face he must have felt by all of this, right? How much of we have all, or many of us anyways, hello, lovely Sphinx, we have all tangled with these types of people and know how devastating they can be to our mental health. So, I can kind of sympathize with the emotional state he may have been in. The brother did talk about the fact that their father was an extremely cruel and unforgiving sort of a man. So there's evidence of trouble in his childhood that may have led to issues that could result in substance use problems. And if we can extend that sympathy to Carmen, I don't see why we wouldn't extend it to him as well. And yes, I feel like she is guilty. I have felt like she was guilty from the start, and I hadn't seen some of the evidence that's coming out in court yet. Like, I didn't know about the Orange Journal, and that walk the dog letter, God. They haven't seen it in court, so I always find it hard to judge. I feel like we know more, so it's hard to know. It's hard for me to like separate what I know versus what they know and make a judgment about how the jury might be feeling. What does this one say? Walela. The fact that he explained how he called Eric's sister because he felt guilty for cheating with Kouri seemed legit. Right? I had feelings of general. I felt that he was genuinely remorseful, for sure. Jules, he asked if she was okay when she didn't turn up. A narcissist would have said, "Where are you? I've been here ages." Right? I mean, something like that, right? Yeah, they don't generally think, "How are you?" They think, why are you inconveniencing me? You know, I remember that I had a boyfriend for a while who I had been through a tough time financially, and my car had been destroyed in an accident. That was not my fault, but yet what they paid me for it didn't give me enough money to buy a new one, so I was dependent on him for his car. And the very, very occasional time, I am literally talking like maybe once or twice in a year, that I had his trucker for some reason. If I was for any reason late in coming to pick him up, just the anxiety of what he was going to be like when I got there and how he was going to act when I got home and stuff, right? When, like, in the car the whole way, it's like everything will be ruined because, you know, I was late or he was early or something like that. So I think most of us can relate to that feeling of they don't care about you, right? They care about them. They care about what's inconveniencing them. Her writing that first witness, who was a divorce lawyer, a check for $4,000 January 2022, was probably told there was no way around the prenup. She is guilty. Oh, I'm sure she knew there was no way around the prenup. I think that she is 100% guilty. Jules, yeah, my father was, well, I never knew my own father. I met him when I was 16, and then he passed when I was 17, and I had seen him twice in between those times. But my stepfather was he was all right. Like, I think my mom was the bad one in that relationship, but he was just kind of checked out, right? And there was the rule in the house was don't disturb your father. So he was always like over there in the other room, and we were supposed to be over here being quiet. So, I mean, I think that was pretty common in the 70s, you know, dads that went out to work at their business offices every day, and then they would come home and you would have to be quiet while they read their paper and had their drink or whatever. And he was a terrible workaholic, you know, so he often didn't come home till 9 at night or whatever, that kind of stuff. So, yeah, fathers, we all had one. I'm sure some of you had better fathers than what I was given. In this wide world, there's a theory about radical acceptance. Yes, Jules, the be seen and not heard thing, about radical acceptance, and sort of an offshoot of that being the idea that, like, or maybe I'm confusing two separate things, but the idea that you were given the parents that you need to learn the lessons that you need to learn in this lifetime. And while I understand that that was an attempt to help people to radically accept their situations and try to find the gold in the pile of straw kind of thing, I do think it tends a little bit towards victim blaming, right? And like letting off the hook people who were horrible to you by saying this is some kind of a spiritual lesson that you needed to learn. But yeah, I went through a phase like that of like trying to accept
one step at a time. Regarding redactions to 2-95D, Ms. Lewis, were you and Ms. Sherbanak able to reach an agreement?
We reached a partial agreement.
Okay, tell me where we stand.
They're going to redact a few lines out at the end of the call, which I don't know. We agreed to redact the things at the end. The beginning of the call, I believe we should redact everything up until page. Do you have the transcript?
I don't.
I can send it to you.
Sounds good.
If that's helpful.
Yeah.
And Judge, so you know, there have already been some redactions made previous to this discussion for other things that were irrelevant, so those are included already. So you will see some redacted portions of that transcript.
Okay. Whatever you're sending to me, will you copy Ms. Lewis? We're
I have it.
Same thing at the same time.
Oh, I already sent it to you, and she has it that I
Okay.
sent earlier. It's the same.
Got it. One moment, please. Ms. Lewis, if you would just state page and line numbers from the beginning of the call that you think should be redacted.
I believe it starts at page 2. I believe we should redact starting line 15 on page 2 through line 4 on page 3.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. I'm not sure that short period adds anything, provides any context, has any probative value. What am I missing?
I disagree, Judge. For starters, it does directly from Ms. Richins say what her state of mind is going into this call, her annoyance, and in her tone of voice when you hear it, when you hear the audio, there's frustration there. And it does add quite a bit of context, particularly in the beginning of the call. And then in particular, she says on page 2, starting at line 21, I'm just like so fucking annoyed. Like, what the hell does anything have to do with anything? And that gives context to the rest of the call, because what she's referring to is what does Eric consulting a divorce attorney have to do with me consulting a divorce attorney? Well, she goes on to explain, but that sets up the context for the rest of the call, in addition to her frustration, annoyance that's heard in her voice as well as in her words at the beginning of the call, giving context to the rest of the conversation.
Ms. Lewis, go ahead.
Your Honor, I disagree that that's necessary. I don't think the beginning of the call gives any context to what they're talking about. And if the state just wants the jury to know she's annoyed, she says it numerous times throughout the call. At the beginning of page 4, she says, like, what the hell? I know. I just am so annoyed by that. She says it numerous times. And yes, you can tell by her tone of voice that she's annoyed. I don't see that the beginning gives any context whatsoever.
Yeah, I guess that's my question, Ms. Lewis. Why aren't we just starting at page 4, line 1?
Well, actually, I think that would make perfect sense. And when Ms. Shervanack and I were going through this, I actually had asked for more to be redacted, and I compromised a bit. But now that you've reminded me, yes, I actually think it would make sense to start at page 4, line 1.
Where, out of the gate, Ms. Shervanack, she describes being annoyed, and we go from there.
I disagree, Your Honor. She's talking about the Heber thing on page 3 at line 5. She says beat around the bush. Obviously, what I'm thinking about, she's talking about the Heber thing.
The Heber
goes
thing is
both ways.
different than Ms. Bramwell and Ms. Miller.
No,
Tell me how.
the Heber thing directly refers to her meeting with Ms. Bramwell in Heber.
Oh, I don't think that's clear from the text of the call. If I was confused about it, I think there's a pretty good chance the jury would be confused about it.
I disagree.
I know, you've been very clear about that. Anything else?
Just that this is important context for the whole call, and starting it partway through does not give the context that's necessary to understand what starts on page 4 at line 1.
Anything else?
It's relevant, Your Honor.
I understand. Anything else?
No.
Okay. We're going to start the call at page 4, line 1. Anything else, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
The court rules that starting the call at page 4, line 1, and then including the redactions that counsel have agreed to in the body of the call and at the end, provides probative information regarding Ms. Richins' state of mind and backward-looking reflections regarding her consultation with Ms. Bramwell. That probative information, probative value of that information is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice or any other Rule 403 considerations. With respect to defendant's hearsay objection, Ms. Richins' side of these recorded calls is categorically not hearsay, and the court will instruct the jury that they cannot consider the male voice side of the call for the truth of the matter asserted. Rather, they can only consider the statements made by the male on the call for the effect that they had upon Ms. Richins in the conversation. Any further objection, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
In terms of instructing or just providing the jury for context, I'm inclined to tell the jury that Ms. Gibson testified that she preserved some recordings of phone calls involving Ms. Richins. You're about to hear one such phone call. Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
No objection, Your Honor. Are we good then to, as we discussed at the bench, have Ms. Shervinack just give the date of the phone call?
No, Your Honor.
It's not in the content, and Ms. Gibson didn't provide that particular piece of foundation, so that would be additive.
Your Honor, if we were to play that portion of the audio of the jail call, it would make it clear that it was a jail call.
Oh, forgive me. I haven't heard or seen the introductory portion of the home wave call. Does it?
Right,
does
Your
it
Honor.
state the date?
Yes, every home wave call begins with a time or date, and then this is a recorded line, and anything you say will be preserved, could be monitored, and admonishments like this.
Is that accurate, Ms. Lewis?
That's accurate, but this takes me back to my initial point is this should have been and typically would be introduced through a witness because the witness could have just said the date and we wouldn't have this problem. I don't think that the state should be testifying to the date.
Right, but if Ms. Gibson had just said, in order to avoid playing any of that for an indisputably authentic call, I to not play the preamble of the call, which would limit your ability to cross-examine Ms. Gibson as to how she knows when the date of the calls, because it's based on that same content. And so I think it's appropriate and does not violate defendant's rights in any way to just state what is undisputed. December 18, 2023, correct, Mr. Bloodworth?
Oh, that's correct, Your Honor. I also think the date falls, because of the way the calls are labeled, the date falls under Jeremy Thomas's certification as to the authenticity.
I understand. I think you and I see it the same way. It's just a matter of the defense's good faith objection to me providing the information, but given the alternatives, this is the best way.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
One more
Please.
pragmatic
Yes.
question. Because the court's decision just redacted out the initial part of the demonstrative, it seems to make sense to the state to, at this point in time, as a matter of efficiency, to just kind of fast forward and hit play beginning at page 4, line whatever the court just decided.
Yeah.
Rather than take 15 minutes to redact the exhibit now, and then at the end of the day, we can redact it and clean it all up consistent with the court's ruling.
Ms. Lewis, you okay with that? You're not waiving any objections?
I understood. Yes.
Okay.
I've got it redacted already, ready to go. Page 4, line 1. Okay, so Scott's way ahead of us.
All right. Scott, why don't we take a look at it together? Show me the new version of 2-95D. Well, the text is correct. Scott, let's try the audio.
Your Honor, we can't see it. Here.
My apologies. Oh, Scott, go ahead. Yep.
Obviously. What the hell? I know. I'm just like so annoyed by that. Like I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Like who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Obviously, if one party's gonna do it, the other party's probably
Okay.
gonna do it to see what the fuck.
Do you want to fast forward to the end just to confirm, so Ms. Lewis can confirm that the stuff at the end has been redacted out?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I did not catch anything for redactions at the end.
Okay, I can.
Yeah, if you would work with Scott real quick to make sure that the stuff at the end gets redacted out.
Yes.
Thank you, Scott.
Hey, you know, you used to say it's redacted. It's the way it's being offered includes redactions. Yeah.
Okay, Your Honor, I have this ready. If everybody'd like to do it again.
Let's do it. Table 2. Okay, if you fast forward to the end, Ms. Lewis, let's make sure that the redactions you spoke with Ms. Shervinack about have been made.
All right, I have the audio on my speakers. Let me change that over real quick.
Okay.
Obviously.
What'd she say no to?
So yeah, I don't know.
They found, like I said, they found out about it, but guess what? You know, so did he.
Exactly.
So it's everybody's natural reaction to wanting to defend themselves.
That's correct.
Okay. Give me one moment. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Shermanek, anything before we invite the jury back in?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor? Okay, we're ready for the jury.
All right.
Please have a seat as you come in. All right, folks, have a seat. Thank you for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when Ms. Gibson was testifying, she testified that she downloaded and preserved recordings of certain phone calls involving Kouri Richins. You are about to hear one such phone call from December 18, 2023. You may consider Kouri Richins instead, the only purpose you can consider the statements made by the male voice on this phone call is for the effect it had upon the listener, that is, Kouri. Scott, let's make sure we are ready to go. Okay. 2-95D is admitted. Please proceed.
Obviously. What the heck? I know. I'm just like so annoyed by that. Like I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Like who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Obviously, if
And
one
it's
party's
kinda like-
gonna do it, the other party's probably gonna do it to see what the fuck.
Right? And it's like,
Common sense.
you know, regarding your side of stuff, nothing came out of that. What came out of the other side?
Exactly.
Oh, illegal transfer everything.
Yes,
Like,
exactly.
A lot came out of that.
Yes, I just went in for a consultation. That was it.
Yep.
So why is that so bad? Am I misunderstanding something?
No, it's just something they're going to try to probably try to hold against you, you know, for no fucking reason. Because
He did it first.
guess what? Yeah, he did it first, and not only did he do it first, like he actually took action on it illegally.
Yes. All I did was, what the hell am I supposed to do? That was literally the conversation.
Yeah. Yep. So
It's my right to
that
do.
person's probably going to be right.
And
So that person's probably going to be brought in,
which is perfect because you know what I told that person?
which is. Well,
I don't want to fill out the packet. I don't want absolutely anything. I want to walk away clean and free. I don't want anything. And she kept advising me, no, that's not how this works. You have to fill this out about da 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 da. And I said, I don't want to. I don't want any of it.
Yep.
That is what I told that lady. I said, I just want these done. And
Yeah,
she argued with me forever. I took the packet, I threw it away. I'm like, no, I won't fill this out because I don't want to have
So-
everything.
I mean, right. So that's perfect and works in favor for you for everything.
Yep.
Nothing,
Yeah,
you know?
I'm just like so fucking annoyed by it though. Like, quit portraying me to be this person.
Yeah.
Anything you're trying to say I did, Eric did. Like, so now they cancel each other out, you fucking idiot. Like,
Yeah.
protecting myself, like,
Yeah, I wouldn't get I would get too worked up about it.
yeah, I'm not, but that just gave me an idea. I am going to ask if she can testify.
Well, that's not really going to matter because she just gets subpoenaed. And to be honest, if their attorneys don't do it, yeah, you're going to.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm just annoyed. So I told Mom. I said,
Because they're going to try to paint this picture. They're going to try to paint this picture and like, oh no.
yeah.
Nope. Here she is. What did she ask about? What did you advise her? What did she say no to?
So yeah, I don't know.
They thought, like that. They thought about it, but guess what? You know, so did he.
Exactly.
So it's everybody's natural reaction to wanting to defend themselves.
Counsel, the state's next witness, please.
Becky Lloyd.
Ms. Lloyd, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? I do. Thank you. Please have a seat.
Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you could state your name, please, and spell your last name.
My name is Becky Lloyd, Lloyd.
Where do you work?
I work for C&E Stonemasonry.
And how long have you worked there?
I've worked there 5 years.
What is your current role with C&E?
I am currently their estimator.
What's that mean?
It means C&E Stone, we put stone on houses, and my job is to figure out how much we need on those houses.
What was your job back with C&E when you first started with them?
I got hired originally as an admin.
And when was that?
That was in February of 21.
Did you know Eric Richins?
I did.
How long did you know him for?
I met him sometime around 2017.
Okay. And what about Kouri Richins? Do you know her?
I do.
And did you meet
Same
her
time.
around the same time?
Yeah.
In 2021, what was the nature of your relationship with Kouri Richins?
I knew her as a neighbor. I knew her as the mother to my children's friends, and I knew her as my own friend.
I want to turn your attention to December of 2021. Was there a conversation that you had with Kouri Richins in December of 2021 that stood out to you?
Yes.
What was the date of that conversation?
December 17th of 2021.
That's a specific date. Why do you remember that date?
Because I keep a journal and I have photos from that date.
What were you doing that day?
We were doing a Secret Santa gift wrap for C&E Stone. We get presents for families in the neighborhood that don't get a good Christmas, and we were wrapping them
to give away.
Now, when you say we, was that who's the we?
Me and Kouri.
Okay, just the two of you then?
Just the two of us while we were wrapping, yeah.
Was there a topic of conversation that came up related to Kouri Richins' marriage?
Yes.
How did that come up?
I had recently gotten divorced a couple months before, 3 months before, and she was asking me how that was going, and I was asking her about how her marriage was going, and her and Eric had a fight that day, so it was definitely on the top of her mind.
What did Kouri say to you?
Kouri had an opportunity to go to a work event of some sort, like a Christmas gala, something like that. And it was going to be a really good opportunity for her career. She was excited about it. At the same time, Eric had booked a sleigh ride with the family for Christmas, a good family activity, and they had a scheduling conflict, and they did not agree about what they should do for that scheduling conflict.
What else did Kouri say during that conversation about her marriage with Eric?
She talked about how she was feeling trapped. She was feeling like there wasn't an easy way forward out of the marriage. She felt like she was worried about her kids. She was worried that she was going to lose them and that Eric was going to take the kids from her and that his family was going to turn the community against her. And she said that in many ways it would be better if he were dead.
What was the tone of Kouri's voice during that conversation?
It was serious. She definitely had a very serious tone. We weren't really joking. It was a very honest conversation and a very heartfelt conversation. And you could tell from her body language that, she was frustrated and she was struggling with where she was at. It was a serious tone.
What was your reaction to Kouri saying it would be better if Eric were dead?
To me, it really signified just how far their marriage was off track and how serious the situation was. And I felt bad for both of them. That's a heavy conversation.
I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Lloyd.
Good morning.
My name's Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Kouri Richins. First of all, I want to talk to you about how you got the job with C&E.
Absolutely.
Isn't it fair to say that Kouri helped you get that job because you'd just gotten a divorce and she was doing something nice for you?
I would say Kouri helped me get that job. Yes, she let me know that it was available and definitely made sure that I knew that it was an option for me.
And she was the reference for you to her husband, Eric?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. And when you were working at C&E, during the time that Eric was alive, Kouri was actually on the payroll, right? She got like a paycheck every couple weeks.
That's true.
Right. And isn't it also true that right after Eric died, she called and said, "Don't send me anymore"?
I believe so, but I am a little fuzzy on that memory.
Okay. But at some point she came off the payroll.
Correct.
Really quick after Eric died.
I would say so.
All right. I want to talk to you about the conversation on December 17th. And this was, as I understand you, Kouri and Eric every year did a Secret Santa project where they gave less privileged people anonymous Christmas gifts, right?
Absolutely.
And so you were there wrapping those gifts?
Yes.
And you were having girl talk?
Yes.
And you're somebody that she trusted?
Yeah, I hope.
Because you had confided in her about your marriage?
Correct.
And the fact your husband had been unfaithful?
Correct.
And she felt safe and talking to you about similar things like that?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were at this meeting, let me look at the date, just 1 minute. A couple of weeks after Eric died, you gave an interview about this conversation you and Kouri had.
Yes.
And you gave it to a private investigator that worked for the family of Eric Richins. Right?
I actually don't remember if it was at that time, but I do remember in a meeting with him, yes.
April 6th of 2022 at your house. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
All right. And this gentleman who was not law enforcement, he was a private investigator, right?
Yes.
And he came to your house and you told him about this day that you spent with Kouri, didn't you?
I don't remember, but I assume so.
All right. And isn't it fair that in that first interview, you never mentioned anything about saying it would be better off if Eric was dead, did you?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. And then you had a second interview almost 2 years later in March of 2024 with the same investigator. Is that right?
Sounds right.
And then the investigator said, wait, I understand you've talked to Katie and there was something you forgot to tell me the first time we met about a statement Kouri made.
That's true.
And what you forgot to tell him was this part about it, he'd be better off dead, right?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it fair that in this second interview in 2024, almost 2 years after, you even in that interview told him that you couldn't get on the stand for sure and say that she said that, didn't you?
I do not recall that.
Okay, Katie, can you please play the clip BL1? If we could cue that up and play it for her to hear.
Cue it up. And let's make sure we're all talking about the same thing. My apologies. Do we have a foundation issue here, Ms. Sher?
Yes, I don't know what they're referring to, and if they're seeking to refresh her, then I believe that should be handled slightly differently.
Yeah.
No, I believe she said she didn't say it, so I don't think I need to refresh her. I think I can impeach her at this point.
If you would just approach for a second.
Well, I mean, if she didn't say it, that I have to say that doesn't look good. If she didn't say it in the first place, and then she did say she didn't think she could say it in court, swear to it in court, that doesn't actually look all that great. I don't know if that's perjury or just, I don't know. But if I was the jury and the family, I would be so annoyed. What about that?
I do have
If you need more, it's in the carafe.
Thank you.
No problem.
Oh, you do?
Okay. Okay, so would you say the number one more time, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, Your Honor. We are going to be playing a clip that we have marked. We're not going to admit it. We're just going to impeach with it, but it's BL1.
Okay. And let's see, Katie, let me get you connected here.
And this part, I swear she said it, but I also feel like if you put me on a stand, I would not be confident enough to actually truly know if she said it, but I swear she said, in many ways, it would be better if he just died.
So that's your
Because, and I remember thinking, the reason I
is that your voice?
That is my voice.
All right. And you did say that you wouldn't be able to swear to it on the stand, didn't you?
I wouldn't be confident in that. Yes.
Okay. And then if we could play the second clip.
Yeah, well, and like I said, that's the conversation we had, and I for sure know she said the trap stuff, and I am 90% sure she said the comment about it being better dead.
Okay, so again, that is the second interview that you had with the investigator. And again, you're saying you can't say for certain that she made that statement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You also never told that statement to the police when you were interviewed by the police, did you? Until later, much later, like 2024.
I don't know if I got interviewed by the police in 2024.
Okay. All right. While you were employed at CNE, which you've testified to, after Eric died, were you instructed to go to the house and pick up some of his private items?
Yes.
And what were you, who asked you to go pick up his things?
Your Honor. Scope.
Help me understand. If you would approach Mr. Beck.
I think that, was it Carl Seinbeck? No, I think it was JD, the lawyer explains, who was saying it's not a great idea to get the jury to hate you as a lawyer. And I do think that that's what they're doing. Like, if I was the jury, I would just be so pissed at this point at all this insane nonsense, constantly being unprepared, being made to sit and wait and go in and out and constantly being put on hold. It's, to my mind, it's absolutely unprofessional and a horrible way to treat the people who have put aside their lives to come here and do their civic duty. I am...
The objection to outside the scope is sustained.
Ma'am, we are going to ask you some more questions in our case. So I will see you again. And that's all I have for you right now.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Sherbanek, anything further today?
Yes, sure. Ms. Lloyd, we listened to part of your conversation during one of your previous interviews. And do you recall during the rest of that conversation explaining why you remembered Kouri making that statement?
I do.
What's that explanation for why you remembered that specific statement from Ms. Richins?
Well, as someone who's gone through divorce myself or marital troubles, I know that it is probably somewhat common to have thoughts that aren't necessarily the nicest about your spouse and to have really strong feelings that way. But I was struck because she said it out loud. And some of those thoughts are what you'd call an inside thought sometimes. And it struck, it was memorable for me enough that after I met with the private detective, I went and talked to my friends. And without prompting, I said, hey, remember that conversation I told you about? What did I tell you about it? And they were able to confirm exactly what I said in my statement here, because it is a very big deal. And I respect the justice system very much, that I am never going to get on the stand and say something that I don't know as truth.
Are you confident in your testimony today?
I am.
Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So now it's your testimony that you were told about this statement by someone else?
No. My testimony is, it is very difficult to say such a thing when someone that you care deeply about has been leveled with such charges. It is very difficult. So that is why it didn't come up in the first interview. It is a very difficult position to be here on the stand saying things like this. I don't want to be here. No one has supplied my testimony to me. No one has made me say anything about that. No one has supplied words to me. I know that that happened, and it is unfortunate that it happened because I don't want to be here saying it, but I know that that is what was said.
And in fact, the friend you're talking about is Kouri Richins, right?
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Didn't you discuss this statement with Kouri Richins, and Katie's the one who sent you to the private investigator?
Katie is the one that made the private investigator aware of it, but that is not who I had the conversation with about it as far as the truth of the statement.
But you did have a conversation with Katie about it.
I did.
Okay. And then you also had a conversation with some other friends who helped refresh your memory about what you might have said?
They confirmed what I said. They did not supply a sentence to me. They did not do anything like that. They just helped me do a hard thing.
Okay. And who did you tell about this statement prior to reporting it, besides your friends and Katie and the private investigator?
What do you mean?
Did you tell anybody else?
I told my friends. I told my partner. I told the investigator, Katie. I don't recall who else.
Okay. And this was all in 2024 when you brought it up to the investigator?
My friend conversation would have been in 2021, right about the exact same, probably within a couple of days of that conversation initially with Kouri.
And you would agree that if Kouri was planning to kill her husband 60 days later, it probably wouldn't be a really smart thing for her to say to you, hey, it'd be better off if he were dead, would it?
Now make your objection that the question is complete, Ms. Shervin.
It doesn't matter now.
Okay.
Go ahead, you can answer.
Say it again, please. I'm so sorry.
If Kouri Richins was planning to kill her husband in about 70 days after she made that statement to you, it wouldn't be a really smart thing to tell someone like you, hey, it'd be better off if he were dead, would it?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion about that?
Same objection.
Doesn't call for speculate.
It's sustained.
Okay. Did you ever ask Kouri directly, what did you mean when you said that to me on December 17th?
No.
You never gave her the opportunity to explain whether she was just venting, whether she was joking, whether she was serious?
Unfortunately, no.
Right. And you had a long time to do that before you reported it to this investigator, didn't you? As a friend.
I suppose so.
Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Lloyd, when Kouri Richins told you it would be better if Eric was dead, was she joking?
No.
What was her
speculation, Your Honor?
What was her tone?
Object to speculation.
Hold on, let's pause. Yeah, the question regarding what she was thinking, or was she joking, pardon me, is sustained. Can't consider the answer no, because this witness can't know what's in another person's head. You can ask about her demeanor.
Sure. What was her tone of voice?
Serious.
Was she laughing?
No.
Was she smiling?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe that she was joking?
No.
One last question. Were y'all drinking?
We had one beverage. I had one beverage.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. May we allow this witness to step down?
Yes.
All right.
Chief, please advise.
I got it. Thank you. If you're called back, you'll get notice.
Okay, thank you.
In the meantime, please don't talk to anybody about your testimony. Please don't watch any coverage, read any coverage, listen to any coverage about the case.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
Please travel safe.
Thank you so much.
Counsel.
Your Honor, the state calls Gabe Morin.
Okay. Sir, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in, please.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Good morning, sir.
Hello,
What, sir, is your name?
Gabriel Morin, Morin.
And what do you do for a living?
I own a restaurant over in Camas.
And sir, is that the Mirror Lake Diner?
Yes, sir.
How long have you owned it?
Almost 13 years.
You operate it as well?
Yeah.
Scott, can I get 8.6 or 8-6, please?
Can you see that on screen, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
Scott, if you can please scroll down. We'll go back to the top. Sir, do you recognize these records?
I do.
Are these records made at the time of the transaction?
Yes.
And is it your business's regular practice to make these records?
Yeah. I mean, there's some, at the time of an order, the table is created, whether it's a to-go order or someone physically in the restaurant. And then when the card is actually swiped, then the table's closed.
Okay, so we're going to get into that. I just need to lay a little bit of foundation to admit them, and then we're going to publish them.
Okay.
But do you keep these records as
Your
a
Honor.
regular?
We don't object, but it's fine to come in.
States 8-6 is admitted.
Thank you. Let's publish them, please, Scott, Your Honor. Scott, if you can, let me see here. Okay, so generally, what are we looking at?
So at 9:07, Megan is our employee. I believe this was a to-go order that was called in.
Okay.
And then, it was paid for in person at the time of pickup. $10 was written on gratuity, then $41.39 was a total charge.
So does this reflect a receipt from a called-in order at your diner on April the 14th, 2022?
Yeah.
And the card entry method there, is that for swipe?
Yeah.
And then the card was present, that's what that's telling us?
Yep.
Signature at the bottom, normal receipt that we've all seen all the time, always?
Yeah.
Scott, can you go to the next page, please? Is this portion of the document that we're looking at now?
Okay, so this is Megan's checkout. This would be at the end of her shift. And this is like a breakdown of credit cards, whether MasterCard, Discover, cash sales, and that kind of stuff.
And then Scott, if you can go down to the third document. Can you embiggen that top part? Thank you. And then, sir, what is this?
Okay, so this is an audit of that particular order. So you can see the timeline on the left side. So at 8:55, it says a Greek omelet, quinoa salad, bagel sandwich with hash browns, and then Kouri is typed in. So at 8:55, an order was placed. At 9:07, the food was ready. 9:07, payment was applied. And then at 10:50, adjusted payment. So the server has some leeway as to when they actually adjust their tips. I mean, before they're into their shift, they're going to go through all their sales and adjust tips. Some servers wait till the end of the day. At 11 o'clock on Valentine's, we weren't very busy, so she did it during the day.
Sir, why the name Kouri?
because there's a phone in to go order. So we don't take credit cards over the phone unless we really need to, but we do enough to go orders that we want a name associated with it so we don't get the orders mixed up. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Hello.
You and I've met before, but just to remind you, I'm Kathy Nestor. I represent Kouri Richins.
Yep.
So I want to go back to what the Exhibit 8.6 that the state just went over with you, and if we could go to the last page. Can you go to the next page, the very last, that page, and then blow it up? And can we publish, Your Honor? It's in.
Yep.
Okay. So could we please highlight the bagel sandwich and the Greek omelet? Now, I've visited your diner. You guys have had similar menu items for a long time. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
You're pretty familiar with your food?
Yeah, we haven't changed the Greek omelet since day one.
Okay, what's in the Greek omelet?
Feta, spinach, Kalamata olives, 2 eggs, spinach.
And it's an egg omelet.
Yes.
I don't know if there's another kind,
Yeah.
but just in case. All right. And so that is just the egg dish itself, right? It's not a sandwich.
No, it does come with a choice of hash browns or country potato. You can modify that and do a quinoa salad, which is what happened in this case.
Okay. So they switched out the hash browns for the quinoa salad.
Yeah, so there's an upcharge for that, but like you could get soup instead of hash browns. So
great.
So your side.
And then what's in the bagel sandwich?
Bacon, egg, and cheese, avocado, and tomato.
All right. And it's on what type of bagel?
Just a New York plain water bagel.
All right. And is there mayonnaise or anything on it?
Nope.
So it's a fried egg?
Typically over hard.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, over hard. Yeah, fried egg over hard.
Over hard.
Over
I'm
hard.
sorry.
So not runny.
Got it. So it's fried egg over hard.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
And then pepper jack cheese.
All right.
Yeah.
And when you get that ready for to-go order, how do you package it?
It's because it's with hash browns, it'd be in a styrofoam box.
And it's a hot sandwich, correct?
Yeah.
You certainly wouldn't want to eat an egg sandwich cold.
Right.
That'd be kind of gross, right?
Debatable, but
Okay.
yeah.
Maybe a cold egg sandwich.
We do a lot of to-go that okay, that's what they want.
Okay, but you give it to them hot.
Absolutely.
All right. Okay. And I'm sorry, just to refresh my memory again, the ingredients on the bagel sandwich are
2 slices of bacon, 2 eggs over hard, 1 slice of pepper jack cheese, about 1/4 of sliced avocado, and typically 2 slices of tomato.
Okay.
And then the bagel itself.
All right.
Toasted.
Court's indulgence for just 1 minute. I think I'm almost done. Just 1 second, okay? And just to be clear, the time that was on the stamp says 8:55 a.m. Can we bring that up one more time?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I understand what that time means. Is that the time of the order or the time it was picked up?
When it was ordered. So it was called in at 8:55.
All right.
And then it was physically picked up and paid for at 9:07.
Perfect. And 9:07 in the morning.
Yeah, yeah.
It's breakfast.
Well, it says a.m., so that's
Okay,
I'm going with it.
Perfect. Thank you. That's all I have. Sorry, I appreciate it.
Okay.
No, Your Honor. So you can step down. May we release this witness, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
You're free to go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Bloodworth, who's next?
Your Honor, the state calls Josh Kays. Your Honor, I apologize. I understand he's at the other building right now.
Oh,
maybe we can take 5 minutes.
Yeah, let's let you stretch your legs. No harm in that. Please rise for the jury. Council will be in recess until 11:25. Thank you.
Lauren's in the back. She's there. Oh my God. I can't believe she would leave her house. Yeah, that no one would eat a cold egg sandwich, Penny. Like literally somebody on the jury eats cold egg sandwiches. I do it all the time. I eat like, I'll get like a egg McMuffin or something, and then I only eat half of it. And then I eat the other half later. Like that is a regular occurrence in my life. I am not a big eater. And all you need is one person on the jury. So not sure what they accomplished there. I feel like the Lauren is there. She's in the back row. Yes, she's in the back row, and she looks exactly like Lauren. You can see, if you want to go to the court TV thing and just go back about a minute while the judge is saying they're going to have a break, and they're scanning she's in the very back. Egg salad is cold sandwich. Yes, again. So I do feel, I mean, I thought that what was her name? Becky Lloyd from C&E. It was not looking good for a little minute there. It was looking like they might impeach her. But I think that the prosecution rehabilitated her beautifully. And I do feel like I can very much relate, and probably somebody on the jury too, can very much relate to maybe not wanting to tell the police something that might, implicate someone in case you're wrong, that you might not want to sick the cops on someone if you, do you know what I mean? Like I none of that. Apples, can you leave it, please? You've been told. Thank you. Sorry. I think that she was credible. I think that it's very normal to feel like you don't want to say things to the officials that might not mean anything, right? Like, I just think they did a fine job of rehabilitating her. And I think that the part that they used to damn her, to impeach her, wasn't that bad. She is literally going, I swear she said it. I swear she did. But I just not sure I feel comfortable in a courtroom. That's a very normal way to feel, right? All they did was reveal her to be a thoughtful person who cared about getting things right, right? And then she went back to her friends to say, did I say that to you? Like, she proved herself to be credible, in my opinion. Maybe not everybody's going to believe that. I get that. But to me, she was credible. So that was the closest they came to scoring any points in the last 3 days, in my opinion. Gravestone wasn't with Lauren then? Who's Gravestone? Oh, I'm just getting a message from Boss Lady, who is running to a staff meeting and will be back in an hour. Who's Gravestone? Jules, tell me, who's Gravestone? Oh, it's Gray Bay, obviously. Duh. I didn't. What's this? I didn't see Nat there today. I was looking for Nat in the same place that I saw him yesterday, and then it occurred to me that he wouldn't necessarily have the same seat, so I didn't see him either. But Gray Bay, yes, of course. Gravestone. Yeah, boss lady's off to her meeting, so that was pretty exciting. Are they on a proper break? Should we look at something? Let's look at here. I'm going to put a picture of Mrs. Trunchbull. This is who boss lady. I can't remember if she's referring to Wendy or Kathy Nestor, but this is who boss lady keeps referencing in the chat. Gray Bay, yeah, it's spelled B-A-E though, Jules. Gray Bay with the E on the end. That's how I spell it. What is she's sniper farting, says Anderson. Lauren is sniper farting. Hang on, let me get my thing over here. Yeah, she's got the, there we go. Right, Wentworth. Oh, I remember watching that. That was a great show. I wonder if Lauren will explain to the bailiff that she has stalkers during the break. I thought that I heard, yeah, right. I thought that I heard that Christina was at this trial. So I'm a little surprised that Lauren would show up. It's Wendy, says Little Whiskers. This is meant to be Wendy. I mean, it could be either of them, although, yeah, Wendy is kind of a... Well, they both are. And I feel like the outfits today on the defense are not great. Yeah, Wentworth was good. Wentworth was like so they did the Orange is the New Black, which was all about the pretty white lady who goes to prison and then has a lesbian relationship. And then they did Wentworth, which is New Zealand, I think. It's New Zealand or Australia. But it was way more... I thought it was way more realistic and way more better. That's my good English. I just thought it was better. So how long are they away? Should we listen to JD for a few minutes? I'm worried that he's going to start with JD. Yeah? Should we listen to JD? Okay. I'm just going to start it, make sure there's no...
This guy was a snitch. Would you take him with you everywhere you go? Would you bring him to every meeting, every late night stop, every questionable decision? Because that's what happened here. A very damaging witness in this case wasn't a human being. It was an iPhone.
Hi, Tony DeWitt here, Missouri appellate attorney, retired. This is the trial channel. No legal advice is given, and everything that I say pretty much is my opinion unless stated otherwise. The Kouri Richins case out of Utah centers on a wife accused of killing her husband, Eric Richins, in March of 2022 by allegedly giving him a fentanyl-laced drink. Prosecutors say the motive was financial, life insurance money, debt, and control of his estate. And they also allege an earlier poisoning attempt. After his death, Richins wrote a children's book about grief, then was later charged with aggravated murder and multiple fraud counts. She has pleaded not guilty, and trial is now underway, and that's what we're discussing. Think about it this way. Imagine you've got a buddy, we'll call him Smitty, who never forgets anything. He writes down everywhere you go. He timestamps when you arrive and leave. He logs who you talk to. He logs who you send messages to. He notes how long you stay in different places. And if the police ever ask, hands it all over. No hesitation, no loyalty, no Fifth Amendment. Now, the phone guy is going to talk about the SMS communications between the parties. Then he's going to talk about the cell phone mapping of the calls and data between the parties. And we'll get to that after we do the SMS messages first.
Does Exhibit 3-16D accurately depict the raw data that you viewed for February 26th?
It does.
Move to admit 3-16D, please,
States 3-16D is admitted.
and publish to the jury, please.
Meet EM Sense, a breakthrough in foot therapy.
All right, have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, may we invite Mr. Kays into the courtroom, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Kays, good morning. If you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
What, sir, is your name?
Joshua Kays.
Is your last name spelled Kaze?
Yes,
Sir, did you know Eric Richins?
I did.
How?
I met Eric probably in 2014 through some mutual friends. Hung out with him a couple times, and then started working in Park City in 2016 for a builder, and Eric Richins was a subcontractor that I worked with quite a bit from 2016 on.
Aside from a business professional relationship, did you have a personal relationship with Eric?
Yeah, so after I started working in Park City, him and I became friends pretty quickly. I played on some of his recreational sports teams. We both liked camping and hunting, so we kind of hit it off on that front. And I think starting 2017, we started hunting together quite a bit each fall.
And would you take trips together to hunt?
Yeah, I think we went to Idaho on some trips 2 or 3 times. Went to Colorado on a trip once, and then a number of times here in Utah.
Are those hunting trips, pack hunting trips, where you pack in, hunt, pack out?
Mixture of both. We'd, hike in a lot. I think we went on some that were pretty grueling. Idaho in the Frank Church Wilderness was a pretty grueling experience. Our last one that we went on together in Colorado ended up being pretty physically demanding, but it was a mixture of sleeping out. Sometimes we'd sleep in trailers, all the above.
Either professionally or personally, in the last few years of Eric's life, how often would you speak with him?
I'd say probably at least every other week. We had a lot of jobs going with Eric and his company. And so we would speak a lot about that. And then obviously in the fall, we would get to speak quite a bit. Yeah, a lot of the hunting trips we went on, it was just him and I on quite a few of them. So, talk a lot on those hunts as well.
you get to know your hunting buddy pretty well when you're out packing with him?
Yeah, especially if it's just you two. There's nobody else to talk to. So, yeah, I think you get to know him pretty well, and in those situations, especially.
What was Eric like personally?
He was very kind of outgoing, confident, fun person to be around. You know, he's just kind of magnetic personality. Obviously not shy. I'd say competitive, especially in sports that we played. He was extremely dependable. You know, one of the best subcontractors I've ever had. If you asked him to do something, he didn't forget. It was always done. Every time he said he would be somewhere or get something done, he always got it done. He was very, very responsible and good that way.
Have you ever observed Eric sick or injured?
No.
Have you ever seen him use over-the-counter drugs?
No.
Have you ever seen him use prescription drugs?
No.
Have you ever seen him use illicit drugs?
No.
Have you ever observed any indication that Eric used drugs?
No.
Do you recall receiving a phone call from Eric Richins at about 2:11 p.m. on Valentine's Day 2022?
I do.
Without saying what Eric said to you, why is it you remember that phone call?
It was notable, I think, for a couple of reasons, but the main reason was just well, the topics of the things we talked about, but also the emotion, I guess. It was unlike any other conversation I'd had with Eric. Mostly just kind of his spirits felt almost like somber, and anybody that knows Eric, most of the time you would call and he would already be talking upbeat, you know, and this one was a lot different.
How did he sound to you?
Like I said, somber would be maybe a way to describe it. Very serious. Maybe sincere, which can be is a little like, especially for friends that joke around a lot and kind of rib each other quite a bit, which we did. It was just very outside the norm.
Had you ever heard Eric sound like that before?
No.
Based on what Eric said to you, and without saying anything that Eric said, did you offer Eric any advice?
I don't know that I would say advice other than maybe like questions, like suggestions and questions was my response.
What questions did you ask Eric?
Chad, can we approach?
Another genuine and sincere witness for the prosecution. So yeah, these guys are scoring points all over the place. I cannot understand how anybody could be being like, did she do it or didn't she? I can't understand it. All of the prosecution witnesses have been either very professional or very credible. to me. They have scored point after point after point after point, while the defense has farted around and wasted the court's time and wasted the jury's time and wasted everybody's time, have done all these like mic drop moments that didn't turn out to be anything, that went to a great deal of trouble to try to make that last witness look like she was a liar, trying to impeach her, and literally just opened the door for the prosecution to prove even further that she was credible. That's how I experienced all of that. I mean, I'm not on the jury, and obviously there are people who see the world differently than I do, but it's not like it's even close here, in my opinion. And just the composure of the prosecution compared to the antics of the defense. Maybe it's not fair, but those things will affect the jury, right? I mean, we are more kindly disposed to people who don't aggravate and annoy us. That's just
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
nature.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Case, let me ask you 3 yes or no questions, okay? Based on that conversation, did you ask Eric Richins if he was okay now?
Yes.
Did you ask Eric if he was going to go to the hospital?
Yes.
Did you ask Eric, what are you going to do about it?
Yes.
Sir, after that call with Eric Richins, did you speak to anybody else about that call?
Yes.
Who did you speak with?
I talked to my wife that night about it. And then a day or two later told a mutual friend, actually two different mutual friends of mine and Eric's.
Did there come a time after Eric's death when you spoke about this call with Kouri Wright?
Yes.
Did Kouri Wright have a similar call with Eric Richins?
Object to hearsay.
Sustained.
When you spoke with Kouri Wright about this call, did Kouri Wright say anything inconsistent with your call with Eric Richins?
Object to hearsay.
Sustained.
So that's all I have. Thank you.
No questions, Your Honor.
May we release this witness, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kays, you are free to go. Please travel safely, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may we approach on schedule then?
Of course.
Yeah, that's what the defense should have done with the last witness, honestly. I mean, I'm sure they feel like they had more. It was more important to try to tear her down because of the comments that she's claimed that Kouri made, but I don't think they did themselves any favor at all by trying to impeach her. And they would have been smart to just walk away. Jem is talking about camping in Scotland, so it sounds awesome. Jem, camping in Canada is a little bit different than camping in Scotland, as you might imagine. I did a little camping in the north of England in the 80s when I was, young and inexperienced with the world, and when I was, planning with a boyfriend at the time, we were going to go camping. He was from England. I was not. And I was expecting to go camping, and it was not my experience of camping at all. The pub was, half a kilometer that way, and the shop was half a kilometer the other way, and we slept on the hillside and had to keep our food in the tent so the sheep didn't get it, which is just not camping in Canada at all. Which is not to say that it wasn't amazing and one of my most fond memories, but I just remember it being very different and having the experience. We were in a place called Ghostland, which is this tiny little kind of a hamlet, and we went into the pub and had a real American Werewolf in London moment where it was like just this tiny little room and every head turned towards us when we walked in, and there were like weird symbols on the walls and stuff, and it was really just super memorable. And then we stayed all night long and played dominoes with the regulars, and I was kind of a celebrity because I was from Canada, right? So it was everybody was super welcoming and charming, and it is literally one of the fondest memories of my life, camping in the UK. So I would be delighted to do some camping in Scotland. I hope to get back to Scotland. I actually went to Aberdeen in 2021 for 2 months with the intention of staying permanently. But then discovered that unlike in British Columbia, where you only have to live here for 6 months before you are eligible for student loans, it's not the same there. It's 3 years, and I wasn't aware that that was the case. I have a UK passport. And so I ended up coming back because I wanted to finish my degree. And then after I got back, I was like, oh, well, I'll just go back to Scotland when I'm finished. But then Apples came down with diabetes, and he can no longer travel internationally.
Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Chelsea Barney.
Ms. Barney, good morning. If you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in, please.
If you'll please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Thanks, Tracy.
Thank you.
Please proceed, Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. What, ma'am, is your name?
Chelsea Barney.
Is your last name spelled Barney?
Yes,
Do you know Kouri Richins?
I do.
How do you know her?
We've been friends for about 20 years.
When did you first meet?
9th grade, junior high, high school.
And have you stayed friends that whole time?
Yes.
How often do you speak, or did you speak with Kouri Richins?
All the time. Well, sometimes every day, sometimes every other. I mean, all the time.
How often would you see her?
Couple times a week. When we got busy with kids, sometimes once a month. It just kind of depends on schedule at that time.
Would you travel together?
Yeah, I traveled sometimes with her. Yeah.
Did you consider her your best friend?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the fact that the defendant obtained a $250,000 home equity line of credit on the home that she lived in?
Yes.
When did you learn of that?
we were on a vacation to Sun Valley, and she had told me about it.
Who were you on that vacation with?
Some of our other friends.
Was that was that vacation in October of 2020?
Yes.
Maybe the first weekend of October of 2020?
Yes.
What, if anything, did the defendant say about that?
She had said that Eric was mad at her and had turned off her credit cards because he found out she took a loan out on the house, and asked if we could pay for the trip, and she would reimburse us when she could.
Did Kouri Richins say what she did with that $250,000?
She used it to buy a house to flip and sell.
Scott, can we get 2-2D, please? Ma'am, Scott's going to scroll through it, and I'm going to ask you if you recognize it, okay?
Okay.
Ma'am, is that an October 14th? Is that an accurate depiction of an October 14th, 2020 text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Are you the blue bubbles and, no, it's the opposite, right? Is Kouri Richins the blue bubbles and you the green bubbles?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-2D.
No objection.
States 2-2D is admitted.
Okay, Corey's I missed that. So crazy though, right? That's Kouri. I don't know what to do. If he thinks I owe him money, then that's fine. I'll pay whatever he thinks, and then I'm out. It's getting a little out of hand. So this is in October 2020. Friend says, it's getting way out of hand. I don't think you should pay him anything. Let the attorneys decide stuff like that, because guarantee they will say you don't owe him anything, or that his pay out of the house won't be as big, which is fine. Kouri, oh, exactly. They would say he still owes me triple of what he says I owe him just for paying me out for the house. Just kind of feel like an asshole, or maybe I shouldn't. But I feel like it would be like bad karma or something if I didn't. Shit, I don't know. Chelsea, what do you feel like an asshole about? Taking money out of the house? Kouri, yes, but it's technically my money, so I shouldn't feel bad. But if I just walked away and said good luck, I would feel like an ass. That's Kouri. Chelsea, how much did you take out? Kouri, a lot. Kouri, picture of, I don't know what. Chelsea, haha, I don't know, friend. How long do you think it would take for you to pay him back? This is still Chelsea. I just worry he's going to keep digging and hire a private investigator or something, and things get bad. Ha. 200, Kouri says, 250K. It will take me a couple of months until my investments pay out. Oh, for sure. So I just got to be top-notch careful. He's totally going to, I feel like, and then shit will hit the fan. And there's nothing more important to me than the boys and making sure custody is always going to be at least 50-50. And if he digs and finds something, I don't want him hiring some expensive attorney to fight for the kids or something. I don't know. Everything has gone through my mind. Chelsea, yeah, I bet so. I don't know. If it was me, I would want to be out as ASAP and let the attorneys figure out all the money stuff. Whether it's now or a couple of months, he's going to be vindictive and try to F you over no matter what. Why? Was there what? Guarantee he would. He's going to try everything. This is her again. He's pushing me so bad to go to counseling by myself because he thinks I need help. Like, what the F? I feel like he's doing that to set me up for down the road to say she's crazy. She even goes to counseling like he thinks I'm the damn problem here, but he's not hearing himself. Didn't she take the money out behind his back? Haha, I just can't get over him thinking you're the crazy one. That's nuts. You should say fine. So I'll go if you go and see what he says. I'm sure that's what he'll try to do and say you drink too much and blah, blah, blah. Yes, you definitely should go see him and see what he says to do. Kouri says Eric's home chat later. And so the picture is, oh yeah, dollar bills.
Ma'am, did Kouri Richins ever tell you whether she had paid back that home equity line of credit?
Yes.
What did she say?
I don't really recall, just that the house she flipped made money. I mean, I didn't really ask much about how much she made or didn't make, and she said she paid him back.
Did there come a time at the end of February 2022 when Kouri Richins mentioned to you something about a cervical cancer scare?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
We were at a friend's brunch, and she was waiting for a call from her doctor, and she received that call at the brunch, and she had said that her doctor had mentioned that she possibly had cervical cancer and had to go in for a biopsy.
Were you present when Kouri Richins called Eric about that?
Yes.
What did she say to Eric?
She just told him just what the doctor said and that she had to go on for a biopsy.
How did Eric react?
He acted concerned, but kind of was, let's not overreact until we know for sure type of thing.
Other than THC gummies, did you know Kouri Richins to use illicit drugs?
No.
Other than THC gummies, did you know Eric Richins to use illicit drugs?
No.
Did you know him to use pain pills at all?
No.
Scott, can I get 2-108, please? Ma'am, if you could read down that kind of timestamp, party, and description columns. Oh, sorry. Scott, can you bring up 2-108D as in Delta? Ma'am, do you, oh, I'm sorry, we're still going.
No, that's
Okay. Ma'am, do you recognize that as an accurate depiction of a March the 7th, 2022 text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
And is she in blue and you in green?
Oh yeah, it's May 7th though.
May 7th? Sorry, May 7th.
Yeah, I'm in green, she's in blue.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-108 Delta.
No objection.
2-108D is admitted.
Chelsea says Derek is home and is putting that envelope in the screen door. Kouri says, oh yeah, it is. It's all just effing crazy. My attorneys have been talking to me all day about it. They're saying if it's poisoning, that means he overdosed on it by accident, obviously, because he doesn't do drugs. He said they have no evidence of either of us having anything to do with it. So somehow it got into his system. He should get the cause of death and autopsy this week. And then my attorneys are going to push for everything and try to close this shit out. Oh, awesome. Thanks, friend. I think she ran over and grabbed it. Come on, Scott. Chelsea, yeah, it's nuts. They say poisoned and automatically jump to murder. Like, no, that's ridiculous. And guarantee that came straight from Amy and Katie once they heard that. Do they still have the to answer by Monday?
Ma'am, turning now to the morning of Eric Richins' death.
Mm-hmm.
How were you informed of his death?
Lisa, Kouri's mom called me.
And what did you do upon receiving that phone call?
I went up to her house.
Did you discuss what happened with Kouri Richins that morning?
To who? I don't know what you mean.
Did Kouri Richins explain to you anything about Eric Richins' death?
Oh, yeah.
What did she say?
Just that she went to bed with one of the boys and woke up, went back in the room, and realized Eric was cold and realized he wasn't breathing.
Did she say anything to you regarding whether they had a drink that evening?
Yes.
What did she say?
That they were celebrating the closing of a job she had and they had a drink together.
Were you present in November of 2022 when Kouri Richins had a phone call with her attorneys about the night of Eric Richins' death?
I don't recall.
Were you present for a phone call that Kouri had in November 22 where she said that Eric was on the phone with people in Mexico about hunting when she went into Ashton's bedroom?
Yes, I was.
Is that what she said?
Yes.
And is that about the right time period, November of 2022?
I honestly can't remember the month, but I remember that being there in that conversation.
Thank you. Scott, can you bring up 2-45 Delta, please? Ma'am, is that an accurate depiction of a text exchange you had on March the 15th, 2022 with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 245D and publish.
No objection.
245D is admitted.
Kouri, I just tried Chelsea, so blah, blah, blah. Sorry, I missed it. Up. Sorry, missed it. Chelsea, I can't even imagine, friend. I can't. And no matter what people say, you're going to feel different. But I don't think there was anything that could have been done. It was an unexpected thing. I don't even know what to say. I can't even imagine what you're going through. You want me to come up? Kouri, I'm okay. I need to get stuff over to my attorney. Thanks, though, Chelsea. Give me a few days. Chelsea, how is all that going? Okay, just let me know if you need anything with the boys, anything, you can call and just chat too. Effing nightmare. This is Kouri. I hired the law firm that represents the Jazz. It cost me $100K. I will effing win. They will not take me from what is mine. Scott, Take it easy, dude. It's too fast. I just can't believe they are following through with all of it. How effing heartless can you be? Have you asked Katie to back off? I'm just shocked. I'm sorry, friend. I will help you any way I can.
Council, would you approach just briefly for a moment?
Man, that's Scott. He's either too fast or he's too slow with those texts. Mostly too fast. Hi, boss lady. Welcome back. I will check you out. Walk to the D side way in Aberdeen. Oh, that sounds lovely, Jem. I will definitely go check it out. You guys should go to Jem's channel and check out her Aberdeen camping trip or whatever else you might want to check out. This witness reminds me of Alanis Morissette in the 90s. And also she was reminding me a little bit of, I was thinking of Christina.
We need to break for lunch. We're going to do that now. During the lunch break, please do not talk about anything related to the case. Please do not watch, listen, or read any coverage of the case. Please don't do any research about the case. Please rise for the jury. Folks, please have a seat. Ms. Barney.
Yes.
We're going to come back on the record at 1 p.m. Between now and then, you're free to go.
Okay.
As long as you come back,
Okay.
ready to go at 1.
Okay.
No matter where you go, whether you stay, whether you go, please don't talk to anybody about your testimony.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Very good. We'll be in recess until 1 p.m. Thank you.
Right. So Little Whiskers is saying, seems she was on Corey's side in the beginning. I wonder what changed. And I was just saying, I was thinking of Christina and how, initially she talked about in her TikTok videos about initially brushing off and ignoring kind of some red flags or whatever. And then, coming to realize what had actually happened. And I suspect that Chelsea, like a lot of us, has seen evidence that is very, very damning. And I don't know if she's probably not allowed to have watched any of the testimony up till now, right? But it came out in court that Kouri took that $45,000 from her and just used it and did not use it as a down payment for a house, right? She just put it in her own bank account and used it to pay off her, some part of her crumbling empire. So just to say, yeah, that's who I was thinking of, Christina and Alanis Morissette. And of, again, how many victims has this woman left in her wake, right? She looks devastated, Chelsea. And she was obviously, trying not to cry when she first sat down. So clearly she has been deeply affected by this, as you would be, right? How hard must it be to sit up there and have the whole world reading your supportive texts, your texts supportive of this woman who completely lied to you and duped you and treated you like a transactional garbage, right? Yeah, boss lady, this is the Chelsea that was texting with her the other day. We saw the text chains back and forth about the $45,000, and Kouri was saying, yeah, we'll do your best to get it in. We got to get it in by today, and I will put the down payment down on this house for you. And then she literally used it to pay off her own debts. So yeah, that's her. So clearly she was on side and she believed Kouri, and then things came to her attention that made her not believe Kouri anymore. Yeah, the forensic accountant detailed exactly what happened to Barney's $45K, and it just half of it went to one debt and half of it went to another debt, something like that. But it certainly didn't go to a down payment on a house. So yeah, and she's upset, boss lady. She's, understandably, she was supporting Kouri all along. She's testifying about when Kouri took the, what do you call it, the line of credit from the house. And about, she talked to Kouri after Eric's death. She testified that she never knew Eric to take drugs, that kind of stuff. So I thought that we could go back and finish with the what do you call? Sorry, God, my brain is a little bit fried. The JD video we were watching earlier. So I'm going to share this instead. You can see it. We're at the end of this commercial. Oops, skip. Sorry.
An exhibit like this before for February 11th.
Yes, we did.
Are we looking at information now pertaining to February 26th?
We are on this. This exhibit is text communication between Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber on that day.
And similar map of the same area?
Yes.
Arrows denoting who sent the message?
Yes. The times they were sent and received and direction, yes.
Now, these pictures are kind of small, but similar to the last exhibit from February 11th, Ms. Richins is denoted with the red background. Is that correct?
Correct. She's on the left side there.
And Ms. Lauber is denoted with the green background?
Correct.
And then we also see Robert Crozier on these exhibits, and he's in the yellow background. Is that correct?
Yes, he will come up. There he is. He'll come up on the map there on the left-hand side.
And again, Scott, if we could move through this exhibit, and Mr. Kotridimus, if you could describe what we're seeing as we go through this
Sure.
process for February 26th.
Sure. On the right-hand side, similar to the other day, there was text communications between Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber through the 2 o'clock hour. It picked back up in the 5 p.m. hour. And at some point during the 5 p.m. hour, Ms. Lauber's device started utilizing towers in those same locations from the previous day. Provo Canyon, Utah County area, traveling north until it finally stopped in the area of the southern end of Salt Lake County. Same thing with Mr. Crozier's device, beginning once again in Davis County and moving south and utilizing towers along the way. So Ms. Lauber is now on the left-hand side. You can see by 7 p.m. or so, she is utilizing towers back in Provo Canyon, heading back to the Heber Valley area where she ultimately ends up. Mr. Crozier has returned back into the general area of the Davis County area by 8 p.m. And then you saw all the communications between Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber, 71 texts between 2:25 p.m. and 10:33 p.m. that day. And Mr. Crozier and Ms. Lauber, 65 texts and 3 phone calls.
That's a marvelous presentation because you can see the figures moving on the map and then going back their separate ways. You've got somebody who says she bought from Mr. Crozier. You've got Mr. Crozier who says, oh, I couldn't remember. And now you've got pretty much visual proof that they were, if not directly together, they were certainly in the same neighborhood, and they likely weren't exchanging Valentines. It was February 26th. So you have to understand, this is not evidence of guilt in itself, but it definitely buttresses, it supports all of the plaintiff's theories about how she got the fentanyl, and obviously the connection between Lauber and Richins sort of confirms who was asking her to get the fentanyl. And the number of messages itself is tremendously significant. I can't think of a time in my life when I have ever sent anybody 71 text messages in the same day. And that just seems over the top to me.
Now, similar to February 11th of 2022, did you look?
Okay, sorry, I'm finding this boring because we just watched all this not that long ago. So I was going to do a poll, but I have changed my mind and I'm just going to put on something different because I'm bored and it's my channel. So I thought we could do the guilty words. So let's listen to her because she's fun and I've heard enough of the trial. So this is Letters and Lies, 5 Disturbing Similarities Between Kouri Richins and Sarah Boone.
Hi, everybody. It's Chris from Guilty Words, where we unravel crime one word at a time. Today, we're doing something a little different. We're going to compare 2 crazy cases and the writing connected with them. We're taking Sarah Boone's 58-page letter and comparing it to Kouri Richins' famous Walk the Dog letter. The similarities are a little bit uncanny and a little disturbing. So let's take a look at them together. Now, if you've been here before, you know I usually don't do case summaries. I always figure by the time you want to look at the exact words connected with a case, you've got the facts of it pretty much down. However, if you happen to click on this because you knew one of the 2 cases, lethal dose of fentanyl. Eric Richins died in March 2022 after consuming a drink allegedly prepared by Kouri. Her motive was financial gain, including life insurance policies and the sale of a family home. Right now, she's facing charges of aggravated murder and a possession of a controlled substance. And her current status, as of July 2024, is awaiting trial while maintaining her innocence. Now, Sarah Boone, on the other hand, is a Florida woman accused of causing the death of her boyfriend, George Torres Jr. George Torres Jr. died in February 2020 after being found zipped inside a suitcase. Her motive was that she believed Torres was cheating on her and he had also choked her. Right now, she's charged with second-degree murder, and like Kouri, as of July 2024, she's awaiting trial while maintaining her innocence. The 2 sources we're going to compare today are Kouri Richins' Walk the Dog letter and Sarah's 58-page court missive. The Walk the Dog letter is a 6-page handwritten letter to Kouri's mom that was found during a search of her cell. Richins was explaining what stories certain people should tell her lawyer in order to strengthen her case. Walk the dog was a type of code. Now, there's debate about what it means, but it seems to mean go outside where you can't be heard while you're talking to somebody about this. Sarah's 58-page missive is a continuation of a long list of complaints that she's had for the last 4 years. It details her dissatisfaction with her 8th lawyer and the court system. There are some general similarities with both cases. The first is the manner of death. Both cases involve unusual and suspicious circumstances surrounding the deaths. In Sarah's case, George was zipped up in a suitcase because they were playing a game. And in Kouri's case, her husband died after she brought him a Moscow Mule, a type of drink the police allege was poisoned. In addition, after the deaths, both women exhibited some unusual behavior. Kouri had a party to celebrate closing on a house the day after her husband died. And in addition, she wrote a children's book to help her sons work through the grief of their father's death. With Sarah, there's some gaps before she called 911. Also, both cases have some critical evidence. With Sarah, the police discovered a videotape on her phone where George is in the suitcase pleading that he can't breathe, and Sarah's laughing at him.
Look at that. This is a useful stainless steel can opener that is suitable for most bottles on the market. You only need to put it on, clamp it, and use a little force to open the lid of the can.
And in Kouri's case, they did a deep forensic analysis that discovered she was in incredible financial trouble before her husband's death. I originally discovered the parallels in their letters by accident. I was looking at Kouri's Walk the Dog letter because I wanted to do a video about how it wasn't a draft of a novel the way she claimed. But as I read it, it also started to call up echoes of Sarah. And that's what I want to talk about today. So first in their narrative construction, that's how they tell the story. Then in the way they provide details and descriptions, their complete self-absorption throughout the letters, their legal strategy, if you want to call it, maybe legal shenanigans would be a better term. And then what I'm calling victim claiming and blaming. Not only do they claim to be victims themselves, but they blame their victims for their own deaths. So the narrative construction is how someone tells a story. And both letters share physical characteristics and an angry, condescending tone. And this serves as a backdrop for some of the other unsettling content parallels. Now, when you look at the examples from the letters, don't try and read the words, just get the overall impression, what jumps out at you about the actual physical letter and how it's written. Both women use some very dramatic handwriting and punctuation. The first is the uppercase or very large letters. The walk the dog and Sarah with the I have not. Also, a lot of underlining for both of them. A lot of exclamation points. And some less common punctuation to draw attention to certain words, like ellipses or bullets or an asterisk. So why would they bother with all of this drama? It's because of the intensity of what they want to say and how much they want people to listen to them. It's their physical writing way of shouting at people. And what are they shouting? Well, that's something they have in common too. They have an angry, condescending tone. For example, Kouri says, "Stupid, I know, but that's what she's thinking." Speaking about something that her lawyer is thinking. "Tell Ronnie don't overanalyze it." Ronnie can't think for himself. She wants to make sure that she tells him how. Then we will get those darn bees. YouTube editing. One way to get Katie. She would be livid if it got out into the public. They have always been jealous of me because anything they could do, Kouri could do better. Now, Sarah has no problem challenging Kouri on the angry, condescending front. She calls her case preposterous and mismanaged. Keep in mind, she's on attorney number 8 at this point. This is before she became her own lawyer.
Sorry, the last point there, they have always been jealous of me because anything they could do, Kouri could do better. That one reminded me, as soon as I heard it the first time, it reminded me of Lauren and her, Dr. John's contention that Christina and everybody were just jealous of her because she was this big star. And that was why they hated her and wanted to get her. So just saying.
She calls people on the internet that talk about her advantageous embezzlers, racketeers, and mindless lemmings. Now, this has made me laugh every time I've read her letter, because here I am on the internet talking about Sarah Boone. So I haven't decided if I'm an advantageous embezzler, a racketeer, or a mindless lemming. I'll have to give it some more thought. I'm sure Sarah would be happy to tell me. Unfair, one-sided finger pointing. Everybody's pointing the finger at her, and she's angry about it. Put the stone down, as there will be no casting of anything today. That's a very highbrow metaphor and ties into her victimization later. She is making herself extremely unwelcoming. And here she's talking about lawyer number 8. Angry, condescending, their way or the highway tone. Both women go into a lot of detail in their quest to micromanage and manipulate the people who are getting these letters. Both women spend an incredible amount of energy trying to control how others act, what they say, and what they do, in order to make it more advantageous to their case. Kouri has an elaborate story that her brother is supposed to tell her then lawyer. Now, this tale will fill in gaps that the lawyer needs in order to have an alternate narrative for her defense. She not only tells the brother the story in general, but she goes into incredible details on exactly what he needs to say, never mind whether it's true or not. In the same light, people that were connected to Kouri were going to do an interview on Good Morning America. And Kouri goes through and names each person and says what they should emphasize in their interview and how they should frame their stories on the show. She also mentioned someone named Lotto. She wants to make sure Lotto stays quiet, but she doesn't just say, tell Lotto not to say anything about us. She goes into exactly what not to say. Don't say anything about going to church together. Don't say anything about any trips we took together. She's very precise in case Lotto can't figure out what not saying anything means. At the same time, she also wants Lotto to take out $1 million home equity loan to help her out. And probably one of the most chilling things Kouri wants someone to do is what she asks her mother to do. She wants her mother to go on Kouri's phone and find pictures of her sister-in-law's children and anonymously send them to the media. And she's very precise about how to do this. Don't email it. Nothing can be traced back to you. And she's doing this to make her sister-in-law, Katie, mad. This was the phrase we looked at a couple of slides ago. Katie would be livid. She would be livid because pictures of her children would be posted all over the internet without her permission. And that's an endangerment to children. But Kouri doesn't care. Now, Sarah is no slouch in the telling people what to say and do department either, especially when it comes to making things better for her case. For her, there are certain things she believes lawyers should not say to her. Things like,
if you want to have a job in the next 5 years, these are the AI rules you need to know.
I'm putting this to bed. That's not necessary. I'm not having this conversation with you. To those of us with some emotional maturity, we realize those are boundary-setting phrases. Apparently, before those phrases got said, Sarah was pushing and pushing and pushing and not listening to the lawyer's response until the lawyer finally just had to say, enough. Not only that, she likes to tell the judge what to do. She knows in this 58-page letter that there have been threats that she may end up representing herself, which is indeed what happened. But she is telling the judge representing herself is not an option, as if she's in charge of the court, and she gets to tell the judge what decisions to make. Also, the public in general should not talk about her. All of us mindless lemmings here on YouTube or anywhere else that people are discussing her. This I find a little ironic because, as I mentioned in a video that I did about her 58-page letter, I think she likes the attention, even though she argues that the jury pool around the world is spoiled for her. And since lawyers shouldn't say certain phrases, neither should the judge. And the phrases the judge shouldn't say include, everyone has their limit. I don't know the context in which the judge said this. It sounds like it had to do with lawyers reaching their limit and asking to withdraw. But Sarah doesn't want to hear that. Again, not a woman who respects any sort of boundaries. One of the most striking commonalities between these letters is the utter self-absorption that both women show. They are asking some very difficult things of the people that are receiving these letters, and there's no concern for how those people may feel or act when they receive them. Everything is about me, 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 and making things good for them at whatever cost. There are two key aspects that really highlight the self-absorption. The first is that in all of these words that they're spewing out with such intensity on the page, there is absolutely no empathy for either one of the victims. Sarah doesn't even mention George at all, and Kouri only mentions Eric when it comes to the story she needs to concoct about him being a drug user and smuggling drugs from Mexico. But in terms of their deaths and grieving and missing them, nothing at all. The other thing that's even more disturbing, if that's possible, is that both of these women have children. Sarah has a son and Kouri has 2 sons, but neither one asks anything about their children or mentions them in any way. If Sarah is upset about all the online coverage, you would think that she would mention, my son is going to be reading this. How is he going to feel about his mother seeing these people say these things about her? There's none of that. There's not even I've been here 5 years and I'm worried about my child and how he's growing up without me. Kouri doesn't mention her children at all either. And she's writing to her mother. She doesn't say, hey, Mom, tell the boys I miss them, or send me some notice of how the boys are doing, or give them my love. Nothing. And not only that, but she's willing to endanger her nieces and nephews. Incredible. Both of these women are using these letters to try and affect their legal strategy. A better way to put it might be to stir up some legal shenanigans. In both cases, they think they know better than their own lawyers. They also are trying to circumvent the facts of the cases and are trying to engage outside help and support, legally or otherwise. For example, Kouri is scripting witnesses to lie to her attorney and then later on the stand in order to make a story that might help her defense. Sarah refuses to listen to any of her attorney's advice. She knows what's the best way to try her case, and she can't stand it because her attorneys don't agree with her. Kouri asked her mother to give some Crest White strips to her lawyer because her lawyer wouldn't mind smuggling them into the prison for her. Technically, no, they're not as bad as illegal drugs, but they still are considered contraband. And it's very presumptuous to think your lawyer is going to risk smuggling something illegal into jail for you without questioning it at all. Sarah walks out of meetings with attorneys and justifies it in her letters because, again, they're not saying what she wants to hear, so she's not going to stay because she knows better. Kouri expects others to break the law for her. She expects them to perjure themselves. She expects her lawyer to risk censure for bringing in contraband. It doesn't bother her in the least. And Sarah calls court personnel all kinds of insulting names in order to try and stop them from behaving in ways she doesn't like. Her end goal is to get her case tried the way she thinks it will work and get off scot-free. Good luck with that, Sarah. The last area in which they share a commonality is victim claiming and blaming. So first, both of them claim they are the victims. Kouri, her sister-in-laws are jealous. The police don't believe her. She had nothing to do with the drugs. Eric framed her. Oh, poor her. She's going to get home and she's going to go after those darn bees, her sisters-in-law. Sarah says the whole world has judged her in advance. She can't get a fair trial. Her civil rights are being violated. People are being mean to her. And as far as the actual victims go, George and Eric, Kouri says Eric was a druggie. He bought the drugs himself and he overdosed. He did it all himself, his fault. Sarah says George got into that suitcase himself. It was a funny game he wanted to play. Friendly game with a tragic outcome. He did climb in there himself. He wanted to do it. Both of these women in these letters really show their true colors. So what did we learn about both of these women? In some ways, I think they could be best friends if they ever had jail cells next to each other. Both are absolutely remorseless, cold-blooded, selfish to the degree of narcissistic, and willing to do whatever it takes to get themselves off. And the way they wrote their letters certainly proves it. Thank you for joining me today. I really appreciate your time. If you've enjoyed this content, I would love to have your subscription. And please hit the like button so the video gets out to more people.
Yeah, I like her. Chris, at Guilty Words. Yeah, she's good. She's got I guess we now have wise words or word wise as well, but quite a good little niche that she carved out for herself. I've just subscribed again to her with my Dreadful Penny channel or account, because my other account I was subscribed through that. But yeah, I think she makes some very good points. And I think she carved out a great little niche for herself. And I have nothing but respect for her efforts and opinions. So just saying. So yeah, this is the other one. This is the word wise. So I thought we could listen to her too. I I don't think I have seen her channel, but I don't think I've listened to any full videos yet. I'm just looking at the chat here to see what people are talking about. Hang on. Yeah, maybe go and like and subscribe to her channel if you have a minute. Cabby says she enjoys Sarah Boone's style and vocabulary. I find Sarah Boone's writing super irritating, but I can understand that. She's definitely got a unique style. But it's really not to my taste. I find her, it overwhelms my brain, and I am easily overwhelmed. Yeah, Pegowitz and Cashmore were most vexatious. I mean, she did like to use the big words. She certainly did. So yeah, I don't think it was a pool party, Layla. I think it was at the Midway House, but I mean, I could be wrong about that, but that's what I'm remembering. And I don't think there was a pool there because it was still not built. But yeah, Lori Vallow had a pool party. She's just thinking futuristically. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Lori. God, so guilty. Through and through, that woman, she was guilty. LM was going to throw, really, Lauren Matthias? Oh, that's right. The 144K subs. Yeah, that's right. God, creepy. Lauren Matthias. What do I got here? Sarah Boone's antics have entertained me since the case broke. I followed her case very closely. I find her fascinating. The universe is vexed by her. Sent us, yeah, Hurricane Milton during her trial. Yeah, that's right. I remember that. And I remember it was her birthday during the trial because it was 10/10/77. It was her birthday. Are pool parties a tradition among LDS criminal types? Seems like they are, yeah. Lauren Matthias, yeah. I cannot stand LM. No, none of us can stand LM. I started an entire YouTube channel to express how much I cannot stand LM. So I think, yeah, I think the rest of us can. Sorry, I forgot to share. This is Wordwise. I forgot to change which thing I was sharing. So she's like 1 second into her intro. So I thought we could listen to her. It's kind of long. They will be back before she's done, but I can't talk for another 20 minutes. And I need to get something to eat. So we'll just go ahead and listen to Wordwise. The title is Dad's Not Dead, Kouri Richins' picture book about grief.
When I'm in danger and I'm scared, when my palms are sweaty, my heart beating rapidly, and I need you, are you there with me to make sure I'm safe?
Nice intro.
Hello, and welcome to Wordwise. I'm your host, Kit, and today I'm going to be discussing the children's book written by Kouri Richins, who is currently on trial for aggravated M and attempted M. Separately, she's facing charges of insurance fraud, mortgage fraud, which I didn't even know was a thing, money laundering, passing bad checks, forgery, and probably some other things. She's also facing a lot of civil lawsuits. Although I previously said I wasn't going to cover the children's book she wrote because she employed a ghostwriter, I'm no longer certain that information is accurate. And the book is so badly written that I think Kouri might be the actual author. In fact, I found some details in the book that strongly point to Kouri being the author. This is the first of 3 videos I'm going to do discussing Kouri. In the second, I'm going to go through a really interesting, kind of bizarre email she wrote to the police during their investigation that tells us a lot about her version of life with Eric. In the third, I'll discuss her notorious walk the dog letter that she wrote from jail that instructs her family and friends on exactly how they should lie for her. Quickly though, I want to thank everyone for your response to my last video. It's been really beautiful. I was so touched by your support, and it really does help to know that we're all in this together, and I hope that you know that I'm with you too. Also, I'm sorry I didn't clean up my office before filming. I slipped a disc in my back, picking up the dog's water bowl, and I'm avoiding unnecessary lifting. Bending. Both, really. Before we talk about Kouri, let's talk about her late husband, Eric, and get a little backstory about why she's going on trial.
Every person is different, right? Every program is different. There's help available out there. There's a way to get out.
Another great way to use AUK is to pre-cultivate. Just start all your favorite plants in AUK and move them out.
Eric Eugene Richins was born to Jean and Linda on May 13th, 1982 in Bountiful, Utah. He also had two sisters, Katie and Amy, by Kouri Richins. The cover is not awful, but not great. I absolutely hate that the soccer ball is out of focus. My brain hurts when I look at it. A lot of people have speculated that the 5 birds flying out of the clouds represent the 5 people in Kouri and Eric's family, but I'm not sure I buy that. If they're birds now, doesn't that mean they're all dead? I don't know. And this image of Eric is clearly based on him, but I think some strange choices were made. He's wearing a ball cap with his company's logo on it, but the logo is incorrect. And because of the art style, it kind of looks like he's wearing aviator glasses on top of his head. I found it distracting. Dedication. Dedicated to my amazing husband and a wonderful father. This is our first indication that no professional touched this text, because there's no need to label the dedication, especially not if you then write dedicated to immediately after. I also found a wonderful father oddly distant. It's not grammatically incorrect, but it hits my ear wrong. I would have suggested to my amazing husband and our son's wonderful father. I'm going to describe these images for anyone podcasting this video. On the opposite page is a family portrait, including the family dog, that lists the boys' names. I'm not sure that was a good idea in this day and age. I went ahead and blurred the names out. Sort of floating over the portrait are the words, always in our minds, forever in our hearts. Takes me back to the idea of Kouri as a live, laugh, love girly. Are you in the clouds when I look up to see you, to tell you about my day, ask about yours, and tell you I love you? Okay, I'm not going to belabor this point because it's going to come up on about half the pages in this book, but this thing is riddled with grammatical errors. Even more perplexing, it's lousy with punctuation errors. And I'm not talking about sophisticated, delicate issues that were decided incorrectly. I'm talking about not marking questions with a question mark. Real second grade stuff. On this page, all of this text should have been a single sentence. It's a single question, but it's been broken into unnecessary segments. We're going to see this particular issue with the question marks half a dozen times at least. The illustration shows a boy facing away, staring out across a lake. I don't think the illustrator did a terrible job, but I think they were the wrong illustrator for this book. A lot of what's, for lack of a better word, unsettling about the book comes from the illustrations. Is it weird that we can't see the boy's face? A little. The opening of a book is where we meet the characters, and especially after that family portrait where everyone's facing away, it made me wonder if this was going to be a thing. Also, I kind of hate this text on one page, illustration on the other thing. It just feels like a way to pad the length. But punctuation errors and odd illustration choices aside, how do we know what's happening here? Who is this kid talking to? Will kids know this is about grief over losing a parent? The father character isn't anywhere on this page, so at this point, the reader has no idea to whom the boy is speaking. Kouri said in her radio interview that she described the images she wanted to the illustrator, so I assume this came from her. Even if she didn't want to spell out the situation, I would have been inclined to choose images that would give the reader more context. Are you at my soccer game where I scored that goal for you? I looked for you in the crowd, but you weren't there. Did you see it? The illustration shows a lone boy on a soccer field, staring up with a very sad look on his face. I think this illustration is way too close up. It took me several seconds to realize that the crisscrossing lines behind him were the goal net. I'm pretty confused about why we're looking down on this kid at such a dramatic angle. And what is happening with the shadow behind the boy? It's also very dramatic. It looks like someone is shining a spotlight directly at this kid, which brings me to one of my other complaints about the illustration. The boy and the angel dad are the only two people who ever appear in these pictures, other than like the shoulder of one person that shows up in another picture. It's almost entirely just the kid and angel dad. It becomes more and more noticeable as the book goes on, and it gives the story almost a hallucinatory quality. Like the boy feels all alone, so we'll illustrate the book as if his feelings were reality. That's some real avant-garde I Am Legend kind of stuff. And it might be really cool in a graphic novel. It's not a good choice for a picture book. We still don't know that the boy is speaking to his father or that the father is dead. He could be talking to his teacher, his sibling, his crush, his priest, his dog.
Honey, why is the speaker on, but there's absolutely no sound coming out?
That's the magic. It's a pillow.
Are you with me on my birthday to blow out my candles? To celebrate another year and watch me grow? Teach me new things and watch me make mistakes? A very sad little boy with a tear running down his face has put his head on the table next to an oddly geometric birthday cake with 5 candles. 4 for the years and 1 to grow on makes 5, so I guess he's turning 4. Yet somehow he's made this rather elaborate cake and he's lit the candles and now he's sitting at the table completely alone, just watching them burn. Regarding the text, is the boy saying he needs his dad's help to blow out the candles? I guess some 4-year-olds need help with that, although they probably want to do it all by themselves. I want to point out that this text isn't written from the point of view of a child. These concerns are clearly an adult's concerns. No child has ever said to their parent, "I want you to watch me grow." And I think most would rather jump in a volcano than have their parents watch them make mistakes. Even the way these ideas are conceptualized sounds adult. They're very high concept. Celebrate another year. Teach me new things. Kids are more inclined to focus on specific things that their parents do with them. Like if I think back on things my parents did with me that I really liked as a kid, I might have said that I liked that my parents read to me every morning and every night. I wouldn't have said they educated me about literature. Or my dad did this thing where he'd pour us glasses of milk, and while he did it, he'd lift the jug higher and higher, and we'd run our fingers through the stream of milk. I don't know why we did that. I'm sure it was super unsanitary, but we loved it. We thought it was so much fun, and that our dad was so cool for doing this with us. Like, if dad had died when I was a kid, that might have been something that I would have remembered and said, I miss doing that with dad. In fact, one day, I don't know why, but instead of running my fingers through the milk stream, I clapped and the milk went everywhere. I couldn't believe the mess it made. Dad could not stop laughing, even as he told me not to do that again. My point is, I don't think Kouri's sons said this. I think they would have had very different reasons they wanted their father with them on their birthdays. And all of the scenarios in this book feel like they came from an adult, even though Kouri swears the boys wrote the book with her. If that's true, why aren't they listed as authors? Are you with me on my first day of school, when I'm scared, nervous, and have the butterflies? Will I make friends? Will the teachers be kind? Will you walk the halls with me that day? So we get part of another person here. The boy is standing in a hallway, presumably in a school, and there's part of a person, less than half, in the foreground. Their face is cut off by the edge of the page, and they're out of focus. The fact that there's no one else in the hallway makes this partial person kind of spooky. They appear much taller than the boy, maybe even adult size. And the boy doesn't appear to be walking. He's just standing in the middle of the hallway, looking depressed. This text seems somewhat more relevant to children than the last scene. I wouldn't have used the word kind. I don't feel like that's a word kids use very often. Will the teachers be nice sounds much more natural to me. Same issue with will you walk the halls with me that day? That day is completely wrong. It's pretty impressive that a 4-year-old is starting kindergarten, though. Are you with me on Christmas when Santa delivers my presents? when I rip through them as fast as I can because I can't wait to see what's next? Did you see what I got from Santa? The little boy is sitting in a giant wingback chair, opening a box with a bow on it. There's an elf on the shelf sitting on the fireplace mantel, but no people. And there's a dog bone with a bow around it, but no dog. The proportions of the boy are all wrong. He looks tiny in that chair, and his legs appear even tinier. He's like a ventriloquist's dummy. The more you look, the worse the illustration appears. Like, part of the bow on the gift box is translucent, but the rest isn't. And there's an object on the table that I simply can't identify. It looks like maybe a pine cone? Where is this kid's guardian? Where are the presents he's opened? Where's the dog? At least the desire to show your parents your presents is relatable. And the boy is giving a sort of reluctant half smile. That's a step up. But the text still hasn't clarified whom the boy is missing. Based on this picture, it's his entire family. They're all dead. Are you with me when I'm sad because I miss you? When I'm thinking about you and wondering what we would be playing today if you were here? We're back to the soccer field. The boy is standing in front of the goal, looking miserable again. There's a first place trophy on the ground beside him. I guess he won it all by himself, in a game with no opponents and no spectators, just running across the field on his tiny legs, which appear to be clad in jeans. I don't know why we couldn't see him in a soccer uniform. I think this is the most important question the boy asks in this book, although it's missing a question mark. That's really the heart of grief. Are you with me when I'm sad? And everything else is just different manifestations of this question. I'm not sure small children will carry that question to a hypothetical, but I'm going to give Kouri 1 point of credit for stating her book's thesis. Maybe the book is being deliberately vague about whom the boy misses so that it can be given to a child who's experienced any loss. I can see value in that, if it weren't also implying that this boy is the last living person on Earth.
Should these auto-transforming glasses be made illegal in Canada? All glasses have this tiny flaw, but we fixed it.
Are you with me when I'm happy? When something exciting has happened? Can you see me smiling and my heart so full? Are you happy with me? This illustration is the same as the cover of the book, except the angel dad peeking from behind the clouds has been cut off, and the boy's eyes have been altered so he appears to be looking at the ball he's chasing. He's still wearing his jeans and hoodie, and he's definitely in the process of spraining his ankle. Maybe I'm a bad person, but I don't generally think about the people who are gone when something exciting is happening. Maybe when something happy happens. I feel like Kouri only included this page as a counterpoint to the question about being sad. And why is the kid happy? He's playing soccer by himself. Are you with me when I'm in danger and I'm scared? When my palms are sweaty, my heart beating rapidly, and I need you? Are you there with me to make sure I'm safe? This is easily the most disturbing part of the book to me. The illustration shows the boy in bed with covers pulled up to his chin, and he's looking out of the corner of his eye at something or someone off page, and he has scared eyebrows. This page is the major reason I say that this was the wrong illustrator for this story. It's much too frightening. They've colored the picture with washes of blue and red and a little purple, and as soon as I saw them, I thought of emergency lights. The boy seems to be at home in bed, and maybe the police or an ambulance have pulled up outside and the lights are coming through the window. I don't know. The fact that we have no context for this terrified child is part of what makes this picture so disquieting. Nothing is scarier than the unknown. And when you're a kid, everything's unknown. You don't know what's possible and what isn't, and you certainly don't know what's likely. I couldn't help wondering if this was based on a real scene that Kouri's children lived through. They were in bed asleep when the paramedics arrived to try to revive Eric, and they did wake up. It's entirely possible that one of them woke up to police lights shining through their bedroom window. That's a haunting image, and probably a haunting memory if it happened. And what does it say about Kouri if she exploited that trauma for this book? The text is almost worse. What was Kouri imagining as a scenario when she wrote this? The boy's in danger? The idea of a child in danger whose father can't rescue him because he's died is awful. It makes me think of J.J. Vallow. The boy in the book is so scared that his palms are sweaty and his heart's beating too fast, and as far as we can tell, there's no one there to protect him. There's no one to make sure he's safe. It's like the boxcar children, but sinister. Yes, I am with you. I am with you to listen about your day and tell you about mine. I sit next to you while you walk with my arm around your shoulder and my head on your head while we talk together. We've changed points of view without warning or explanation. Suddenly, this book is in the voice of Angel Dad instead of the boy. The picture shows the boy sitting on a bench in what might be a park, and Angel Dad, who's semi-transparent, is sitting next to him with an arm around the boy's shoulder. Angel Dad has wings. This might be the worst drawing of a bench I've ever seen. There's a strange whirl in the wood that I had to zoom in to see because I thought Angel Dad had brought a sack lunch from Heaven's Kitchen. How hard is it to draw a bench? This page begins the second half of the book. The first half was the boy asking questions, and the second half is Angel Dad answering those questions. And he always answers yes. It's not a great format, in my opinion. It's not even a conversation, let alone a plot. It's just Angel Dad saying, yes, I'm with you when. What's really confusing to me is that the boy is pointing at something off page. For whose benefit is he pointing? Does he know Angel Dad is there? He doesn't look sad or terrified. Does that mean he knows Angel Dad is with him? I can't help imagining being a child, reading through this book, and not being sure if this guy is the kid's dad or not. They might not even know Angel Dad is a dead person. They might just think he's a guardian angel. Like, the lack of clarity is pretty significant. I don't have children, so I don't know if this message that the dead are with us is a good one. It's taken extremely literally in this book. If you believe in life after death, and I do, maybe that's the right thing to tell kids. Maybe Kouri just takes it too far. I am with you when you scored that goal for me. You couldn't hear me cheer for you, but I yelled and clapped as loud as I could, just like always. If an Angel Dad claps on a soccer field but no one can hear it, did he really make a sound? This is the third time the book has used this illustration. It's the one from the cover again, and this time it's zoomed out so that you can see Angel Dad cheering from among the clouds. The boy is happy, the ball is blurry.
Have you guys seen the girls that are drawing all over their shirt with a Sharpie just to see if the bra actually give them a lift? Well,
again, Angel Dad seems to be living some kind of parallel life with the boy. It's like a Star Trek episode. Angel Dad can see the boy, but the boy can't see Angel Dad, and somehow they have to communicate to save the Enterprise. In fact, I think Next Generation did that storyline. I remember Geordi saying, "I'm right here." Okay, I looked it up. It's a 5th season episode of Next Generation called The Next Phase, in which Geordi and the prickly Ensign Ro are in a transporter accident and Data throws them a jazz funeral.
Are you saying I'm some blind ghost with clothes?
It's a good one. Yes, I am with you while you blow out your candles for yet another birthday. Although I'll miss the upcoming years, I stand hand in hand with you, walking with you, helping you and praising you. I will watch you grow into a fine young man. The boy is blowing out his birthday candles. Same geometric cake, but now there are 6 candles, so I guess he's turning 5. And Angel Dad is standing behind him, smiling. I hate the way their eyes are drawn. Although not as much as I hate the way the shadow of the boy's nose makes it look like he has a wee mustache, in the style of a man YouTube prefers I just call wee mustache. Yet another birthday has a strange connotation. Angel Dad sounds less than enthusiastic. Then he says he'll miss the upcoming years, but he'll also watch the boy grow, which is a contradiction. It's especially strange because the way the book describes Angel Dad is so literal. I stand hand in hand with you. I'm walking with you. I keep wondering if a normal human child would read this and say, where is he? Why can't I see him? Is he on this side of me or this side of me? Do we need to leave room for him on the couch? And why is Angel Dad praising the boy if he knows the boy can't hear him? It's like a movie depiction of how a ghost would act, forgetting they're incorporeal and can't make noise, but still running around trying to talk to people. Yes, I am with you as you walk the hall of the new school, making new friends, meeting new teachers. I will sit on your desk next to you, teaching you, pushing you to try harder, and giving you my love when you succeed. The illustration shows the boy sitting at a desk in a classroom and Angel Dad standing next to the desk. The boy's smiling and raising his hand. There are like 8 things wrong with this drawing. The desks are way too close together, and none of them are occupied except the boy's. 2 of the legs of his desk are reinforced, but the third visible leg isn't. Also, his paper includes the math problems 5 times 8 and 3 times 10, but the blackboard, which is at the back of the classroom, has 4x plus 6x, which seems like a pretty big jump in difficulty, and also probably too hard for a 5-year-old. A lot of the text is now just restating the questions the boy asked. It's so literal. How is Angel Dad supposed to teach this kid? It's one thing to say, I'm with you, I'm there, I see you, and another to say, I'll help you with your homework. Let's not raise expectations in children that we know can't be fulfilled. And what kind of conditional garbage is Angel Dad saying, he'll give you my love when you succeed? What if the boy doesn't succeed? What if the boy flunks out? Will Angel Dad abandon him? How will boy even know if Angel Dad abandons him? Yes, I am with you at Christmas. I'm in my pajamas, drinking hot chocolate, and I have the glow in my eyes.
The recording of the phone call that's going to come in through Ms. Barney.
We object to it.
Let's have that conversation now. Mr. Bloodworth, just for the record, proffer what the proposed exhibit is.
Your Honor, it's 2 exhibits. It's State 2-46 and 2-47. It's one phone call that's split into 2 recordings. And the phone call is June 17th, 2022, between the defendant and a friend of Eric's, and Chelsea Gibson, the current witness, was present for the portion. Sorry, Chelsea Barney, the present witness, was present for the portion of the conversation that the state intends to play, and she participated in it. The state is offering it for the defendant's statements. The statements made by Mr. Knudsen and Ms. Barney are effect on the hearer context.
Okay. And a 1-sentence description of the probative value. I don't know what's on the call.
Your Honor, the probative value, there's a lot to unpack there. It's sum total, the calls are about 45 minutes.
Give me an example.
Consciousness of guilt throughout.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Lewis.
Your Honor, first, we don't think the call is relevant. It takes place after Mr. Richins' death. It doesn't discuss anything of relevance in this case that I can recall. We also don't know, Chelsea wasn't a party to the call. I don't know if it was on speaker and she heard parts of the call.
Representation if she speaks during it.
I'm sorry.
The representation from the state is that Chelsea Barney speaks during the call.
I was just going to say once or twice she says like yes, or she makes a couple of comments. I don't know though if she was there for the whole call, if she was in and out. I don't know which portion of the call in particular they want to put in. So
Forgive me. I was under the impression that you and Mr. Blover discussed this very thing during the break.
We did not.
Oh, okay. Would now be an appropriate time to have that conversation so that you're not unsure about those things?
Yes. Do you have a transcript of the part you want to put in?
Yes.
Can I have it?
Yes.
I'm going to go make myself a cup of coffee while
Okay.
you review that transcript. Would you email me a copy of the same transcript?
Yes.
So I can have the same information at the same time.
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll be in recess for until 1:15. Thank you.
Okay. More ridiculousness from the point of view of the jury. I mean, I know I'm just a person watching over here on YouTube, but my God. How did this not get sorted out during the last, literally, they have been off for almost an hour. And nobody thought to sort this out before they came back in the courtroom. It's very frustrating. Okay, so we can go back to word-wise.
Eyes watching you open your gifts. You can't see my smile, but it's there. I'm here, and we're together. The little boy is back in the enormous wingback chair, and Angel Dad is standing behind it next to the elf on the shelf, which inadvertently brings to mind a comparison between the two, and I don't know what to make of how similar they are. The chair is so big it's dwarfing even Angel Dad, and the illustrator forgot to color in parts of the ribbon on the box the boy is opening. I looked really closely at this image, and I'm pretty sure it's the same one as the earlier Christmas scene, only reversed and with the addition of Angel Dad. This book was digitally illustrated, so it's entirely possible that the illustrator reused the same image with minor changes. Lazy, but possible. That's one of the reasons I say this book writing lane company is a little scammy. I don't even know what to say about Angel Dad wearing pajamas and drinking hot chocolate. Can I get a child psychologist to weigh in on whether or not this is a healthy thing to tell a child? Kouri is essentially saying the same thing over and over, and it appears to be, your dad isn't dead, he's just invisible. I don't think that's a great message. I believe in life after death, but I have to acknowledge that things change. And I think most people who believe in life after death would agree with me. You don't just spend eternity acting out being alive. If that were true, wouldn't there be a ton of angels all around? Wouldn't Angel Dad be interacting with them?
Do you know how much I love you? This much.
You know, there's this misconception that if you're working fast, there's no way it can be good.
Yes, I am with you when you are feeling sad. When your eyes are full of tears, your heart is empty, and you miss me. I am wiping away the hurt, holding you in my arms and telling you I love you. I am here with you. The boy is sitting with his knees pulled up to his chest, crying, and Angel Dad has an arm around the boy's shoulders and is wiping away his tears. The illustrator's attempt to make Angel Dad translucent isn't working well here. There's a line running through Angel Dad's face, and somehow his eyes are highlighted? How is that possible? How can his angel eyes be reflecting a light source? Oh, and what in God's name is this in the corner? Are those legs? Did the illustrator add disembodied legs to the background? Why? Whose legs are those? It's freaking me out. But not as much as this semicolon. How can someone who doesn't know how to use question marks correctly then correctly use a semicolon? I can't wrap my mind around it. That's part of what makes me think that Kouri wrote the first draft of this, and then someone in an editorial capacity went through and changed a couple of things. Obviously not enough things, but some things. Because I just have a hard time believing she can use a semicolon. All of that aside, the message on this page is actually really nice and touching. I wish Kouri had focused more on pages like this. I also wish she would employ an Oxford comma, but she's not a fan of commas in general. Yes, I am with you when you are happy and you are so excited your heart could burst. I am next to you, smiling, proud, and holding your hand. You can't hear me whisper, but I do tell you that I love you. This illustration also appears to have been slightly altered and reused. It shows the boy alone in front of the soccer goal with the trophy, and the only difference is the framing and the presence of Angel Dad, who's standing beside the boy with his hand on the boy's head. Something strange is going on with the grass. It's green on one side of the boy and yellow on the other. Repetition in all its forms is one of the most used rhetorical devices in picture books, but it's starting to grate on me here. Not only are the illustrations repeating, but the text is repeating. Angel Dad answers the boy's previous questions by restating them, then adds something. Plus, nearly all of the pages of text from Angel Dad's point of view end with, I love you. The sentiment is sweet, but the more I hear it, the less authentic it feels. Yes, I am with you when you are scared. I am holding on to you to give you the courage to stay strong and brave. I hold you to make sure you're not alone and to remind you everything will be okay. This illustration has also been slightly altered and reused. Boy is still cowering in his bed while the emergency flashers splash light across his face, but now his eyes are closed and Angel Dad has a hand on his forehead. Angel Dad has no right to tell this kid that everything will be okay. We don't know what this situation is. It might be a monster under the bed, or it might be someone breaking into the house. What's Angel Dad gonna do then? And this is why I feel like this might be the wrong thing to tell kids about death. It's setting up unrealistic expectations. Let's say something bad does happen to the kid. What's Mom going to say afterward when he demands to know why Angel Dad didn't protect him? I think the kid would feel really betrayed by both the mom and the dad because one lied to him and one let him down. I hear you when you speak to me and ask me how I am and to tell me you love me. I watch down over you, embrace you, feel you, hear you. I gently reply, I love you too. Has this illustrator never seen the back of a baseball cap? There's just a line instead of a clasp. And what is happening with the back of Angel Dad's head? Are those mutton chops on the sides? Is that his hair or some kind of brainstem helmet? All that aside, this illustration is probably the best in the book. We see the soccer field from Angel Dad's point of view in the clouds, and it's visually interesting. However, it looks like it's nighttime, and the boy is alone on a soccer field that appears to be downtown somewhere. There are no cars, there are no people. It's eerie. It's very vanilla sky. Oh, and suddenly Angel Dad has a halo, but he no longer has wings. Somebody's gonna have to explain the logic of that to me. Somehow Angel Dad is both watching from the clouds and embracing this kid, and I've just given up on any part of this making sense. At this point, the text is just platitudes and repetition. Isn't a kid likely to ask, but why can't I hear him when he talks to me? And that's just part of the problem. The book is written based on adult assumptions about death and adult understandings of what is and isn't possible. But I feel like a lot of kids who are facing death for the first time will be more confused than anything else about the logistics. Adults understand that dead people are with us in spirit, but not physically. I imagine that's a hard concept for kids to grasp. I am here with you every day, every minute, every second. Although you cannot see me, I am there. It's me in the wind. I'm the chill you feel. It's me, the feeling as if someone's with you. I will forever love you, my sweet baby, until we see each other again. Yes, I am with you. The boy is sitting on a cliff above the lake from the first scene of the book, and above him, Angel Dad is staring down from the clouds. I'm the chill you feel is very poorly chosen. Angel Dad is starting to sound like Chad Daybell, who also thinks a chilly wind indicates the presence of ghosts. This is the line everyone thinks is creepy, and it is. Personally, I think it's me, the feeling as if someone's with you is much creepier. But either way, these were just poorly chosen descriptors. Just really, really bad. This is the last page of the book, and it ends on such an uneasy note. And we see the same contradiction as before. Angel Dad is right there, but also won't see the boy until some future date. Thus ends Are You With Me?
Twizzlers' bendy tastiness keeps the fun going. Told ya.
They said nothing could fix it, but wait till you see this. If your back is slouched.
How could we have made this book better? First, a different illustrator. This wasn't the right person for this project. The oversaturated colors are too intense, and they add an immediacy and almost an urgency to the story that doesn't match the text. I would have chosen something much softer, maybe watercolors or chalk pastels, and done vignette-style illustrations instead of full pages. I also would have put the illustrations and the text on the same page. This layout isn't doing the story any favors. Every single spread is a full-page illustration on the left-hand side and text on the right. Even the layout is repetitive.
Ms. Lewis, may I ask you a couple of questions?
Yes.
I now appreciate what I did not appreciate before I took the break. This is the call that was the subject of one of defendant's motions in limine, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the parties briefed this. We had a hearing about it. I ruled on it. I denied the defendant's motion to exclude this very recording, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Anything further on that?
Just if we could have a continuing objection to it, to its admission.
It's preserved for the record. All right. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the room? Sorry, ready for the jury. My apologies.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Cody, we're ready for the Tracy, thank you. Mr. Bloodworth, is your team gathering? Very good. My apologies. Yeah. Ms. Barney is welcome to take the stand. Please have a seat as you come in. Have a seat, thank you. you're still under oath.
Okay.
Very good. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, were you present at the Richins residence 2 days after Eric's death, March the 6th, or on March the 6th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And did there come a time when Kouri Richins was very upset and you went to console her?
Yes.
Why was she upset?
She got in an argument with her sister-in-law.
And what was the argument over?
She was trying to get into Eric Richins' safe to get the will out.
And did the argument also involve the home?
Yes.
What portion of the argument involved the home?
The sister-in-law had told Kouri that the house was no longer hers and it belonged to the other sister because she was in charge of everything.
How did Kouri Richins react to learning that?
She was very upset.
How upset?
Crying. I mean, pretty upset. Yeah.
Did she collapse?
Yeah.
Was she hysterical?
Yeah.
Did she say why she was so upset?
She just said she couldn't believe this was all happening.
Did she seem surprised to you that the house was no longer under her control?
Yes.
What, ma'am, do you know about Kouri Richins' business?
Very little. Just that she would buy houses, flip them, and sell them.
Did she present to you as being successful at that?
Yes.
Was she very generous to you?
Yes.
Were you aware that she was in any financial distress?
No.
Ma'am, are you familiar with a house at 299 East, 100 South in Heber?
Yes.
How so?
I lived there. I bought it from Kouri.
Who lived there with you?
My family, my husband, and 3, and I had another one, so 4 kids.
Ma'am, when you say you bought it from Kouri, what do you mean?
We were in a situation of needing a place to live, and Kouri was buying this house to flip it and sell it, and she offered to sell it to me.
Did you accept that offer?
Yes.
What was the arrangement?
Just it went back and forth for a year on what would work out, and it came down to I would sign the deed of the house, and the house was mine, and I paid a down payment, and I could do what I wanted because I had the deed to the house, but the loan would be under her name, but I would pay the mortgage payments myself.
So let's start with the down payment. What was your understanding of the down payment?
Just she told me it was to pay the brokers back that she borrowed money from to get the house.
And how much money was the down payment?
$45,000.
What, ma'am, were you doing for a living at that time?
I was a manager up at Soldier Hollow Grill.
And did you work in part for tips?
Yes.
And did you have savings from your tip money to pay the $45,000 down payment?
Yes.
Did that amount to essentially your life savings at that point?
Yes.
Did you wire $45,000 to Kouri Richins in 2 separate wires?
Yes.
And you understood that to be a down payment on the house that you were living in?
Yes.
Did you understand that Kouri was going to put that money towards a mortgage that was closing soon after you wired the money?
Yes.
As far as you know at the time, did she put the $45,000 towards the mortgage?
Yes.
What was then your arrangement with her on paying rent or paying the mortgage or paying money?
The loan was just in her name, and I paid the mortgage company directly myself.
Do you remember about what you paid them every month?
$2,900.
Scott, can I get 6-14, please?
We don't have an underscore.
Thank you.
Scott, can you scroll down for the for Ms. Barney and counsel? Ma'am, do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Is that a copy of a warranty deed that you signed on this house?
Yes.
Is it an accurate depiction of that warranty deed?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 614 into evidence.
No objection.
614 is admitted.
Your Honor, thank you. Okay, Ms. Barney, it says up at the top, 290 East, 100 South in Heber. Is that the address that you lived at with your family at the time?
Yes.
And that's you, Chelsea Barney, as the sole owner?
Yes.
Scott, if you could scroll down, please. Scott, if you could scroll down, please. Scott, if you could, I'm sorry, go up. If you could just enlarge kind of the middle to the bottom portion. Thank you. Scott, if you could go to the next page, please. And then down to the bottom. Oh, I'm sorry, the bottom page. You could enlarge that, please. Ma'am, is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes.
When you signed that document, what was your understanding?
That the house was mine.
Did you understand that that document, upon signing it, that needed to be recorded with Wasatch County?
Yes.
Was that document ever recorded with Wasatch County?
No.
That was signed, I think, on January the 6th, 2023. From that point forward, did you continue to live in the home, pay the mortgage, and have the understanding that it was your home?
Yes.
Did there come a point when that understanding changed?
Yes.
When was that?
When she got arrested, I was informed that there was a loan taken out on my house that I didn't know about, or I didn't take it
Action,
out.
Your Honor, hearsay.
So the question was, did there come a time when she became aware of a certain condition? She's explaining how she became aware of the condition. Doesn't matter if it's true, just matters that she heard it. So this explanation for what she heard can be considered only for an explanation of the effect it had upon her, not for the truth of the matter asserted. Go from there, Mr. Bloodworth.
So did there come a time when your understanding changed?
Yes, I emailed the lady I signed the papers with and asked for copies of the paper, and she told me it was never filed with the county.
Did you continue to live in the house?
I did.
Did that change?
Yes.
When?
September 24, I believe. I was evicted.
You were evicted in September 24?
Mm-hmm.
Why were you evicted?
The new owners kicked me out.
Were there new owners because the mortgage was foreclosed on?
No.
Why were there new owners?
I don't know how it all works, but she gave the deed over to someone else, and they owned the house.
Was it a deed in lieu of foreclosure?
Yes.
Who's the she when you just said that?
Kouri.
So it's your understanding then that Kouri Richins gave the deed of the house over to new owners in lieu of foreclosure on the house?
Yes.
Scott, can I get 2-55 Delta, please? Ma'am, is that an accurate depiction of January 17, 2022 text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes. It's not January though.
Sorry, June 17th, 2022. I'm having trouble with
Yes, it's. I'll correct you, I guess.
Please do. Your Honor, the state moves 2-55D into evidence. Hold off on publishing.
All right, we object. We approach.
Man, this is just exhausting. Oh my God. How did... I mean, I know they can't just like go, all right, we give up. She's guilty. I know they can't do that, but my God. This is frustrating. I can't imagine being on this jury. I would just be so pissed by now. What are people saying over here? Yeah, she victimizes everybody she comes in contact with. That woman thought she had bought a house with the money that she saved from her tips from waitressing. And Kouri stole it from her to service her own debt. Like, this is who these people are. This is why we need to talk about it and get it out there, right? Now, the defense is going to be horrendous to her, probably, although maybe not. Maybe they'll try their smarminess. But yeah, I have had everything stolen from me by a narcissist. It is like so much with these people. It just wrecks you, you know. Seems to have frozen here. I'm just going to Yeah, it's the worst, right? It's the worst. And not only do you lose everything, but then you're stuck with all the rage and all the anger and all the shame and embarrassment of having been duped by somebody, right? It's just, I was absolutely devastated when my business was stolen from me and everything that I owned because I lived in the building. I lost everything. Grown woman, 54 years old, lost everything. The only thing I managed to save literally was like photographs of my son and his childhood growing up. Other than that, I lost everything. 40 years worth of journals. Everything. Every last thing. You know, the tampons in my bathroom cupboard. Everything. And I was devastated by it. It was awful. It was absolutely awful. And it took me years. You know, you're stuck with the rage, you're stuck with the shame, you're stuck with the starting over from scratch, you're stuck with the betrayal, you know, all of it. What is happening here? Why is it stuck like this? There we go. Okay. They are still up at the thing. Yeah, it's a horrible, horrible thing to do to someone, and then to have to go up in the court in front of everybody and talk about all of it. I mean, you know, obviously it's important because justice has to be served, and you know, she's doing the right thing by being there, but she's now having to relive all of it in front of the person who victimized her. So it's just never ending with these people. And look at her. Look at her. She's devastated. She's devastated. And not only that, you know, a man is dead. And she probably feels some sense of responsibility about that because she didn't pick up on what a lying, nasty piece of garbage Kouri was. And was, in fact, you know, complicit in some ways just by being supportive of her. I had a store, Mary. I had a store called Penny Royalty. And it was all secondhand. So thrift, vintage, antiques, everything. And I lived in the apartment upstairs. And so every single thing that I owned was in there. And overnight, the landlord tripled the rent, changed the locks, and stole every single thing from me. He sold the contents of my store, which was the inventory was worth over $100,000. And he sold all of my personal belongings. He stole my mechanics tools that I had collected during my career as a mechanic. I had like $20,000 worth of mechanics tools. He stole all those. He stole everything. He took the tools because he ran an automotive dealership, took the tools and sold the contents of the building for $5,000, kept 3,500 of it, and sent me $1,500. How did he get away with it? Well, he was the landlord of the building, and he hated me because I used to work for him. And when I bought the business, I didn't know he was the landlord. So I used to work for him. I was injured because of him. Workers' compensation went after him because of what he did that caused my injury. He was fined. I left his employ. I bought this business. I did not know that he was the landlord of the building when I bought the business. So he waited 2 years and then he stole it all from me overnight and I lost everything. He trashed my reputation all over town. He told everyone that I had been selling drugs out of the back of the store. And I lost everything. I lost every goddamn thing. I was 53, 54 years old, and I landed back on the porch of my foster mother's house with my dog and my cat and my photos of my child that I managed to save, and, you know, my clothes and whatever I could fit in my hatchback, basically. So I had to start over completely at the age of 53. I was 53. I turned 54 a few weeks later. Yeah, his name is Bud Gardner. He is the owner of Gardner GM. He's 91 years old, and I check the obituaries regularly.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, watching me do this at sidebar has got to be like watching paint dry. So rather than that, we're going to let you stretch your legs. Please rise for the jury. Have a seat, folks. Thanks. May I borrow that, Mr. Bloodworth? Thank you.
I agree. This is ridiculous. I would be really upset if I was the jury. Jules lost everything. Right? I mean, these things happen. I remember at the time thinking, you know, I've lost everything. It happens. I'm certainly not the only person in history to have lost everything. You know, people lose their homes in fires, earthquakes, tornadoes, you know, I am in good company and I'll survive the way other people survived, you know. But yeah, I mean, it took me a long time to get back on my feet. Years, like not to get like I was within, you know, I had my foster mom, so she took me in. I went out and got my class 2 license and got a school bus driving job.
Defendant's position. The two sentences that give defendant the most concern, because in defendant's view, they would undermine the court's ruling regarding the scope of Kouri Richins' likely testimony, are as follows. This is, details matter here, so if you can write those details down. The green message from Ms. Barney on June 17 at 10:36:04 includes the following sentence. Quote, fuck that, you wouldn't call Cody about anything personal, end quote. I understand your position to be that when considered in context of Cody's testimony would provide a inference for the jury to draw, or would provide a basis for the jury to draw an inference regarding the content of the conversation with Cody that has been excluded. Am I with you so far?
Yes, except that we actually would start with, you gave him a sandwich.
Yeah, sorry. That is something your client talked about later in the string. So that we got to keep that context in there.
Just a minute. It's just.
The giving of the sandwich has not been excluded. That's actually hotly in dispute. It's something the state is seeking to prove. The thing that I've excluded is some content of what Eric told Cody, because there is not an applicable hearsay exception for some of that content.
All right, so you're starting with haha, and out of everyone, he called Cody about it through.
Oh, that's, yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, sure. Those two sentences.
Okay, all right, that's different.
Okay, and then, hold on. Let me just get it on the record, and I'll give you a full opportunity to respond.
I
Yeah.
wasn't trying to respond. Can you mark it on the paper copy so that we can then transfer to the?
I can. Do you actually want me to write? I don't want to ruin the only copy you have today.
We'll make a new one.
All right, very good. I got it. Okay. And then, as I understand it, Ms. Lewis, we would go to 6/18/2022, 9:57:49. That's on page 9.
Yes.
Second paragraph, quote, I highly doubt Eric called his sister and agrees to tell her you poisoned him.
Well, and probably the next sentence, because it makes no sense otherwise.
Well, it makes as much sense as anything, but it doesn't matter because it's not coming in for the truth. So other than that, other than those two, were there any other sentences that you believe would undermine the court's other ruling?
Just one moment.
And I say, I'm sorry, other than those two sections, I understand it's more than two sentences.
No, I mean, we still would make our objection regarding hearsay and the double hearsay, but no, those are the sentences that particularly deal with that issue.
Okay, so Mr. Bloodworth, let me make sure the state gets an opportunity to be heard here. Let's take these two sections one at a time. Let's go back to 6/17/2022, 10:36:04. That's the top of page 7. Let me know when you're there.
I think I'm there.
Okay, quote, ha ha, and out of everyone, he called Cody about it. Fuck that, he wouldn't call Cody about anything personal. Those two sentences. Any objection to redacting those two sentences?
No, yeah.
Okay, let's do that, Scott. and then let me know when you're ready to move on. Got it. Can you see that, Ms. Lewis?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And then, Scott, if we may go to page 9, the green bubble at the top. Second paragraph, quote, I highly doubt Eric called his sister in Greece to tell her you poisoned him, end quote.
So, that relates to not to the Valentine's Day charge poisoning. It relates to an earlier trip to Greece. I think there's a fair reading of that is not he called his sister in Greece, he called his sister from Greece.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And that was my first reading of it too, given the prior content regarding getting sick in Greece. It's ambiguous though, and so out of an abundance of caution, we're just going to redact it.
Out of an abundance of caution, the state will not object.
Okay. Got it. Okay. And then we will, of course, pursuant to defendant's request, instruct the jury that they may consider Ms. Richins' statements in the blue bubbles for any purpose. They may not consider any of Ms. Barney's statements in the green for their truth. Rather, they may only consider them for the effect they had upon Ms. Richins as the listener.
Yes. We understand the ruling, yes.
Got it. Anything else before we invite the jury back in, Ms. Lewis?
No.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. You have some water, Ms. Barney?
I do.
All right, very good. We're ready for the jury. Yeah, it's 2-55D. Please have a seat as you come in. All right, please have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, State's Exhibit 2-55D is admitted. Would you like us to publish to the jury?
Your Honor, one question first, please.
Yes.
Ms. Barney, do you recall that text exchange that you just read?
Yes.
What, ma'am, was the context of that exchange?
She received an affidavit on why her house was searched.
Your Honor, may the court publish?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're about to see a text exchange between Ms. Richins in the blue bubbles, Ms. Barney in the green bubbles. You may consider Ms. Richins' statements in the blue bubbles for any purpose. You may not consider Ms. Barney's statements in the green bubbles for their truth. Rather, you may only consider them for the effect they had upon Ms. Richins as the listener of the messages.
This is Kouri. Oh my effing God, I got the document. Still Kouri. It's Katie and Amy. Still Kouri. They told the detective basically I've been trying to kill Eric for years. Still Kouri. And Eric was divorcing me. Chelsea. Holy F, are you effing serious? I mean, we knew it, but what the actual F? When was he divorcing you? Can you send it to me? I want to read it if it's okay. Kouri, I just sent it to you, and they said we were arguing about buying the Midway house because he didn't want to sign papers on it. That house had nothing to do with him. They said I didn't even try CPR. Oh my God, WTF. Chelsea, what did the bit like? What the F? Are you effing serious? It even says in the ME, how did CPR? What the F? I would be so done and ask Gene if he knew about them doing this. I knew it was them, but that's still effing shocking. Is Gene the dad? What's happening? What's happening? Sorry. Oh, sorry. Chelsea again. Oh my effing God. Didn't you guys have a drink to toast the signing of the Midway house? And why the F would you kill him over that? That's the stupidest effing thing. Have you bought and sold you have bought and sold tons of houses. Why all of a sudden that one was the one he argued with you about and you killed him over? I would completely cut ties with that family now. That is effed up. They are all effed up. Kouri, exactly. They are so effing stupid. And Valentine's Day, are they serious? OMG. Chelsea, I haven't read it yet. I'm about to grab a beer and read it. What did they say about Valentine's Day? Kouri, oh ha, well, read it. Then we can talk. Chelsea, oh snap. Okay, I will read it in 10. Just got to switch the laundry. Chelsea, what in the actual F? You gave him a sandwich, and Eric has talked to us about how he got sick in Greece because of his Lyme disease medicine. Wade does the same with his old Crohn's disease medicine. That's not uncommon. I mean, F, what if Eric something, and if he wanted to divorce you, why didn't he let you move out when you had your Camas condo? He didn't want you to leave and begged you. Even Amy said he was trying by reading anger management books and everything because he loved you so much and couldn't let you go. Even effing Bryce said it. Well, Chelsea, it says how his family came to them. Do you think Gene was one of them? Have the detectives talked to Sky ever? Is that Sky Lazaro, the lawyer? Must be, eh? Still Chelsea, and what would you have put in the sandwich for him to break out in hives? Kouri, I didn't even make him a sandwich with those effing idiots. It was Valentine's Day, and Eric and I were both working from home that day, and I ordered lunch from Mirror Lake Diner. He never broke out in hives or used an EpiPen. I was effing with him. Bailey was there too. He said the sandwich hurt his stomach, so he was going to nap. No hives, no EpiPen. They are such liars. And then he woke up and went to work. Eric got sick in Greece because we were all at a restaurant and he ordered a non-alcoholic drink and they mixed alcohol in it anyway and gave it to him. Everyone was there and watched it happen. I didn't give him an effing drink. The waitress did. Exactly. Eric was not going something too fast, Scott. Jeez, I thought I was a fast reader. Chelsea, where the F are they getting this stuff from then? How can they just make this shit up and get away with it? Like, for suck's sakes. I think she means fuck's sakes. Cody definitely is involved in this also. I bet it was him and the sisters. They don't want you to get anything. This is effed up. Like, for real. You guys were not divorcing and you have no reason to kill him. You could have just left him without killing him. I'm shocked. Kouri, I am suing them for defamation and lying to the cops. Every bit of that is an effing lie. Every bit of it. They are not getting away with this. I sent it to Gene. I told him I was done with the girls. They are never allowed near my kids again. And if he needs to respect that. And said because they are effing liars, something. Scott, you're too fast. Oh, for sure. Sue them. Even Cody. All three of them are lying. I'm shocked. How could they say that? And how could those cops go believe that without asking you any questions about any of those accusations, I wonder what Jean is going to say.
Ma'am, I'd like to now turn your attention, please, to about 2 weeks after Eric's death. On March the 19th, 2022, were you part of a phone call between the defendant, Kouri Richins, and Bryce Knudsen?
Yes.
Who is Bryce Knudsen?
Eric's best friend.
Did you listen to that phone call this morning?
Yes.
Is it in 2 separate parts?
Yes.
Was that phone call an accurate depiction of the phone call that actually occurred?
Yes.
Your Honor, those parts are labeled 2-46 and 2-47. The state moves to admit 246 and 247.
Counsel.
Same objection.
Okay. 246 and 247 are admitted, starting with 246.
Yes, Your Honor. We're going to publish in just a moment. Fair warning, they're long. Ma'am, what was the context of this phone call?
Just to see how Eric felt about everything that was going on with the house and it being in the will and Kouri not having it.
Ma'am, you said to see how Eric felt. Did you mean how Bryce felt?
Sorry, how Bryce felt, yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, they moved to publish 246.
Ms. Lewis, do you want the same instruction?
Ongoing instruction, yes.
Okay. You're going to hear a telephone conversation that has 3 voices on it. One of them is Kouri Richins. You may consider the statements made by Ms. Richins on this recorded telephone call for any purpose. The statements made by the other 2 voices on this call, you cannot consider for their truth. Rather, you may consider those statements, if at all, only for the purpose of the effect they had upon Kouri as the listener to those statements. All right. Scott, if we lose audio, we'll do our usual dance, okay?
Sounds good, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, actually, can I also admit, state moves to admit 2-46T, which is the transcript for the first audio, and 2-47T, which is the transcript for the second audio.
Same objection.
Very good. 246T and 247T are also admitted. Scott, go ahead, please.
Just walking to the airport.
In the airport?
Yeah, all right, work at the airport at night.
Yeah. Well, no, I want to talk to you when you're free, not when you're at work.
No, I got 30 minutes for the next flight.
Okay. I gotta talk to you. I gotta get shit off my chest.
Okay.
You okay?
I'm good.
So, you know that I'm obviously in a lawsuit with the Richins.
You are?
Yes.
I did not know that.
I just want to tell you what's going on. But I also want to back up a couple steps, and I want to tell you that I understand that your loyalty is 100% to the Richins. Like you've known them longer, and I get that, and that's fine. And I just, if our friendship ends here, I get that too. And I mean, I get it, Bryce. Like I just get it, and it sucks, but it is what it is. And I just want to get everything out on the table right now so that, but basically, you know about Eric's trust. It's no surprise.
Yeah,
Bryce, I don't care about money. It's not a big fucking deal to me. All the money, Eric has almost, $3 million in life insurance money. I want it all to go into the trust to my kids. I don't want any of it, Bryce. Like, I don't care about money.
Sure.
This house is my house, Bryce.
Right.
But I mean, when I make money, like, I work hard for my money, Bryce. Like, I do. I don't make Eric money. I have put $80,000 towards our mortgage in the last year. I paid $60,000 in cash of my money towards that pool. Like, this is my house, and I'm going to fight for it. I just want you to know. And whether I have to fight the girls about it, I'm going to. They can have half of C&E. They can have all the life insurance money. They can have anything they want. Take it. But they can't have my house, Bryce.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know everything, right? I know what Eric was doing for a long time, right? I mean, I don't judge you. Eric doesn't judge you. Eric doesn't judge me and the mistakes that I've made, right?
But
I know that.
Bryce, I mean, I'm just going to be up. Yeah, I took $250,000 off of our house.
Yeah.
Do you know how much in real estate we own today because I did that? $11 million worth of real estate. Do you know why I did that, Bryce? Because Eric would never let me work. Eric never trusted me in
100%.
believing me. No, but I want you to know that. Would you do it? Would you take $250,000 to make $11 million?
Well, that's tricky, right? Like, the communication was the big thing for Eric, right?
He told me no, Bryce. I believed in myself. He told me no, but I knew I could do it because I know what I can do. Bryce, I wouldn't do something that I didn't know that I knew I could do. I'm not fucking stupid.
Right.
Bryce, I own 12 properties that are almost all paid off. Including my own house that I've almost paid off. Like, I own multiple houses in Park City, in Mill Creek, in Saratoga Springs, in Heber, in Midway, all because I did that. And they all go to my kids. $11 million of real estate property because I took $250,000, Bryce. He just never gave me a fucking chance. He never gave me a chance because he didn't believe in me. And he can say whatever he wanted. He can say I stole from him. He can say whatever. But at the end of the day, that $250,000, Bryce, was paid off in 7 months and turned into $11 million in 2 years. And now somebody's going to come in and take my fucking house from me? It's not going to happen.
I didn't think they were going to take the house. They're taking the house?
Yes, they're taking my fucking house, Bryce. This is my goddamn house. This is my fucking house.
I thought the house was going to stay with you no matter what.
No.
Oh.
The house goes to the trust's name, which goes to Katie. She has the right to sell it. She has the right to remodel it. She has the right to do whatever. I have no rights to the house, so to speak, of the trust.
That was, Eric he did everything for you and for those kids, right? And when all that shit went down between you and Eric over, the power of attorney and taking the money and whatever, that's what changed it for him, right? So he was like, right, I'm not here anymore. I need to make sure my kids are protected, right?
I get it.
And they're just protected.
I get it.
So I said I knew she was going to get ugly, right? And I'm neutral here. But if you can just take my word for it, I knew.
Bryce, I'm scared to take your word for it. I'm terrified to take your word.
No, I'm not on anybody's side. I'm more on your side than Katie and Amy's side, only because even though Eric and you were not getting along, how can I don't get along? That's not part of being a marriage, right? But Eric would always say that you were his wife, you were the mother of his children, and he loved you, right? And so he would do anything for you and those 3 boys. And I know he set things up with the lawyers and all that bullshit, right? And that was more for how to protect his 3 kids. But I know if Eric was still here today, he would say, no bullshit. I need Kouri to be protected. But unfortunately, he didn't set it up that way. And honestly, I don't even know how he set it. I don't know. The only thing I know is
so many mean things. So many mean things in it, and I don't care.
It shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that.
And they can have the money, Bryce. I can make more money. I can take care of my kids. I just want my house. I just want my house and my stuff in my house that me and Eric bought. I just want my house. They can have all the money. They can have all the money.
Did you tell him that?
I can't talk to him. I tried to tell him that, Bryce. Hey, Bryce. This is Chelsea. Hey. So Kouri has told them, or they're going through like attorney to attorney. It's never been like face to face.
Yeah.
Do you want me to tell them? Okay, so Kouri has told them that they can take all the life insurance, whatever they have in their name, what Eric left to them, but Kouri just wants her house, which is like a $3 million to $7 million difference. Well, they won't agree to anything until they get the autopsy because they think that Kouri had a part in Eric's death. As in Amy and Katie. They probably not Katie as much as Amy. They think that Kouri has a part in Eric's death.
A little far-fetched. I don't think Kouri's capable of doing that, but
What?
I think that's a little far-fetched. I don't think Kouri's
Well, I mean, that's kind of where we're at now. And she just got this call yesterday. And I'm up here just because she asked me to come up because she's kind of broken right now and she doesn't know what to do. And that's kind of where they're at, where they said they don't want to agree to anything until they get the autopsy back to reassure them that Kouri had no part in Eric's death. So that's kind of where Kouri's like, like how, I don't know. I don't even know. Like, this is all just fucking crazy.
I don't. My conversation with Eric, right, were the thing that he did. I mean, all of this is, they were all the protected kids stories.
No, and everyone totally understands that. Like, I think everyone understands that. Everyone knows how Kouri and Eric were. Everyone does. Like, even I do. Like, everybody knew how like, we're not fucking stupid. 2 years ago, they were getting a divorce, and then they were great. But, like, to say in the moment that they were at when he died, I can honestly say, because I even told Kouri, like, I hadn't gotten a call from you in a year that Eric was being an asshole. Like, I hadn't gotten that call. So, like, for me to say, like, Eric wouldn't have turned this around, like, I guarantee you Eric would have turned this around. And I'm not saying, like, Kouri needs life insurance. She doesn't. Like, Kouri can make whatever money she wants. But the fact that they're going after her house is what she's just so broken about, is because...
Well, I don't know. What does the will say?
It just says, so in the will, it says everything that, so Eric put the house in the trust. No, not just for the kids, for like Katie. So Katie can make all calls up until they are 18 years old. Yeah, not just that, but she's the power of the trust too.
Yeah.
So like Eric put the house. So Eric not only put his part of the house, but he put Kouri's equity in the house in the trust. So Kouri has no fucking say right now unless she fights it with a lawyer, which she's doing right now. But also he put half of his business in the half that, so him and Cody signed a, I don't know, some like insurance thing to where if one of the partners died, that half would go to the widow. Well, Eric signed his half that would go to the widow into the trust. So in all honesty, Kouri gets nothing from Eric, which Kouri's not about getting anything from her husband dying right now. I mean, that's a tragic thing where no one, like, that's not what you go after unless you're some fucking Black Widow. Like, that's not what you go after. You don't go after your husband dying and you don't go after money. But I mean, she's just saying all like she doesn't even care about the life insurance because the life insurance, the beneficiary is Katie right now of Eric's life insurance.
That's fine.
Which Kouri says she's fine. And like in all honesty, like if you weigh out how much Katie gets in the will and how much Kouri is asking for, it's compared to 7 million to 3 million. Like Kouri has already weighed her assets on everything, and with Kouri's house and like everything that is in her house, she would probably get $3 million of that. And Katie, with the life insurance and everything she's getting out of it, she's getting 7 million. So it's like, you know, like all Kouri is asking for is her house, but they're not agreeing to that because they are coming up with the fact that Kouri has a say or has a, like Kouri was an accomplice in how Eric died, is what they're saying. If that makes sense.
That makes sense. I have not talked to Katie or Amy about any of this stuff.
Well, I mean, there's no reason to talk to Jean because Jean's kind of Switzerland on this whole thing.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, but I mean, with all being said, it all comes down to Kouri can't attend Eric's celebration of life.
Really?
Yes.
No, I can't. My attorney said I
Her
can't.
attorney said there's no, like,
If Katie and
absolutely
Amy are gonna
not,
be
like,
there,
don't
can't.
attend Eric's celebration of life because Katie or Amy will be there or one of their friends will be there or someone will be there to come out and making Kouri look bad because they've already come after her of being an incompetent mother.
Amy said I was an incompetent mother of Saturday night. Tell him that. I didn't tell him
On
that.
Saturday, Amy has came out to her lawyer saying that Saturday night, the night that you came over and we were all drinking, that
Amy
Kouri
told him I was
was
an
an
incompetent
incompetent mother and couldn't take care of her own kids that night. So Amy had to take care of them, which Amy had no part of taking care of them because Lisa and DJ were here.
And so they're filing a suit saying I'm.
So they're filing a
incompetent
suit
mom.
trying to make Kouri look out as a incompetent mother.
I don't agree with that.
I know, and Bryce,
Thank
and that's
God,
what,
Bryce,
and
thank
Kouri
you.
kept saying like all day. She's like, I need to call Bryce. I want to talk to him. Yeah, I don't know how to go about it because Bryce is like a rich inside, and it fucking sucks that there's like a rich inside and there's like a Kouri side. Like it fucking like that's like that's fucked up, you know? Like fuck. Like this isn't what this should be about. Like we shouldn't fucking like grieve about Eric's death about being whose side is who. Like it should be all one and one, and we should come together as a fucking family and just like love each other and like.
I agree, and I just put myself. If I could talk to Eric today, in the thousands of conversations that him and I have had, you know, about what would happen if I weren't here, what would happen if he weren't here, and honestly, to me, I know what Eric would want. Now I get he put shit in writing, right? I get he went to the lawyer because he got his feelings hurt and shit happened 2 years ago.
He got his baby feelings hurt.
And so but I know for a fact that if he knew this was going to happen, I think he would have made some changes.
He would have.
Bryce, I am not a bad mom. Like I am not a bad fucking mom. And Amy told him I was a bad mom.
The Richins girls don't play nice, and they never have, and never will.
No. But that's kind of like ultimately what she wanted to call you about was that she just can't make the celebration of life, and she feels awful about it. She doesn't want. I mean, and if you continue to do it, whether you cancel it or not, like if you continue to do it, she doesn't want you to. She doesn't want to come out as looking as the bad guy that she's not there.
Oh, I get it.
Everybody's coming though, Bryce. I invited everybody and everybody's coming. I just can't go and I feel like a fucking asshole, but I just can't, and I don't know what they're gonna do or say next. And
I know, I get it.
Yeah, like in all reality, she's just kind of looking out for her and the boys right now.
Yeah. Well, just so you know, Kouri, I have no part of any of this. My goal for as long as I'm on this damn earth is I mean, Kouri, I get things are going to transpire in the next however many years, right? I just hope that you and I can have a relationship to where I can come see you guys every once in a while. You guys live so damn far away. But that's what I want. I don't want to muddy the water. I don't want things to get shitty between you and I, because I would love to see those boys grow up, right? Because watching those boys grow up would mean the world to Eric, and him and I made promises to one another that if something were to happen to either one of us, that's what we would do for one another. And Kouri, I get it. Like, Brooke and I stuck at being married too. Like, shit happens, and unfortunately, Eric put some shit in writing because they got his feelings hurt. But at the end of the day, he loves you, and he loves those boys, and he'd say the same thing today if he was here. So.
Yeah, I agree. I get it.
But hey, let me call you back if I can. My plane just landed. Let me call you back in like half hour. If I'm okay.
All right. Call us back.
All right, yeah.
Connor, we can move to 2-47 now.
What happened? Okay, Ash, hold on. You freaking speaker.
You have reached Bryce with Kenworth.
Hi, Bryce.
Hey.
Sorry, my phone was on silent.
No worries. So ultimately, Kouri, I guess I said I support you, right? I don't want to. I can't get involved. I can't even get involved anyway, right? Like, because I don't have a dog in a fight. But I feel bad for you. I mean, I do. I feel bad that this has to go this way. I wish the Richins would just be easy. That this has to go this way. I wish the Richins would just be easier. But I feel bad for you. I mean, I do. I feel bad.
I think we lost the audio. No problem. Let's fix that. One moment, please. Scouts.
Done wrong to them. I've never. I mean, I helped Katie when she had postpartum. I watched her girls. I helped Amy when she lost her mom, and I don't understand what I did so wrong. We've never been super close, but it's like I've never done wrong to them, and I don't understand why they're putting me through hell.
Yeah, you personally didn't do anything wrong to them, but you gotta understand how Eric was, right? When Eric was upset or when you guys weren't getting along, he'd call me. Well, he stopped calling me because I kept telling him, I said, you gotta do one or two things, Eric. If you're not unhappy, because he said the same thing to me with Brooke, right? Bryce, goddamn, just get divorced. I'm like, dude, Eric, it's easier said than done. Right?
Oh, it is. It is.
Yeah, but it's easier said than done. He'd always push you to get divorced. I would say, dude, if you're not unhappy, Eric, you should get divorced.
Yeah.
And his response was, I love Kouri. I love my 3 kids. I couldn't bear to see not being with my kids every single day. I said, dude, I get it. They freaking make it.
Did that happen again? I believe so. Oh, I'm so sorry.
When people describe Eric, dude, Eric is a great guy. He really is, right? But he also, no one's perfect. And I'd always tell tell him, like, dude, you need to relax a little bit. Like, it's funny that
I think it jumped ahead a little when the recording restarted.
Do we need to go backward a little bit?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Saturday you're in, right? When people do, I did a kid first.
Yeah.
Get them done. I said, you got to do one of two things, Eric. If you're not unhappy, because he said the same thing to me with Brooke, right? Brian's
Yeah.
gone, yeah, just get divorced. I'm like, dude, Eric, it's easier said than done.
Oh, it is. It is.
Yeah, but it's easier said than done. He'd always push you to get divorced. I would say, dude, if you're not unhappy, Eric, you should get divorced.
Yeah.
And his response was, I love Kouri. I love my 3 kids. I couldn't bear to see not be with my kids every single day. I said, dude, I get it. They freaking make it work. Stop being so hard ass. When people describe Eric, dude, Eric is a great guy. He really is, right? But he also, no one's perfect. And I'd always tell him, like, dude, you need to relax a little bit. Like, it's funny that Saturday at your house where he was like taking anger management classes. I was like, holy shit.
Pause for 1 minute.
Like,
I think we're.
Your Honor, it's not published.
Oh, my apologies. Thank you. Okay. And we are now back scrolling correctly, it seems. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Just press play again, Scott. Thank you.
actually trying to be better because fuck, that guy needed to do it, right?
No, and that's the thing, guys. Like, we were so good this last 2 years. Like, we have been so good. Like Eric has been he had an anger management book that he would write in every couple of days. Like, it was in his nightstand. I'd come home from work and he was be out on the back deck, writing in his anger management book. And we were just good. I was going to counseling, he was doing anger management. We have been so good.
Right.
Everybody knew it. We were going on double dates. We were going out more. We did weekly date nights. It doesn't make any fucking sense. And now all of a sudden, Katie and Amy are attacking me for no fucking reason. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. And
well, all Katie and Amy ever heard about you was always the bad shit, right?
They did, and
Eric, when things were good between you guys, Eric wasn't calling me or anybody else, mostly Katie and Amy, right? Hey, Kouri did this awesome. She did this awesome. This is great, right?
Yeah.
He would only call the bitch about what you were doing,
the bad stuff.
what you were doing, right? And so. All I heard was the negative shit, right?
Yeah.
I said, I'm sorry. And I said, I wish we could have a lifeline to Eric right now. And because I know if he could talk, he would say, no.
Yeah. He would explain it.
Yes. He set things up to protect his kids, but it wasn't set anything up to try to fuck you.
No.
He loved you all the time. Every day he told you, And yeah, I said today, we all fight, but he'd always say, I love Kouri. She's the mother of my children. She's my wife. I'm gonna do whatever it takes. And good for you, brother. That's what you have to do, right?
Well, yeah,
I just hate that you guys have to go down this route now because the things that Eric put into place with the lawyer.
And that was 2 years ago. Jesus Christ, we've come so far in 2 years, and it's if Eric redid his shit. Last month we sat down and talked about every asset that we had, everything we had. And Eric was like, holy fucking shit. He was just also taken by surprise. He just was that $250,000 is the best thing you've ever done. And I was like, I know, you just didn't believe in me. And and I was like, and now it all goes to our kids. Our kids are taken care of for life. And if he redid it today, it would be fucking different. And now everything is just so fucked up. It's just a nightmare. It's just a nightmare. And every day they're coming at me with something. I'm getting charged with fucking assault. I'm getting charged with...
Your Honor, we approach.
Of course.
Don't we already know that she attacked the sister? Didn't? No, that didn't come in, did it? That was a video that we watched separately. Sorry, of Amy doing her impact statement at the bail hearing. So I guess they don't want people to know that she attacked Amy and that she's being charged for attacking Amy. Also, she was cheating on him. Yes, very good point, Beth. I just can't believe anybody fell for this idiot. She just doesn't even sound like a. She sounds like an idiot. She sounds like a small, petty idiot person. Like I would. Sorry, I mean, it's easy to talk, right? I have been taken in by these people, so I am certainly not blaming any of the victims, but listening to her talking in this phone call, I mean, I'm sure it's hindsight being 2020, but it seems very clear that she is just trying to get somebody, anybody, please God, on my side, right? Anybody who can, change the narrative that the Richins family has, which is, pretty clear. And no, I don't think that she's just lying to him, right? Like she never paid back that $250,000. She didn't. I mean, she might have had $11 million worth of property in her name, but she wasn't able to pay for any of it, right? It's not, she's misrepresenting herself, of course. And I'm sure that the jury is picking up on all of that, but I feel like should the defense not have already known? Should they have not read the transcript and known what was coming with the charging me with assault? Right? Seems like no. Seems like, again, the defense is not prepared to pay for that in the courtroom, including the witnesses, the prosecution, the jury, the family.
Scott, we should just be able to press play.
They have 4 charges against me right now. One is theft of trust property. One is
Do we want the instruction? Can I have a moment?
Of course.
God, he is more patient. I mean, that is supposed to be the demeanor of a judge. But my God, he is patient. The fact that he was able to sound even a little bit cheerful just then is amazing to me, considering the day that has unfolded in front of us here. Do I have opinions on this witness? Yeah, Beth, if you go back to before the lunch break, you can hear all my opinions on her. But yeah, A, she looks just like Alanis Morissette. B, I kept thinking of Christina and how Christina was taken in by the lying Lauren. And then I also feel that she was betrayed, been beat up and battered around. Lauren stole everything from her. She saved up $45,000 from her tips from waitressing to pay the down payment on that house. And Lauren stole it from her. It wasn't Lauren. Sorry. It was Kouri Richins who stole it from her, who basically went, yeah, put the money in, I'll put the down payment. She moved into the house and was paying the mortgage every month, and it was never her house. And she was eventually evicted from it. So I do feel that she is just another one of Kouri's victims, and that her life has been shattered in the way that many of our lives have been shattered, right? I've had everything stolen from me. So has this person. And I think that she is coming across as credible, and that she's probably quite embarrassed to be up there on the stage because she was so on the witness stand, because she was so firmly on Kouri's side. She's probably embarrassed by that. I mean, I would be, right? She's been duped by a liar, and
thank you for your patience.
A murderer.
You've just heard and may hear an additional reference or two by Ms. Richins in this recording to charges, quote unquote. Those references are to separate civil litigation regarding the trust, a civil lawsuit. They are not references to criminal charges of any kind. Moreover, you cannot consider those references to civil litigation to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait at any time. Just wanted to make sure you had that important clarification. Ms. Lewis, anything further on that?
Not for now, thank you.
Mr. Blood?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, may we continue the recording?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Scott, go ahead, sir.
Theft of conversion of some bullshit I don't even know how to pronounce. Like all this shit. And I'm like, Jesus, I haven't been in trouble since I was in high school when I was 16 years old, for hell's sakes. I'm 32. Like, what do you mean I'm in trouble? Like, I didn't fucking do anything. You know, like,
I agree.
I don't know. Anyway, I meant to call you yesterday. I talked to the medical examiner. I called them because I don't believe that they don't have anything. I just am having a hard time believing that.
Yeah, what's taking so long?
Well, she said that, you know, she's like, well, I'll have the actual doctor call you who did his autopsy. And I was like, okay, whatever. And so her name is Pamela Ulmer. And she called me a couple hours later. And I was like, look, lady, like, you gotta have something for me. Like, there's no way you didn't notice something obvious. Like, Jesus Christ, 12 weeks, you know?
Yeah.
And she was just like, well, yeah, there was something obvious, you know, we noticed, but, you know, we're not going to call you and tell you that immediately. And I was like, well, what? You know? So they ruled out an aneurysm automatically. She's like, it wasn't. Yeah. She's like, it wasn't an aneurysm. I can tell you that. And she goes, he did test positive twice for COVID. And I was like, yeah, bullshit. No. Which we did have COVID a month and a half ago. Like, we all tested positive, but that was like a month and a half ago. Like, he didn't still have fucking COVID.
Yeah, that was fucking, everybody had it in January.
Like we didn't still have COVID. And she was like, well, his lungs, he had a fungal infection in his lungs. Like, they were completely covered in white spots. She's like, and I don't know what it was. She's like, so I cut 3 of them out and sent them in for biopsies. She's like, but they were so full of fluid and blood. She's like, I have no idea yet what it is. She's like, so I'm thinking between the COVID and the fungal infection that it shut his lungs down. And I was like, no, like that, he is the healthiest guy. That guy is a fucking mountain goat. Like, he could, like, I was like, we just ran a half a marathon 6 months ago and Eric didn't even train for it. And I did. And he beat me by 40 minutes. Like, no, there's nothing wrong with his lungs. Like, no, I don't believe that. And she got bitchy with me. And she's like, well, what do you mean no? And I was like, no, it's not COVID in his lungs. Like, there's just not. There's no way. And I was like, and no offense, like, my husband would roll over in his grave and haunt you and everybody involved if you put him down as COVID. We are very against COVID and vaccines. Like, nope, not happening. Like,
if it was COVID, there would have been signs of him.
Well, that's what I said. And
able to breathe and shit, right? Like,
yes, he wasn't sick. I was like, he was just at soccer the night before. I was like, he was at soccer the night before. He was running around. Like, he was totally fucking healthy. He wasn't sick. He was not sick. No, I don't buy that. Like, no. I was like, I will call you back in 2 weeks. Because she said that she sent all of his organs out for testing, a toxicology report, blood, everything. And that's why it's going to take so long. And I was like, okay, well, I'll call you back in 2 weeks when you have more results. Because that is not what it is. Like, there's no way. There's no fucking way.
Dude, the people who have died of COVID had symptoms before.
Yes.
Fucking overweight.
They were overweight. They were in the hospital, ICU. Like, he did not die of fucking COVID, lady.
Just randomly.
Jesus.
And like
in the middle of the night. In the middle of the night. Like I would have heard him get up, have a hard time breathing. Bryce, when I found him, he was in the exact same position as he was when he fell asleep. When I rolled over, when I got in bed with him at 3 a.m., like he was in the same position as he was when I went to bed with him. Like, no, I don't buy it. Like, keep testing. That's not it. And if she puts him down as fucking COVID, I will, Jesus Christ, I will flip fucking shit. It's not COVID.
Yeah.
No. And so I was like, nope, I'll call you back in 2 weeks when you have some more results back, because that's not it. I was like, that guy was in better shape than anybody you could ever imagine. Like,
he didn't drink like we
He didn't drink. No, he didn't drink. He didn't smoke. I was like, literally, I trained for a half marathon for 6 months. He woke up that morning and decided he was going to run a half marathon and still beat me by 40 minutes.
Fucking hazing and do that shit.
Yes, it was so annoying. I was fucking pissed, but he still did it. Like he had better lungs than anybody you would ever. No, it's not his lungs. I don't buy it. So
I wonder if that damn Lyme disease kicked his ass too.
Yeah. So she's wondering that too. So I gave her all of his Lyme disease doctor's information. So she was going to reach out to his Lyme disease doctor and contact them and see his last lab results and stuff. And then she was going to look into silicosis because Sylvie actually got cancer and stuff from silicosis, who's one of their main employees. 2 other of their employees, and then Shannon's brother, died of silicosis. But I was like, no, he doesn't have silicosis. Like, I just sent him in for testing 5 years ago, and his lungs were 100% healthy.
From all the dust and shit.
Yeah.
Rock and everything.
Yes. And I was like, trust me, my husband was 100% healthy 5 years ago. Like, his lungs were 100%, and he does not lay stone, nor does he cut it in the last 5 years. Like, he drives around in a truck, lady. Like, it's not, because she was like, what does he do for a living? And I told her, and I was like, but that's not it. Like, he owns a company. He doesn't cut it.
He's the owner. He's not the employee.
He's not the main cutter by any means.
Yeah.
She's like, well, I'm just going to look into it. And I was like, okay, you can look into it if you want, but that's not it. And I was like, and it is not his lungs. Like, you have to go with something else. Like, I was pissed when she said that. I was like, he will roll over in his grave. You put him down for COVID. And so she was just, I don't know, kind of snippy after that.
Yeah, I'm sorry you have to go through this. I knew that this was going to get stupid, right? And
Bryce, I don't want anything.
I think you're doing the right thing, though, right? Like, you were married to Eric for almost 10 years. You knew the ins and outs of your relationship. I get Eric set things up legally with a lawyer to protect, the company that he had and his 3 boys, and shit was not going right with you two. I get it.
Bryce, did you really think I was just going to screw Eric and take everything he had? Like, why?
No, but he was worried about it, right? It's because, not saying you personally, but the people we've known over the years, you hear shit on the media, right? Like, the wife takes her husband for everything he's got because he didn't do everything the right way, right? And I didn't ever talk about the ledge. He never told me exactly what he was doing. He told me what he was doing, right? And every time he'd tell me, like, oh, I went and saw the lawyer today, it was because I'm just getting everything set up because I don't want my kids to be homeless. I don't want them to be homeless.
Oh my God.
But that was when I said shit was going stupid with you too,
No,
right?
I get it. I get it.
And I think if Eric was still here today, and I think he'd change it.
He would.
Unfortunately, it sucks you can't, right? And now Katie has all power. At least Katie has power, not Amy. Amy would probably be worse at it, but.
And it just hurt. I think it was most hurtful the way that he wrote it, Bryce. Like, if you read it, it was just so hurtful the way that he wrote the trust. Like, I get we were in a rocky spot 2 years ago. Did I ever think we would officially divorce and go about our ways? Like, Not
I mean,
really. Like,
I mean, hell, he thought that, right?
I guess.
You know, when he was seeing that stupid Jen chick, I would tell him, I'm like, bro, like, if you're gonna see her, there's gonna be consequences. If you get caught, do you want to be with this chick? Well, no. I said, well, then you gotta, because if you get caught, you're gonna get divorced. But then he gets caught, right? And then you kick him out of the house for what, a week or two? Did he go live with his dad for like 2 weeks or something?
Yeah, yeah.
But I mean, I think Aaron was here. I'd say it again. I think he changed it, but unfortunately he didn't. And now you're stuck in a hard place, right? To fight for your family, fight for what's yours. And you have the Richins family, not necessarily Gene. I think if Gene, I don't think he would be as ruthless as.
No, he's trying to stay neutral. He's trying to stay neutral.
Yeah,
and it sucks.
From what I heard from Katie, Katie's like, she's like, I don't want Kouri and myself to go south, right? Or those three boys. Katie and I don't have a relationship, right? So we don't ever talk.
I mean, all she has to do is just, Bryce, give me my house. Like, I don't make Eric money, but I make okay money. Like, just give me my house. They can have everything. Just Bryce, this is my home. I got married here.
Absolutely.
This is my baby. I brought my babies here. Like, this is my home. They can have everything they want, but give me my house, for God's sake. Like, Jesus.
What do they want? What does Katie want to do with it? Does she want to sell it?
No, I don't know. They just want it. They want the title in the trust's name, so I can't have control over it. And they won't figure anything out with it until they have the autopsy report. And when they said that, it broke me. Like, I said, what does that mean?
Thinking that you had something to do with it.
Yeah, and I lost it. And I asked my attorneys, I said, I don't understand. What does that mean? And he was like, they think you had something to do with Eric's death. And I said, what the fuck does that mean? Jesus Christ. And he was like, they think that, and they reiterated it. And I was like, oh my God, what? And they're like, they're going with that, Kouri. They're on that level. And Bryce, I lost it. Fucking lost it. It was like, you think I killed my fucking husband for Jesus Christ's sake?
No, I've not heard that from any of those two, and nor have I thought that myself, right?
Why? Like, what?
Yeah, I would never. I mean, Kouri, we can all be a lot of things, and you are not capable of doing.
No shit. There's no way.
If you were gonna do it, you would have shot him in his head.
Like 2 years ago.
Right?
Like 2 years ago.
Like years ago.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't even know what that means. I was like, well, what do you mean? How does that even fucking happen? Like, what? Like, I gave him too much water? Like, I don't even know. Like, I drowned it. I don't know what that, like, what?
Yeah.
And my attorney was like, well, that's kind of a silly thing to say. I was like, well, I don't fucking know what you mean right now. Like, I don't know. And he was like, Kouri, you need to lay low in your house for the next 3 months and not go anywhere. And I was like, are you serious? That's wild. And he's like, no, that's what they're attacking you with. And I was like, oh my God. And yeah, so, and then, yeah, that was the other thing is like, I fell, Bryce. I fell to the floor.
They're not only coming after her with that, but they're coming after her with being a mother.
I didn't ask Bryce to write a letter. Bryce, I asked everybody else to write a letter from that night because Amy said I was an incapable mom and that I was so drunk that night she had to care for my kids. And I couldn't care for my own kids. I love to drink. You know that, right? Like everybody knows it did. I love to drink. I have never been in a position ever that I could not take care of my own children, ever. Like, and remember Amy took video? She showed her attorney those videos and said, look, Kouri's partying all night. She's not a grieving wife. She's not a capable mother. she showed those videos to their attorney, Bryce. Like, and showed my fucking attorney. Like, I'm a good mom, Bryce. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like,
I mean, just
So
because
she showed them with your pants off, Bryce.
also, you didn't have any pants on, Bryce. You didn't have any pants on.
well, anybody who knows Eric and I's relationship, my pants are never on.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, that just, we were just like, it was just a celebration of life. Like, it was like,
I agree.
why did you do that? Why did you do that?
I can't speak for those two girls. I don't know. I don't know what makes them think, right? You know, they lose their brother, but at the same time, do you really want to lose?
I lost my husband. I lost my kids' dad. My babies lost their dad, Bryce. Jesus fucking hell. And you're going to submit videos and say that I'm an incompetent mom? Like, what? It's not fair. It's just not fair. And I said, you guys can have money, have all the money he had. I don't care. Just leave me alone, you know? Just fucking leave me alone. It's not.
Hopefully when that autopsy chick comes back, they can stop me thinking. It rules out that there's no foul play. Which
But that's the thing, like it's so hurtful. It's so hurtful that there's a decision regarding the autopsy.
That they would even take that.
You know, it's like you're wanting an autopsy to make decisions. So like what? Like
oh, what do you like? No, I am.
I mean, it's just like it's just.
I just don't get it. You know, I just don't get it.
Well, they're going down a slippery slope, right? Because I mean, you are the mother of those three kids, and if they want to have any relationship with you and those three kids, this is not how you start on the relationship.
No, and well, she's crying right now. What? Hold on, Bryce. What?
Can you come look at my photo baby? Yeah, the want to come and ask you.
Okay, like 2 minutes. Okay. Okay.
Good. Go on for 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay, go lay on the couch then. I don't know what you're saying. Go lay on the couch. Okay, go downstairs. 2 minutes. Fuck. I don't know, Bryce. Like it's just like kind of crazy.
Yeah. It sucks it has to be this way.
I mean, it's kind of like neither of them, like not even, like I'm not even just speaking for Kouri, but like Katie and Amy cannot grieve for anything because all three of them are concentrated on fighting against what Eric has.
And they can have it. They can have it. Just fucking take it. Leave me alone.
And that's, you know, it's just kind of like that's all they're concentrated on. And we're like, I don't know. Like, and I mean, I've seen this. Like, it happened with my dad and his uncles when my grandparents died. Like, everyone fights against money. It always happens with death. Always.
Like, there's no fight.
Yeah, it happened with Eric and Julie.
Yes, exactly. It happened with Eric and Julie. Like, that happened. It happened with Linda. It happens all the time with death. Every single time death happens, like, money is fucking involved.
Yeah.
And like that sucks, but at the same time, it's like
I'm not
Eric.
fighting for it.
No,
I'm giving it to them.
No,
like,
Eric,
just give me
like
my
Kouri's,
house.
but Eric left behind like a family that he took care of. Like, how much of Eric's wealth went to Amy and Katie?
I don't think any of it did it.
Exactly.
No.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why are they fighting for this when they, like, all of Eric's wealth, all of Eric's,
Somebody's here.
It's Selma probably. All of Eric's wealth, all of Eric's like everything. Your lizard's on the fucking chair behind me.
Okay.
But all of Eric's wealth and everything went to his family.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
Guys, they can have it.
That's what he wanted.
They can fucking have
I know.
everything. Just
Exactly.
take it.
I don't think. No, I'm not speaking for him. I haven't spoken to him about it, right? But I'd be hard pressed to feel that they want Eric's money. Because Eric, I thought he had it all set up anyway. It would go to the kids, right? All this stuff would go to the kids.
No, it does. It goes to the kids, but the house also, but the house one goes to the kids until they're 18. So that's what Kouri is fighting for.
They're acting like I'm some snake, Bryce. Like I'm some. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it, Bryce. I don't get it. They can have it. Take it all. Take it all.
So just what Kouri's saying, like what the attorney said, like everything goes to the kids. The kids are set up for life. The kids are completely.
Jonna, that's the end of it.
Okay. Any additional questions for this witness from the state?
No, yeah.
All right. Ms. Lewis, would you like a brief break before cross-examination? I don't.
Yes, maybe. That'd be helpful.
Folks, let's let you stretch your legs. Thank you. Ms. Barney, same instruction. You're welcome to stretch your legs, use the restroom. Please do not speak to anybody during the break.
Okay.
We'll be in recess until 3:10. Thank you.
Well, my goodness, what a little bit of torture that was, listening to that. God, she is truly awful. Like, I didn't get sincerity out of that phone call at all. I did. That's not true. Chelsea and Bryce both seemed very sincere. Kouri seemed like a giant, stupid, crybaby idiot. Obviously she knew it wasn't COVID because she murdered him. But other than that, like all that, how long did she go on about that? My God, about the COVID thing with the medical examiner? Like, the medical examiner, she says, I don't even know if this is true because she could be lying about all of it, but she said that the medical examiner said that his lungs were covered in all this white stuff, and so she'd done biopsies to find out what it was. And then she spends the next 15 minutes squeaking in an hysterical outrage over the idea that it might have been COVID because Eric's lungs are fine. Like, who is going to argue with the medical examiner, right? I mean, it's just so wild. Well, they were very suspicious. I think there was plenty of people that were suspicious by the time that phone call was taking place. I think that the sisters were suspicious very quickly. Eric had said that, he thought Kouri had tried to kill him with that sandwich. I mean, he may have said it jokingly. Who knows, right? And people are like, why didn't he leave? Why didn't he? If he thought this, why didn't he? And I'm going to go ahead and say it's because the same of all of us, right? Who could conceive? Who can conceive that the person that they're in love with or think they're in love with or whatever that they're married to, who can conceive that that person is going to do those things? I just think he didn't. He was a gormless about narcissists, the way many of us are, right? I don't find her, I can see that she's pretty. I mean, fair enough, although her prettiness is wearing off on me because she's so ugly on the inside. But my God, she just seems like it's like an empty, vapid, she's a lot like Lauren. Like, there just doesn't seem to be anything there. And I felt nothing throughout that phone call for Kouri at all, except like irritation and fingernails on the blackboard, like, make it stop. But, and yeah, like look at Chelsea on the stand there, right? Like, can you imagine how, I have been taken in by these people, right? And I am choosing here in this venue of my choice, of my choosing, to share with some people my experience. She's got to go up there and be grilled in front of the whole world about having been duped by Kouri into losing her entire life savings, into losing the home that she thought she bought. She was living in that house. She thought she owned it. My God. I mean, it's just, that's another one of the things that they do to you, right? Like, though, even though everybody around you says it's not your fault, you didn't do anything wrong, you still feel like a colossal fucking idiot for being taken in by these people. I was completely, just became a hermit after I lost everything to that man by the name of Bud Gardner. Feel free to piss on his grave if you're ever in Hope, British Columbia. I will let you know when he dies. I keep up on the obits. But I was utterly humiliated, and telling people about it, you know, it just, that's the way people are, right? You blame yourself and you feel like an idiot. People who get taken by con men and hucksters, you know, through the internet, who rob them of their life savings, you know, because they believed that they were signing up to be generous and give somebody a contribution to a charity, and they end up giving away their life savings. You know, they don't want to come forward and talk about it, right? People feel deep shame about not being able to read other people, right? It cuts to the heart of who you are and how you see yourself, that you could be taken in by these people. I mean, they just wreck you on every fucking level. And you can see how devastated she's been by it, right? It's just, it's so depressing and so awful. So when did he say they were coming back? At 10 past? So let me read some of the comments and see what people are saying, because I got to go in a few minutes to work. But, you know, so Beth is saying she doesn't think, I said that I thought that Kouri was looking a little more shamefaced. And yeah, maybe shame is the wrong word, because probably she doesn't feel, well, I mean, they do feel shame about being unmasked. They do. I mean, they're shameless in their activities and their manipulations, but you know, if you remember watching, if you think of watching the Chris Watts interviews, the only time that he becomes visibly upset, where he's literally kind of beside himself with upset, is when they are talking about the fact that his work mates are going to find out about this, that he is going to be revealed and his mask will be ripped off him. And I think that they are capable of shame, but not in the way that you and I would experience shame for doing something that goes against our values, right? Their shame is about being exposed. And I don't know I don't know what she's feeling. I mean, obviously I can't say that, but she certainly appeared more chastened to me. She didn't know Kouri. I don't know. Oh, she didn't know Kouri had stolen her house. I think that's what's happening there. Yeah, so throughout that whole phone conversation, right, that's taking place there, where Chelsea is taking the phone off of Kouri when Kouri is so upset that she can't carry on, and Chelsea needs to speak for her. Kouri is well aware of the fact that she stole $45,000 from Chelsea, and that Chelsea thinks that she lives in a house that she owns, when in fact she doesn't, right? That she's literally just paying rent to the people who do actually own it. Just wild, right? Yeah. And that's a great question, Beth. How did that conversation get recorded? Were they bugging her phones at this point? I can't remember what the date of the call was, but it's like, isn't it kind of right after it's not right after, I guess, but it's within a short time after she attacked Amy, right? because she's being charged with assault by that time. So it's got to be, but after that, yeah. I don't care about money. They can have it. Right? Yeah. I mean, did she really just think that they were all going to be? Well, so I think my understanding, Jules, and again, I have no special law knowledge or whatever, but just from watching cases, I'm starting to pick up how things work. So basically, they bring in all the evidence and they do all their things and they interview everybody on the stand and they show everything. And then the closing arguments is there to put it all together. So in the closing arguments, I think that part will be spelled out. Because it's been shown by the evidence, right? Because they have to have a witness to bring in any kind of evidence. So the witness has to testify about the evidence. So that's how they get the evidence in. And then after all the evidence is in and the other side has put all their evidence in and everybody's testified, then they argue what all the evidence means. That is how I understand how it works. So yes, Mary, same, right? I spent years blaming myself. I kept thinking that I was the common denominator in all of this. And if I'm the common denominator, then I must be the problem, right? If I keep running into these same problems, then it must be me, right? Does she have an off switch? I suspect that her off switch is manipulated with cash, right? You can shut her up by saying, yes, you can have the money, Kouri. My only problem is it's all circumstantial. There's no proof 100% Kouri poisoned him. She never admitted to anyone. They never found fentanyl. She gave him the fentanyl, A. Circumstantial evidence is good evidence. I think that we were all misled by cop shows, honestly, about the idea of circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is as valid as any other evidence. And the fact that they never found any fentanyl, I don't think means anything. All that means is that she gave him all the fentanyl. So I do hear what you're saying, and maybe there are jurors that are going to think that way. But I don't have any problem personally with circumstantial evidence. I think the circumstances are pretty clear. And I think the fact that she was so deeply in hock, I mean, I just think the evidence is overwhelming. And, you know, so there's no direct evidence that ties her putting the fentanyl in the glass. There's no video of it. But, I mean, short of that, I think we've got everything. That's my opinion. I mean, obviously not everybody thinks the way I do, but yeah, Sigma, that's how I understand it, right? They have to use the witnesses to bring in the evidence, and then they show all the evidence. You know, at the beginning, they say this is what the evidence is going to show. They show all the evidence. At the end, they argue what the evidence showed. That's how I understand it anyway. So yeah, the big red boat. Yeah, shame. Guilt is not, I think that's a good way to maybe put it. Like, yeah, no, she doesn't feel guilty. She feels shame about being unmasked. And then that shame will go away as soon as, like, it's not the kind of shame that you and I feel, right? It's the shame of being unmasked. And then as soon as the mask is back on again, that shame will disappear, right? Chris, what are we talking about here? Tell me what's happening. Chris Watts' mother, Cindy, had a whole bouquet of tulips. I don't know what that means. That she had them when? She had them where? Have you guys seen her book? Cindy Watts' book? I'm not sure actually that it's 100% confirmed that it's hers, but a book called All My Broken Pieces. There's an account on here called Live Abuse Free, who did a review of that book, All My Broken Pieces. And to my mind, it gives you a great snapshot into how Chris became the way he is, because Cindy Watts is in my opinion, and a narcissist extraordinaire. Like, she is beyond redemption. She's one of those women who would be happy to poison her grandchildren to piss off her daughter-in-law, literally, right? So yeah, I don't have anything good to say about her, but that book is, again, it's narcissist gold. It's just absolute narcissist gold. So if you ever get a chance to look at it, if I can dig up a copy, maybe I'll review it. Yeah. So quite the day. The jury must be exhausted. I personally am feeling relieved that there's no court tomorrow, because as much as I have enjoyed hanging out with you guys all week, I have also felt I've been tied to my chair in front of my computer for 4 days. And I'd like to go out and walk the dog a little more, that kind of stuff. Looks like they're coming back. I hope so.
I'm sorry.
Here we go.
We're back on the record. Please proceed.
Your Honor, citing the case of Take C v. Baxi, I omitted an email in direct that I had intended to introduce.
Okay.
Can I pick up there and then tender
Of course.
redirect?
No problem. Is Ms. Lewis familiar with it? I can rule on.
I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know the case that he cited.
No, that was a joke. That's okay.
Oh, was that a joke? Okay, well, that's why I didn't know it.
It's all right. The email is exhibit which?
2-123 Delta. Scott, can you bring that up?
This is a text message exchange?
Text message.
Okay.
Is that it? Can I see the whole thing?
Yes. In fact, Miss Barney, if you want to watch it now, that'll speed things along.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Lewis.
No, I object. Mr. Butler tendered the witness, and to go back now and reopen, I object.
Okay. Any objection to the admissibility of this document under the rules of evidence?
No.
Okay. It's certainly within the court's discretion to allow direct to be reopened to add one exhibit, particularly before cross has even begun. So anything further, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, anything before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Tracy, if you would get the jury brought in, I'd appreciate it. We're about to. It's okay. please have a seat as you come in. All right, please have a seat. Ms. Barney, you're still under oath. Mr. Bloodworth, I understand the state would like to offer another exhibit.
Yes, one more exhibit, Your Honor. Thank you. Ms. Barney, you just reviewed Exhibit 2-123D. Is that an accurate depiction of a June 6th, 2022 text message exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to enter and publish 2-123D.
Ms. Lewis.
No further objections.
2-123D is admitted, and it is published. All right, anything further for this witness, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
We have no questions for Ms. Barney.
Okay. May we allow Ms. Barney to step down, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
May we release this witness, Ms. Lewis?
I think just in an abundance of caution, maybe we could keep her subject to subpoena.
Understood. So, Ms. Barney, you're free to go today, but you may get notice that you need to come back for some additional questions before the end of the trial. Between now and the end of the trial, please do not speak to anyone about your testimony. Don't let anybody talk to you about your testimony. Please don't watch any coverage of the case. Don't listen to any coverage of the case. Don't read anything about the case.
Okay.
Please travel safe.
Thank you.
Mr. Blue.
Your Honor, the state calls alley stakings.
Very good. afternoon. If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, ma'am. What, ma'am, is your name?
Alameda Staking?
Is your last name spelled Stakings?
No, S. Staking.
I'm sorry, there's only one of you.
Yes.
Ms. Staking, would you pull the mic a little closer to you? Okay. You can sit wherever you're comfortable. It's just easier to move the mic. Thank you. Please proceed.
Apologies, ma'am. Do you know Kouri Richins?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes, yes,
We
yes, I do.
record everything, so yeah.
Yes,
I
I
saw
do.
that you were nodding, but how do you know Kouri Richins?
We grew up together, school.
When did you first meet her?
I met her in, I think, junior high school.
Since junior high school, about how often do you see or speak with her?
I talked to her pretty frequently.
Are you one of her best friends?
Yes. Yeah, I was. Yeah,
You were.
I am. Yes.
Either way.
Yes.
Okay. Did you and Kouri Richins attend a Finding True Self retreat at the Sedona Mago Center for Wellbeing in Arizona in February of 2021?
Yes, we did.
As part of that retreat, did each of you complete an assignment in which you wrote your life story in third person?
Yes, we did.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 2-4, please? Can you scroll through for the witness and counsel? Ma'am, do you recognize that as the form that you and Kouri Richins filled out during the retreat?
Well, I never read it at the retreat, but that's the Sedona Manga logo. Yes.
And is that Kouri Richins' handwriting?
Yes, to my knowledge.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit Exhibit 2-4 and publish.
Your Honor, we'd renew our prior objections, 401, 402, and 403. I'm not sure that there's enough foundation at this point to put it in through this witness. She said she never saw it at the time, and I don't know if there's enough foundation about the handwriting at this point.
The 401, 402, 403 issues have been ruled on by the court. The court stands on its prior denial of those objections. Mr. Bloodworth, talk to me about foundation.
Your Honor, maybe I'll just audio or
Please.
question a little bit.
Yeah.
Over the years, have you read Kouri Richins' handwriting?
Yes and no. I'm mainly through text, but yes.
Are you generally familiar though with her handwriting script-wise?
Not comfortably enough to identify it, no. But it looks like her handwriting, yes.
And is that, Scott, can you go to the top? That logo at the top, is that consistent with the form that each of you individually filled out while at the Sedona Mago Retreat Center?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-4 into evidence.
Your Honor, we object. She said she's not comfortable enough to identify her handwriting, and she never saw Kouri write this or saw it at the time it was done.
Counsel, would you approach for a second? Mr. Bloodworth, the state's motion to admit State's Exhibit 2-4 is denied at this time.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll revisit it. Thank you. Ma'am, are you familiar with Kouri Richins' house flipping business?
Yes.
How so?
We were going to hire her to do work for us. Me and my kid's dad.
And did you understand it was a successful business?
I did. I believed it to be, yes.
Did you know whether or not the business was in any financial distress?
No, I did not.
Ma'am, are you familiar with Josh Grossman?
Yes.
How so?
I knew that he was. What do you mean?
Do you know who Josh Grossman is?
Yes, I know of him, yes.
How do you know of him?
Corey told me about him.
What did Kouri say about him?
She said that they were having an affair.
And when did she tell you this?
It was about June 2020.
Did she tell you the status of that affair when she spoke to you in June 2020?
Could you clarify?
Was it ongoing at the time?
Yes, it was ongoing.
Did she ever tell you that the affair was broken off?
She did.
When did she tell you the affair was broken off?
My last visit prior to Eric passing, she told me that she'd ended things with Josh and chose her family. It had been over for about 9 months at that point.
And was that last visit you had with Eric Richins on the weekend of February the 20th, 2022?
Yes, I believe so.
And she said then that she had broken it off 9 months earlier.
Yes.
Your Honor, maybe we just approach briefly to make sure we have a common understanding.
Yes. I promise that was time well spent. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Mistaking on that visit you mentioned, the weekend of February 20th, 2022. Did there come a time when you, Kouri Richins, Eric Richins, and maybe others were having a conversation about Eric Richins becoming ill on Valentine's Day?
Yes.
Who was present for that conversation?
Myself, Corey, Eric, Selma, and Wade, our other friends.
How did that conversation arise?
What do you mean?
Who started?
I can't remember who started the conversation.
How did you come to learn about whatever happened on Valentine's Day?
Eric told us.
What did Eric Richins say?
He said that he thought that Corey had tried to poison him, but it was more of a funny story. It was like an allergic reaction, is what we had thought it was.
So Eric jokingly, I want to accurately
Yes,
capture
we were laughing at the story.
So did Eric,
along with Eric?
right? Did Eric jokingly say that Kouri Richins had tried to?
Yes, and we all teased Corey for trying to kill him or poison him or whatever he thought it was.
Okay. How did Kouri Richins react to Eric Richins jokingly say that she tried to poison him on Valentine's Day?
She laughed about it. We were all laughing.
Did she say anything about what happened on
She
Valentine's?
said, no, that's not what happened, that he had, that it was an allergic reaction or something, or it wasn't that dramatic. It didn't happen like that. Something along those lines.
Did she say how it happened or what happened?
No, not that I can recall.
Just that it didn't happen as Eric jokingly said it happened.
No, but with Eric right there.
Sure. Eric's there the whole time.
Yes.
Understood. Your Honor, I hate to keep doing this. I just want to bring up one other thing at the bench.
No, it's better.
Okay. I'm sorry, briefly, we're going to go back to the Sedona Mago letter. Scott, can you publish, can you bring up 2-4?
Go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth. What's the state's motion?
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-4.
Consistent with the court's ruling at sidebar, states Exhibit 2-4 is admitted.
Just 1 moment.
Of course.
Your Honor, I just think under Rule 106, for completeness sake, if we're going to put this in, let's just put in the whole letter.
I'm not aware of what's under the redaction, so would the two of you approve for a second? Let's just make sure I'm. Thank you for your indulgence. Just sit tight for a minute while we work through something. Thank you.
Or the whole story.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, forgive me, how much time do you need to come up with an unredacted version?
We have it.
Okay. Scott, would you, the screens are muted. Would you show it to me for a moment, please? One moment.
Your Honor, we'll put a sticker on it later, but
Okay.
that's it.
Okay. The number of this again, one more time, 2-4.
Yes, sir.
The unredacted version of 2-4. Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Is admitted. Published now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we've agreed that I'm going to handle this witness as a direct examination since she's here from out of town, so we don't have to bring her back.
Sounds good.
All right.
I appreciate it. Please proceed.
Morning or good afternoon. Huh? Who knows anymore? How are you today?
I've been better.
I'm sure you have.
Allie, will you do me a favor? I'm sincere. You can sit wherever you like. Just
What do you
pull
want
the
it?
mic closer. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Ellie, my name's Wendy Lewis. I know we've spoken, but we haven't met before, so nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So I want to talk about, you knew Kouri, you said, since junior high.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. And did you do things with her and Eric as couples or with also your children as families?
Both. We did things with our families as well.
All right. And did you go on a trip to Hawaii together?
I did.
And when was that trip to Hawaii?
I think it was early 2018.
Early 2018?
Yeah. February, I think.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that trip?
Our friend was getting married.
Which friend was that?
Selma.
Selma. Okay. And did something happen on that trip that Kouri was upset about?
Could you clarify?
Did something happen in terms of the travel to Hawaii?
Yes.
And what was that?
Kouri found out that Eric had hidden drugs in her suitcase without telling her.
Okay. And what was it that he put in the suitcase?
Gummies.
And was she upset about that?
Yes. Yes, we were laughing. Yeah. She wasn't crying upset. It was more or less a funny story, but not so funny.
Not so funny story.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, is it fair to say she was not happy?
No, she was not okay with it.
Okay. And what was Eric Richins' reaction? You don't have to get into what he said, but how did he react to Kouri not being happy with him?
He thought it was hilarious.
He thought it was hilarious that he'd put
Yes, his thinking was
THC in her bag.
Yes.
Okay, no, I just clarifying. You're fine.
Mm.
Okay. Now, you said that you were visiting, and you're from California, right?
Yeah.
Or
Yes.
you're living in California now.
Yes.
To be more accurate. And you were visiting here about a month, a little less than a month, 3 weeks before Eric died, correct? Or is that right?
Yes.
All right. And during that trip, you just talked about some things that happened during that trip when you were staying with the Richins. Did you take THC gummies with them at that time?
Not on that trip. I didn't.
Not on that trip.
I don't believe so. No. No, Eric didn't want me to.
Why didn't Eric want you to? Do you know why?
Yes, he said that he.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you, without?
Sustained regarding calling for hearsay. Can you rephrase, Ms.?
Yes. All right. So you discussed taking gummies.
We did.
All right. And there was a concern about taking them. Is that fair?
Yes.
And why was there a concern about taking those?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Would maybe just ask her why she didn't do something or what her concerns were.
All right. Why did you decide not to take the gummies?
I was told they were bad gummies, that they made Kouri super sick.
Okay. Are you aware where those gummies came from?
No, I wasn't aware.
All right. You had taken gummies, THC gummies, with the Richins in the past.
Yes.
And where originally, you don't have to tell me who, but where were those gummies purchased from?
Well, I was never with him when he got them, but I knew it was from a
Objection, Your Honor.
Foundation?
Foundation.
Okay.
All right.
Sustained.
You had taken gummies with the Richins in the past.
Yes.
And so had some of your other friends. It was something that you all did occasionally, just like having a drink. Fair?
Fair.
All right. And are you aware of, well, let me rephrase that. Were you all getting these gummies from the same source originally?
Objection, Your Honor.
Pause for one moment. I need a reason.
Foundation.
Okay. Would you please lay some foundation for whether and to what extent this witness knows about the source of anything that she took?
Again, you were all getting gummies from the same source, right?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Yeah, I need you to lay some foundation, not
I'm
just
working
ask
on
the
it.
same question. Just break it down.
Do you know where you and your friends were getting the THC gummies from?
It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
You are aware. Okay. And for a time period, you were getting them from one particular person. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the time period that you were getting them from that person?
What do you mean?
Like, was it from 2018 to 2021? Was it from, can you give me a general time? For how long of a time?
Would you pause there for one moment? Your objection, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, objection, foundation, particularly as it relates to whether or not hearsay is the foundation.
Right. Ms. Lewis, my apologies. Would you approach for 1 second?
Let me just back up. You said you were aware that they were all coming from the same person.
It's a yes or no.
Yes.
How are you aware of the person that was providing them?
Can you be a little bit more specific?
How were you aware where the gummies were coming from?
That's the same question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Were you ever there when the gummies were purchased or brought or delivered? You were never there.
No.
All right. Did you ever purchase them yourself?
No.
So can you tell me how you knew? Let me just come out. So did someone tell you where the gummies were coming from, or did you have personal knowledge of where the gummies were coming from?
I was told where they were coming from.
All right. Okay. How was it that you found out that Mr. Richins had died?
Our friend Kelsey called me.
Called you?
Yes, I was called on the phone.
Yes. And was that the day that Mr. Richins passed away?
Yes.
All right. And what did you do when you found out?
I cried.
And then what did you do?
And then booked a flight and came the very next day.
All right. So you arrived
I arrived on the 5th.
On the 5th. All right. And how did Kouri seem when you arrived?
Distraught. Like she was grieving.
And you've known Kouri a long time.
Yeah.
And you've observed her on other occasions where she's been upset.
Yes.
Ever anything this traumatic, or was this the first time?
This is probably the most traumatic one I've experienced so far, yes.
All right. Did anything about her behavior or her reaction strike you as unusual?
No.
Were you there when there was a celebration of life held at the Richins' house the night after he died?
Yes.
And how many people were there at that event?
Oh, I couldn't tell you. There was a lot of people.
More than 10?
There were people coming in and out the whole time.
All right. Was this something that was planned, like a planned event?
No.
All right. So it was, can you just describe sort of how it started?
People came to show their condolences and grieved at the loss of losing Eric. That's how it began. That's all it was.
All right. And was there alcohol?
Yes.
What else took place at the event? What were people doing? They were drinking?
We were playing with the kids and talking about memories of Eric.
All right.
Dancing, talking about him, remembering him.
Okay. Would you describe it as an upbeat, happy event?
It was kind of, I don't know. It wasn't a party, if that's what you were trying to ask.
Okay. What would you describe it as?
Remembering his life.
All right. Can you pull up Defense Exhibit 1089, just for the witness? Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I took the picture.
All right. And was that taken the night that we were talking about?
Yes.
And do you recognize the people in that photo?
I do.
All right. Could we publish, or could I admit and then publish? Defense 1089.
No.
Okay. Defense 1089 is admitted.
Okay. And maybe if you want to step down just for a minute, if you could tell us who the people are in this photo.
I'd rather not.
If you would just stay close to a mic,
I know,
and
I just
then
realized I didn't have one on.
here you go, Allie. You can use that when you just listen. You should get near a mic.
All right. Just from left to right, can you tell us who's in the photo?
That's Kouri. I can't remember his name, but that's Eric's best friend.
Can we put the mic up?
That's Eric's best friend. I can't remember his name.
Is that Bryce?
Yeah, that's Bryce. Sorry.
Okay.
Yes, that's Bryce. That's Allie, Cody's wife. That's Chelsea, and that's Amy,
Amy
Eric's sister.
Richins. Okay. You can sit back down. We can take that down. So how long did you stay after Eric passed away?
I stayed overnight that night.
Were you there the next day when Amy Richins came to the house?
Yes, I was.
All right. And were you there when Kouri was trying to get into a safe that belonged to Eric?
I was.
Do you know why Kouri was trying to get into the safe?
Excuse me, yes.
Why was she trying to get into the safe?
She wanted to see what his will said.
And did she know the will was in the safe, or do you not know?
No, she knew it was in there.
All right. And then what happened?
What do you mean? What happened?
Well, was she able to get into the safe?
She was not. She didn't know the code.
And then was there a conversation about her not getting into the safe?
Objection, foundation as it relates to hearsay.
All right. Who was present when she was trying to get into the safe?
She wasn't even in there at first.
When you say she, who are you talking about?
Kouri wasn't even in there. It was
Who was in there at first?
her brother and the locksmith.
Okay, so a locksmith was called to try and open the safe.
Yes.
All right. And then what happened after that, Court?
Amy and Bryce were leaving, and Amy saw the logo on the side of the truck and ran into the garage to stop Kouri from getting into the safe.
Do you know why she was trying to stop Kouri from getting into the safe?
Because Amy was,
Foundation.
Yeah. It's speculation. How,
Well, if she knows why,
but how she knows is the genesis of the foundation and speculation objection.
you were there, correct?
I was.
And you saw the reactions of everyone in the room.
I did.
And you saw Kouri become very upset. Did you see Kouri become very upset?
I did.
Do you know why Kouri was upset?
Yeah, because she was told that it was not her.
Objection.
If you stop there, calls for hearsay. Sustained.
You did see Kouri's reaction.
I did.
To not being able to get into the safe. Let me rephrase that. You saw Kouri's reaction based on what was going on regarding the safe.
I did.
And you saw her, well, tell me, what was her reaction?
Pure frustration and rage.
Rage?
Yeah.
Was she crying?
Yes. She was shaking.
And in your opinion, was that reaction over the top?
No, I thought she was valid.
Did you think she was unreasonably out of control?
No.
Was that reaction unexpected, given what was going on in the room?
No.
Okay. Just one moment. All right, just have a moment.
Of course.
Let's go back to what you were talking about with Mr. Bloodworth regarding the sandwich. So when you were there, you said that Eric said, what did Eric say to you again about the sandwich?
Can you clarify the question, please?
Yes, you were talking about when Eric got sick from a sandwich, right? You talked about that with Mr. Bloodworth.
I did.
And he told you, what did he tell you?
That he believed that Kouri had tried to poison him.
Okay. Did he tell you, I believe Kouri tried to poison me, or did he say to you, did Kouri tell you she tried to poison me?
No. He said, he said Kouri tried to poison him.
All right, and who was there? Kouri was there?
Yes.
And what was her response to that?
She was laughing and she said that's not what happened.
And what did happen?
I don't know what happened.
Well,
he took a bite of the sandwich and got an allergic reaction and had to shoot himself with an EpiPen.
Okay, so they talked about that there was an allergic reaction.
Yes.
Was everyone laughing?
Yes, we were all laughing and we jokingly said, "Don't eat what Kouri feeds you."
Okay. And did Eric appear upset about what had happened prior with the sandwich?
No.
Did he seem scared about what had taken place?
No.
How are he and Kouri getting along when you were there that last visit?
They seemed better than I'd seen them in a long time.
Okay. And with that, I have nothing further.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, any additional questions for Ms. Staking?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Ma'am, let me make sure I understand the travel to Hawaii. Am I right that it was funny at the time because Kouri did not get caught with the gummies in her luggage, but it would have been less than funny if she had got caught? Is that the joke?
Speculation.
Overruled.
Could you ask that again?
You said there were Eric and you and Kouri and everybody were joking about Eric putting weeds weed gummies in Kouri Richins' luggage. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is the joke that it was funny because she didn't get caught?
No, it was funny because she didn't know.
I see. Okay. Can we turn to the gathering on March the 5th, 2022, right? The day after Eric Richins' death?
Okay.
And you and others, many friends of Eric, some of Eric's family members, I think were there, right?
Yes.
And people were drinking and toasting Eric.
Yes.
People were also using weed gummies that night too, as well.
I don't know. Not that I'm aware of.
That photo you showed, or you looked at, it was labeled Exhibit 1089. That was at the beginning of the evening?
No, that was towards the end. Well, it was I don't know. It was mid evening.
Okay, there came a time, right, when Mr. Knutson removed his pants.
Sorry, who?
Do you know who Bryce Knutson is? The
I
guy
know
in that photo?
Bryce. I don't know his last name.
Okay, did there come a time when he removed his pants at that celebration?
Not that I remember, but probably.
Okay. Do you remember if the photo was before or after that?
It was before he was dressed.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 8-8, please?
The witness can see it.
Ma'am, do you recognize that photo or that video rather as an accurate depiction of what was occurring in parts of that evening?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state's going to move 8-8 into evidence, but ask the court not to publish it. What the state's going to do is prepare a vision of that blurs out the face of any children and then publish that to the jury at a different time.
Ms. Lewis?
No objection.
Okay. The forthcoming version of 8-8 that blurs out any minor children is admitted. We'll publish it later.
Thank you, sir. Scott, can you bring up 8-8 Delta 2, please?
Are you able to see it? Mm-hmm. Okay. Is this supposed to be moving, Scott?
Your Honor, it's not. It is
Okay.
a still frame from that video. The state moves 8-8 D2 into evidence.
Ms. Lewis?
No objection.
Okay. 8-8 D2, you're going to mark this later with a sticker?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay. Is admitted. Would you like to publish?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, may we approach to have a common understanding on something?
Sure.
Okay, I don't know what's going on. This is a friend of Kouri's? Allie Staking? What's her evidence? I missed it all. As to the gummies, I think there was evidence, Beth, that said that all of the gummies that they found were like, manufactured and sold in a package kind of thing. Like none of them were homemade. So as far as I understood all that, I think it meant that there was not a question that he could have taken it through the gummies. And again, yeah, as Sigma is pointing out, 5 times the lethal level. It just doesn't seem likely. And also I keep thinking, like, it doesn't seem likely that the way Kouri's like, oh, he was lying in the same position I left him in when I left him or whatever. It's like, with 5 times the lethal dose, wouldn't he have been like, it would have been pretty quick? No, am I off the mark with that? I had a friend who used to make homemade gummies and sell them. There's a big festival every year here called on April 20th, the 420 festival, and you get lots of homemade stuff. People down there doing that, but like, I don't know, it's different here now. Like, it's legal in Canada. Pot is legal in Canada, and so gummies are legal. All that stuff is legal, and there's just no money in it for drug dealers anymore, right? They just don't make the money. The cost of an ounce of weed before it was legalized was about $250. Now it's like $80. So it's gone down like by 3 times the amount. Utah, it's not legal, I'm sure, but I still just don't see it. I just don't see it. That's your birthday, 420. Nice. Cappy, cappy, cavy. I used to make weed cookies because I had back issues, and I didn't want to be constantly taking pharmaceuticals. So there was Beth is saying, I bet she encouraged Eric to chug the drink because of the celebrating. So I heard somebody, I can't think who now, this is not my speculation, maybe it was PD questions. Anyway, somebody was speculating that the fentanyl was in the lemon drop, not the Moscow Mule, because the lemon drop would have been, the lemon would have hidden the bitterness of the fentanyl. And also it would have been like, you drink it just fast like that, right? If he had taken a sip of the Moscow Mule and it didn't taste good, he might have just put it down.
Mr. Bloodworth, any other questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes. Just going back to the night of the wake.
Mhm.
And have you been to wakes before?
Yeah.
Was that your first one?
No, I've been to wakes before.
And was anything about this unusual to you?
No.
This is how you'd seen people at other wakes right after a loved one had died. Fair?
Yeah.
Was
Yes.
Kouri happy that night?
No, we were trying to be happy for the kids. We were trying to stay positive and keep it light.
Okay, so
for her kids.
And that's fair. And you said you spent the night at the house.
I did.
Who else spent the night at the house that night? Do you know?
Yes, Amy did, and so did Bryce, and I believe Chelsea did as well.
Okay, so just the 4 of you, other adults went home, then the kids were there.
Yeah. Yes, and the kids were there.
Do you recall that Kouri left that event early to go to bed with one or more of the children?
No, I don't recall.
You don't recall that?
No.
Okay. All right. I have nothing further.
No, Your Honor.
Counsel, may we release this witness?
Yes, we may.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I appreciate your patience. Thank you for your time. Please travel safely. You're free to go. Should we talk about scheduling or?
Yes, sir. Let's talk scheduling.
Yeah, I think a brief scheduling discussion would be appropriate. Ms. Nestor, do you mind?
Yes, sir.
What about the? Didn't they have a motion to declare a mistrial because they have some evidence that Carmen had a drink sometime in the last 4 years? Whatever happened to that? Yeah, right, Sigma. I mean, I think that's the case for a lot of people, right? What's PEMF therapy? Yeah, I think it's a real struggle, right? It's so maddening, like that whole thing with the Sacklers where they got all these people.
Rather than use the next 15 minutes to begin the next witness and then have to take a break, we'll just start with that next witness on Monday morning. Scheduling reminder, no trial tomorrow, Friday, March 6th. We will be in recess until Monday morning, 8:30 a.m. Over the next 3 days, please make an effort to not watch, listen, or read anything related to this case. It takes affirmative action, so please be diligent. Please do not speak about the case with anyone. Please do not allow anyone to talk about the case to you. That requires affirmative action as well. And please don't do any searches or research about the case in any way. Please enjoy your weekend. I'll see you again Monday morning, 8:30 a.m. Please travel safely. Please rise for the jury. All right, have a seat, folks. Thank you. Counsel, I have a question that I need to ask you in a private session because it has to do with minor children.
Okay.
And I can't be doing that in a public session.
Okay.
Anything else on the record today before I do that, Mr. Bloodworth?
A brief disclosure, Your Honor. Yesterday evening, Crystal Bowman Carter, who had testified, notified my office that she had an appointment scheduled with the spouse of a juror that had been scheduled before testimony. The spouse of the juror called her office and said, "Hey, do you still want me to come in or not?" Crystal Bowman Carter advised the potential client, "No, do not come in until after the trial." And that's where it stands. I forwarded Crystal Bowman Carter's text message disclosing this to the defense.
Okay. Anything further on that, Ms. Lewis?
Do you know if that appointment was made before the trial started?
It was.
No.
Okay. Anything else in the remaining public session today, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms.
No.
Nestor, Mr. Ramos?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. If I can have counsel and the litigation teams stay put. Everybody else, 8:30 a.m. Monday morning. Thank you for your patience. Enjoy your weekend.
Whew, okay. So Sigma's telling me about the treatment that she uses. It has been shown to speed up healing in broken bones and other injuries. There's also evidence suggesting efficacy in treating fibromyalgia and IBS. Oh, nice. I have felt a glimmer of hope. Yeah, well, that's good. A glimmer is better than no glimmer. It can be extremely hard dealing with long-term or chronic illness. Yeah, I'm glad there's no class tomorrow. Personally, I feel quite worn out by all of this. It's emotional, plus also being stuck to my seat for all these hours is kind of hard. I'm not used to it, you know. So yeah, I've had a very nice time again today. Thank you all for coming. I'm going to go back and listen to that last hour of testimony. Lauren Matthias's face is sagging, says Lovely Sphinx. I only got one glimpse of her in the back row there. Did you guys see her again? Oh God, digestive stuff can just be such a mess, hey? Seems like a lot of us suffer from that. I have a bit of a thing going on with some kind of bacteria that causes me pain in my guts. So I can relate to all of that. Okay, so I'm going to say goodbye. Thank you all for coming. I don't know if you're still here, boss lady. I would not be surprised if you've gone to take a nap. I will look forward to seeing everybody. And if any of you have a minute, could you just leave a comment under the video? Because everybody's in the chat. I'm not getting a lot of comments, and comments really make a big difference. So if you could hit like and maybe leave me a little comment, I would be delighted. And otherwise, I will look forward to seeing everybody at 8:30 on Monday. So have a lovely weekend and enjoy whatever weather is being dished up wherever you are.